The dark matter. "She's empty," I said to Don as we turned toward I-94 and the journey back to Madison. "The emptiest human being I've ever met. There's nothing there but hunger and the desire to manipulate." "What did I tell you?" Olson asked. "When she first came into the room, I swear I fell in love with her. 20 minutes later, I thought she was an unlikable hag with a great plastic surgeon. By the time we left, not that it wasn't interesting, because it really was, but by the end I couldn't wait to get away from her. And she was still hiding something." "Well, yeah, always." "What do you think she was hiding right then?" "She didn't tell us what she saw when she looked at Lee." "To tell you the truth, I don't think she did look at the eel. I don't think she could. Too much hatred." I gave him a perplexed look. Isn't that a little over the top? Olson did not respond. "Anyhow, what I really meant was that she was hiding something about that crazy king and queen. It might have been something she didn't really know she was keeping back." "She kept back a lot she didn't know," Olson told me. "All those figures in her dioramas represent spirits that Henry Cornelius Agrippa claimed could be called up by invoking certain specific rites. The Bear King and the Bellowing Queen with the distaff, the ones that gradually took over, are the spirits of Mercury, which, according to Agrippa, create horror and fear in whoever summons them. Meredith says they smiled at her, but according to Meredith, Jack the Ripper would smile at her too. The naked green girl and the camel and the dove in front of Spencer were the shapes of the spirits of Venus, which were supposed to be seductive and provocative. The red guy and that other stuff in front of boats were the shapes of the spirits of Mars, which caused trouble." "Maybe this is a stupid question, but why would anyone call up these characters?" "First, because they could. It demonstrates their power, their knowledge, their command. Second, because you're supposed to be able to make the characters do things for you. All of the characters Meredith saw were evil spirits, and when you summon them, you should have pentacles and sigils ready to contain them. Pentacles and sigils are basically written symbols or sacred pictures, shown in a double circle and surrounded by Bible verses and the names of angels. All of this magical juju is specially chosen for whatever effect you're trying to create." "But Malin didn't do any of that. He just had ropes." "Oh, he had spells, too. But he didn't know anything about what I just told you. It all comes from Cornelius Agrippa's book of magical ceremonies, which didn't appear until 1565, 30 years after Agrippa died. Malin and the few other people who did research on Agrippa really only dealt with his 3 books of occult philosophy, because everyone thought the later one was fraudulent. Well, not Aleister Crowley, but no scholar ever took Crowley seriously." Now we were already out of Milwaukee on I-94, and the sun was shining on the wide fields on both sides. "Until you mentioned him, I'd never heard of Cornelius Agrippa. In the 16th century, was he a big deal? A famous philosopher?" "I guess you could say that. To everybody like us, Spencer and me, he was the greatest of all the Renaissance magicians. But Agrippa had a tough old life. He was a soldier, a scholar, a diplomat, a spy, a doctor who never had any medical training, a lecturer, and he was married a bunch of times. He didn't get paid very often. To secure the patronage he needed to do his work and disseminate his ideas, Agrippa had to keep jumping around Germany, France, and Spain. High point of his life may have been when he was made a professor of theology at the age of 23. Of course, wherever he went, the conventional clergy accused him of heresy because he was, interested in magic, Raymond Lully, the Kabbalah, astrology. He had to keep scrambling to find ways to publish his books. The guy was thrown into a Brussels jail because he couldn't pay his debts, and the Dominican monks at Louvain accused him of impiety. People were executed for that offense. Other monks claimed he had manufactured gold, which would put him in the devil's party. Actually, he said he had seen it done and knew how to do it, but could not do it himself. When he was 49, the Emperor of Germany condemned him as a heretic, and he fled to France, got sick, and died. The guy had written about 1 million words and lived 5 or 6 lives. God, he must have been Malin's hero. Pretty much. Mine, too. His 3 books, and the 4th, are the most important books of occult wisdom in the Western world. And either despite that or because of it, Agrippa died broke and alone, surrounded by his enemies. In the long run, it looks like that's what our kind of magic gets you." I uttered a non-committal grunt. Donald Olson did not appear to be offended. I stuck my elbow out the window, got the needle up to 70, and managed to keep it there for most of our long and strangely calm return to Madison. Outside the village of Wales, the column of black smoke had disappeared from the fields and the sky. "Damn," Don said. "I'd pay $1 million to know what text Malin was quoting out there. Want to know the funny part? He didn't know what it was either. He told me it just came to him, and afterward he couldn't remember what the hell he'd said." "Thank God," I said. At the steady rate of 70 miles per hour, we entered Madison, and before long were rounding the square and driving down into the parking garage. After we had freshened up and reconvened in the lounge, I pulled my iPhone from my pocket and enjoyed a long conversation with my wife. The eel, for so I had begun to think of her again, was full of news about her friends and colleagues in the ACB, her experiences in the city, a Tina Howe play, Mahler's Ninth by the National Symphony Orchestra at the Kennedy Center, dinner with old friends in their apartment at the Watergate, and her plans for the next few days. The Rehoboth Beach people, plus Missy Landreau, were asking her to come down to chair their meeting the following Wednesday, and she thought she would do it. She'd been gone so long, another few days wouldn't make much of a difference. Lee would get a ticket for Saturday. Besides, Missy was a great character, a hoot, and as he had always said, you got the best crab cakes in the world in Maryland. He wouldn't mind, would he? She supposed Don Olson was still sponging off him. "He's staying with me, yes, but he's not exactly sponging. I loaned him some money when he first showed up, but he paid me back right away. And he's been very helpful to me with this new project of mine." Lee Truax had some doubts about this new project. "We met the former Meredith Bright this morning. She's a horror, but she had an interesting story about what happened that day." Lee Truax imagined that Meredith, whatever her name was, would be like the beta versions of some of those word-processing systems for the blind, the ones that garbled every third word and transformed boring reports into surrealism. "Well, when we both get back home, I'll tell you what she said. For instance, I didn't know you ran into an anti-war riot on your way out to the meadow." "Oh, that was no big deal. We hid behind a wall in the parking lot, and no one ever noticed we were there. Meredith made a big deal about being behind schedule, but no one else thought it was important. Now, what's this in your messages about Hootie?" "Everything about Hootie, Howard, as he was known now, was amazing," I said. "His apparent crack-up on the day Don and I had taken him outside for the first time in decades, and actually led to a stupendous breakthrough. For 4 amazing days, Howard Bly, good old Hootie, had taken one giant step after another. It all started with him lying on the hospital floor, saying something very simple. He said, 'Don't do that. Take it back.' First words he'd spoken that weren't quoted in 37 years, ever since he's been here. Then this girl who works there came up to him. We didn't know it, but she'd had lots of conversations with him. She came up and knelt down, and he whispered something. You'd never guess what he said to this girl." The eel supposed that was correct. Since she could not guess, why not tell her? Hootie whispered, "She is our skylark, and I know it." When Parkita told me, she asked if it made any sense. "A lot," I said. "Yes," my wife said, sounding reluctant. "It does make a lot of sense, and only he would know that. Really know it, I mean." I paused before asking her the question she once had batted away with a wounding dismissal. "I'm going to talk to Howard today about what happened in the meadow. He knows, and he's prepared. One day will you tell me what you think happened then?" She also hesitated, and for a longer time than I. "After all this time, I could try. Will Dilly be there?" "He might be. I don't know yet. Do you think I'll understand why you waited so long to speak?" I meant one thing by this question, by her answer. "You certainly will." She meant another. What you're going to tell me can't be as flat-out crazy as Meredith Walsh's story. She chuckled. Mine is so beyond flat-out crazy, I think it breaks new ground. Remember, I'm the Skylark. I know that, but I don't know how I know. There are times when I think you've had a very strange marriage. All marriages are strange. Just give them enough time. Or maybe you just had a very strange wife. Within me, words arose from the place where they were connected directly to feelings. And I said, the truth is, I'd marry my wife all over again. Oh, Lee, that was such an incredibly nice thing to say. Do you have to go back to Rehoboth Beach? She inhaled, and I knew what she would tell me. No, of course not, but I'd like to. It's not far from Washington, and I won't be long. You plan to be there Wednesday to Saturday of next week? Yes, if you don't mind. I'll probably get a room at the usual place. Exactly as I had heard her deciding what to do, I now could hear her desire deliberately to change subjects. I think I'd like to see Hooty, too. He was always such a beautiful boy. Over the last 40 years, he's changed a bit. He'll still be beautiful to me. If he really does get out of that hospital, could he come to Chicago? In time? Are you serious about this? I owe him something. In the days when I could have visited him, they refused to let me see him. Then we left for New York, and life got so busy, and I let him become part of the past. And there he's been all this time in that terrible place. Could he function in the outside world? Is he too damaged to ever be able to live on his own? Well, he's certainly come a long way, and in a very short time. I have to say he is kind of charming. In fact, this young woman who works in the Lamont, Parquita Parmendera, loves him. They're pals, even when he could talk only in quotations from the Scarlet Letter and a romance novel that was lying around the ward. They had long conversations about everything under the sun. Parquita is undoubtedly very attractive. She's a knockout. At first I thought she was the head psychiatrist's mistress, but instead she was the guy's old babysitter. And what does Hooty look like now? I groped for something telling, and the perfect description came to me. He looks like a character from The Wind in the Willows. He could be Mole. He sounds darling. He is darling. It's amazing. He's been in here his whole life, but he feels no resentment. He thinks it was the right place for him. He says he was waiting to get well enough so we could show up and make him even better. Do you believe that? I hardly know what I believe anymore. You intend to stay in touch with Hooty, don't you? Eel, I'm not going to walk out on him now. You called me Eel. Sorry. Don really tried to use your name, but he kept backsliding. Before long I was doing it too. I don't mind, actually. The Eel was a good kid, if I remember correctly. But you can only call me Eel in front of Hooty and Don. Agreed. Lee Truax waited a second before saying, You seem to like Don more than you did at first. We've spent a lot of time together. You know how after you've had someone's company for 4 or 5 days, you start wishing he'd leave? That hasn't happened. I like having the guy around, and I have to say he's been very helpful to me. You mean helpful to this new project? Well, yeah. He was a decent guy back then, and I think he still is. Are you sorry now that you didn't come along with the rest of us? She was silent for a moment. Do you wish you'd met Spencer Mallon? I think I might have done that this morning, I thought, and said, No. You can't be telling the truth. If I'd been there with the rest of your gang, I wouldn't be able to think about everything from this angle. I like being at my own little angle. It's like standing on the sidewalk, looking in through someone's picture window and trying to make sense of what you see. She thought about what I had said, and I could picture her with the phone in her hand, staring blindly ahead in the darkened hotel room, her features half in shadow. When finally she spoke, it was with a degree of warmth that surprised me.
One day I'll try to help too. But I'll have to work up to it.
After I disconnected, I realized that I had told her nothing about our miraculous rescue from death in a plane crash. It was better that way, I thought. She need never hear of that incident. When we drove into the Lamont's parking lot, a slim, dark shape moved from the shadow of the great walnut tree. The tremor of unease that visited me disappeared when the gliding figure moved into the sunlight and became Pargita Parmandera. "Hi," I said, although I could see that Pargita was not in the mood for social niceties. As she marched up to the car, it was clear that speaking to Howard Bly's friends had been uppermost in her mind for some time.
"Yeah, hi," she said, and came to a halt directly in front of me. "Sorry. I just have to say this. I waited out here because I was pretty sure you'd be getting here around this time."
"How long were you standing there?" I asked.
"It doesn't matter. 20 minutes?
"You were standing under that tree for 20 minutes?
It might have been more like half an hour. Please, I was sure you'd come here sooner or later, and I wanted to explain something before we get inside. I don't want you to think I'm a horrible person."
"Nobody could think that, Pargita."
"Okay, but you saw my face, the expression on my face, which I don't even know what it was, only you saw it."
"I don't know what you're raving about, sweetie."
"I saw you notice, when Howard was sitting on the floor and Dr. Greengrass was talking to him."
I did know what troubled her, I realized. In Pargita's face I had seen something troubled and conflicted, and she was right to think it had disturbed me. "Ah," I said, "yes."
"You do know what I'm raving about."
"Well, maybe he does," Don began, but fell silent when I flicked an irritated glance at him. "It's not serious," I said.
"To me it is. I went crazy worrying about what you thought. I'm not a bad person. Howard's wonderful, and I adore him, but I don't want to make him stay here forever."
"You understood right away that he was going to leave."
"He talked without quoting. And he said farewell twice."
"You're right."
She thought Hootie's farewell had been for her. She threw out her arms, and her face twisted. "Why am I the only person who ever hears him? Howard will tell you everything. You just have to understand the way he talks."
"You don't want to lose your friend, do you? Now that it's easy to understand what Howard is saying, he'll be able to move into a halfway house."
"Well, duh," she said. "You see my dilemma."
"And to make it worse, you're really proud of him, too."
"Wouldn't you be? It's fantastic how he could let himself talk again. And it was because of the two of you. You showed up, and he just blossomed."
"You do all the work, and we turn up and get all the credit."
"Yeah, there's that. Only it didn't feel like work."
She raised both hands and flicked away tears I hadn't seen. "Howard owes a lot to your friendship. He knows that."
"Howard wants to see the eel. That's your wife, isn't it? Her nickname was the Eel, and his was Hootie."
"You've been having long conversations with him."
"Well, I still can," she said. "But I do want him to see your wife again. I really do."
"Then we'll have to make sure you're there, too, one day."
"Is it time to go inside yet?" Don asked.
Dr. Greengrass beckoned us into his office and invited us to sit down. The progress of everybody's favorite patient continued at its astounding pace, though he had showed some signs of backsliding today in his friend's absence. Some moodiness, loss of appetite, and a couple of instances of his quote-mark arm gestures to indicate that he was selecting his phrases from a wider context. "In a sense, though, I gather that everything Howard says now comes from the much wider context of multiple sources, a near infinity of sources. That's his contention, anyhow. I can't imagine how a human memory can hold so much, and in fact, I wonder if it's humanly possible. Howard never seems to need to search through these mental documents of his for an expression. He just comes out with it, whatever it is." "You think he's cheating?" I asked, smiling. "I think he may still need the comfort of an underlying text, even if it's an infinite patchwork that is more theoretical than actual. Or it may be that we just don't understand how his memory works. Point taken, Greengrass said. In my view, you understand, it would be preferable if Howard is merely pretending to be quoting from an infinitely available multiplicity of texts. As a practical matter, of course, it makes little or no difference. I just want you to be aware that Howard appears to be significantly more secure in his progress when he knows that you're in the vicinity. He was unhappy that we left town? It affected him, let's put it that way. We're open to the idea of moving Howard into a residential treatment center, but right now our first concern is that we refrain from doing anything prematurely, or anything that has even the faintest chance of undermining Howard. We share your concern, I said. Don nodded. And I'm glad you're open to the idea of a treatment center. Well, they're very different from halfway houses, aren't they? I can't pretend that Howard is likely to get anything new out of staying on the Lamont. Actually, I have been thinking for years that he would very likely experience considerable benefits simply from being in a new environment. But Howard never found that idea even faintly acceptable. He just shut down on me. Until now. That's very interesting, I said. Greengrass cocked his head and stuck a ballpoint pen in his mouth, apparently considering some matter. You remember promising to share any new information you might acquire about the sources of Howard's pathology? If I had anything you'd find explanatory, you'd already know about it. Surely you have discussed the incident involving Mr. Mallon? We had kind of worked out that we'd start on the meadow today. In that case, let me detain you no longer. Greengrass smiled at them and began to stand up. First, let me make a suggestion, I said. You can tell me if it's any kind of possibility. Greengrass settled down again. Please. Our presence in Howard's general vicinity seems to have a positive influence on him. On his progress, yes. Are there any special limitations or conditions pertaining to the treatment centers you would be exploring for Howard? What a question. Yes. First, availability, of course. Suitability. The general condition of the unit. Is location an issue? Dr. Greengrass tilted back in his chair and gave me a careful look. What is this suggestion of yours, Mr. Harwell? I wondered if it might be helpful to Howard to be placed in Chicago. I am completely ignorant about this kind of thing, but through my wife's work she would know any number of people who could be helpful in finding Howard a good placement there. In Chicago. The first thing Howard told Brigitte was that he wanted to see my wife. He referred to your wife as the Eel? It was her high school nickname. Her name is Lee, which backwards is... You and your wife have the same given name. So it seems. Do you draw any psychological conclusions from that? None. Why do you ask? Someone we met this morning implied it meant something unpleasant. People's names have very little to do with their romantic attachments, Greengrass said. Also, back in those days, we looked like twins. No wonder you fell in love. The psychiatrist tilted his head and grinned. I thought he looked a bit like a Wind-in-the-Willows character, too. As Greengrass's mind returned to our earlier topic, his smile faded. I don't believe there is any serious obstacle to placing Howard in Illinois. If we were a state hospital, of course, it would be impossible. However, those codes and restrictions do not apply to us. As I explained to you, I'd be entirely willing to see Howard pass into a good center. For me personally, and I want to be completely frank about this matter, the central issue here concerns your involvement in Howard's ongoing treatment. How committed are you to Howard's case? I am asking both of you. How do you see your wife's involvement, Mr. Harwell? We'd both do everything we could. So would I, said Don. It's long past time I settled down, and Chicago would be a great place to do it. I don't want to die broke and alone. I turned my head and regarded him in amazement. Don shrugged. I mean, man, I'm getting too old to keep living like this. What I could do, is find a little apartment and advertise for students.
All the time I've been staying with you, Lee, I've been thinking about this. Malin got off the road, so can I.
Could you make a living that way?
Hell yes, I can make a living. It'd be a small one, bro. I'll never buy any fancy townhouses on the Gold Coast. But it would be enough for me. Do you know why?
Why?
If you sell wisdom, you'll always have customers. I'll print up a couple of pamphlets, leave 'em in bars and drugstores and libraries. Inside a month, I'll have 50-60 queries.
He swiveled in his chair to face Greengrass.
I'd consider it an honor to maintain contact with Howard, I mean. Damn, man, I'd go over and see him once a day until he got sick of me anyhow.
And I would need good, reliable paperwork for this patient. Monthly reports, say, for at least the first 24 months.
You want monthly reports? Don asked. Whoa, Nellie, I think I'll leave that to the writer over here.
I don't believe the doctor meant us, I said.
Correct, Mr. Harwell. I would expect monthly reports from any treatment center that admits Howard. In a sense, Howard will always be my patient. It's essential that I be kept informed of his ongoing condition.
Shouldn't be a problem, should it?
No, Greengrass said. It should not be a problem. He looked up and placed his hands on his desk. Our biggest problem is that we'll all be so broken-hearted when and if Howard actually does move on. Pargita especially.
I promised her she could visit us, I said.
That was kind of you, Mr. Harwell. What do you say we drop in on our patient?
In a room as brightly colored as a preschool classroom, Howard Bly was seated on the edge of his neatly made-up bed, dressed in a red polo shirt, slightly too small for him, striped bib overalls, laundered so often the denim folded on itself like cashmere, and shiny yellow Timberland work boots. He looked splendid. His sparse hair had been combed back and flattened against his scalp with water, and his ordinarily placid blue eyes glowed with pleasure and excitement. "You're wearing your birthday shoes," Greengrass said, smiling, and turned to us. "We gave them to Howard last year. He saves them for special occasions."
"Yes, I do," Howard said. "I love my Tims."
"Today you could go back into our garden, sit at the picnic table. That's a good place to talk."
"I'm going to talk today," Howard said, glowing at Don and me. "I'm going to tell you things. It won't be like that other time."
"You're feeling better now," Greengrass said. The three of us stood there, lined up at the side of Hootie's bed like doctors doing rounds. Hootie nodded.
"Dale and Ilsley are back again and safe."
"Dylan who?"
A wide smile from Howard Bly. "Howard, what did you call Mr. Harwell?"
The smile extended ever farther.
"Ilsley, because that's what he is. He used to be twin, but now he's Ilsley."
"Oh," I said. "Yes, I get it. I'm Eels Lee."
"Of course that's who you are," Hootie said, "and I feel better because you and Dill are back in Madison. But now I would like to go outside with my friends, please."
"Are you concealing something from me, Howard?"
Howard blinked and smiled. "No more than a dark shimmer in the air."
"What's that a quote from?"
"Mrs. Pembroke's Wager, by Lamar Van Gunden, Permanent Press, New York, 1957. I found it behind a sofa in the game room, but the next time I looked it wasn't there."
"I think you gentlemen should take your friend into the back gardens," said Dr. Greengrass. "When he starts making books up, he's had enough of me."
"He thinks I made it up, but Mrs. Pembroke's Wager was real," Howard said. "I never make books up." "To make books up, you have to be an author."
They were moving at a deliberate pace through soft, mild sunlight toward the picnic table just inside the canopy of shade cast by a huge oak with a wide crown.
"Were you worried about us?" Don asked. "Of course I was worried. You almost could have died."
Howard slipped into the shade, moved to the back of the table, and sat where he could look out at the whole of the Lamont's back gardens. Don moved around beside him. Together they looked like a farmer and a cowboy momentarily occupying the same picnic bench. A sly, humorous farmer, a leathery, sun-baked old cowboy with something on his mind. "Almost could have died?" he asked. "Yeah, what does that mean?" I asked, sliding into the opposite bench and planting my elbows on the table. "It means you almost could have, but you didn't because you couldn't. It's not the same as could almost have, though. Right? Right?" "I think I see your point," I said. "But how did you know? A little bird told you?" "The dark shimmer in the air," Howard said. "Once I found it in back of the game-room sofa, but after I took it away it wasn't there." "All right," I said. "No more almost could, as distinct from could almost, and no more about whatever was behind the game-room sofa, all right?" "It is, with me," Howard said. This time I could almost taste the quotation. A ghostly book seemed to form itself around the words, humming with language of a remembered flavor that flowed out through details of every kind, and through these specificities into the characters. The whole experience was like a warm taste in my mouth. I turned away from the men on the other side of the table and gazed out over the hospital's gardens. Before me, long descending terraces unrolled like a flawless green carpet. On these wide, serene terraces, men and women in wheeled chairs rolled along smooth, black asphalt paths beside tidy 4-foot hedges. Through the middle of every terrace ran a long, brilliant bed of flowers, bracketed at either end by smaller circular beds. Just enough oaks and maples cast just enough shade. Fountains played, and beads of water scattered in a slight wind. It would be a nice place to end up, I reflected. Inside, of course, the hospital was less comfortable. Given their context, the gardens were a surprising fact. It came to me that they had been added later on by someone who had understood that extensive gardens like these would aid the healing of the patients at the Lamont. Without looking back at the other two, I said, "Hooty, was it like this when you first came here?" "Back then it was really ugly out here, Sarge." "Sarge?" "Never mind," said Hooty. Never mind anything at all. I don't." "Is everything you say still a quote from the book?" "Everything I say—" Hooty started off, then for a moment, like the flicker of a bird's wing, seemed to search his remarkable memory. "Is made up of a variety of quotations, as if in a blender. Get it, Jake? Sentences that have never met become joined at the hip. My doctor does not want this to be true, but it is true, and that's that. He would prefer me to have access to entirely original language, whereas I would prefer not to. Nobody's language is really original. The way I talk is infinitely free, anyhow." "It's wonderful that you let yourself move on from Hawthorne, though I suppose he's still in there somewhere." "In the way of literary talk, it is true," Hooty said, grinning with pleasure. "What led you to it?" Don asked. "I mean, I know this sounds egotistical, but was it us?" "I remembered my old English classes." He closed his eyes and pulled his brows together. "I mean to say, I remembered that I remembered them. And all those amazing books we read. Do you remember? Do you?" "I remember most of them, probably," I said. "I only read half of them," said Don, "being a more typical high school student than you guys." "The Catcher in the Rye," Hooty said. "To Kill a Mockingbird. The Lord of the Flies. Tom Sawyer. Huckleberry Finn. The Last of the Mohicans. The Red Badge of Courage. Nigh Antonia. Hamlet. Julius Caesar. Twelfth Night. Great Expectations. A Tale of Two Cities. Dombey and Son. A Christmas Carol. The Red Pony. The Grapes of Wrath. Of Mice and Men. The Sun Also Rises. A Farewell to Arms. A Separate Peace. The Bear. A Rose for Emily. The Rocking Horse Winner. The Celestial Omnibus. Up in Michigan. The Big Two-Hearted River. And about 50 other short stories. Black Boy. Death of a Salesman. Pygmalion. Man and Superman. Rebecca. Fahrenheit 451. The Call of the Wild. 1984. Animal Farm. Where Angels Fear to Tread. Pride and Prejudice. Ethan Frome. Emma. Vanity Fair. Tess of the D'Urbervilles.
Jude the Obscure, The Great Gatsby, the beginning of the Canterbury Tales, a lot of poetry, Elizabeth Bishop, Robert Frost, Emily Dickinson, Tennyson, Whitman. There's a lot more, too. Just for pleasure, I read 5 James Bond novels, and I remember every word of every one. And Harrison High by John Farris. Our whole gang read that.
All those books are inside you.
I felt something like reverence. All that and more. L. Shelby Austin, Mary Stuart, J.R.R. Tolkien, John Norman, E. Phillips Oppenheim, Rex Stout, Louis L'Amour, and Max Brand.
I forgot how much stuff we read in high school, Olson said.
To state the obvious, I did not.
Hooty was grinning again. Just out of curiosity, what was that from?
The Moon Dreamers, Hooty said. A great novel. Honestly. But you asked me a question, and I'd like to answer it. Yes, I think it was you. The 2 of you. After you came to me, and I cried, and we talked, I remembered what I knew. I remembered what I had known all along, all during every minute of those long years, those dear foolish years, those long vanished years.
Don't quote from that one any more, I said. Writing like that drives me up the wall.
Sorry, Hooty said. I thought you'd enjoy that. Anyhow, you were asking about the gardens. The good doctor and his fair wife are responsible for all that you see before you. They planted a lot of it themselves, but they hired gardeners, too.
Where did gardeners come from?
Right off the bat, at least 5 or 6 books. If you go on asking me about that, you'll drive yourself around the bend.
I don't believe you, I said. I'm with Greengrass. Sometimes, yeah, you're quoting, but more than half the time you're talking the same way as everyone else.
Split the lark and you'll find the music, bulb after bulb in silver rolled. The sun rose upon a tranquil world, and beamed down upon the tranquil world like a benediction.
Emily Dickinson meet Tom Sawyer, I said. I know you can do that. You don't have to prove it to me.
I don't care if he quotes from books or not, Don said. The important thing is, it's not all in code anymore. He sounds like a normal person, most of the time anyway.
He turned to Howard and placed a hand on his shoulder. Hooty looked over at him with an expectant smile, as if he already knew what Olson was going to say. Howard Bly had become capable of meeting the unknown with perfect composure.
Hooty, before you start telling us about the meadow, Lee and I wanted to ask you about something. The answer is yes,
Hooty said, nodding.
Hold on, wait until you hear what I have in mind. If you like, but the answer is still going to be yes.
He caught me with a darting glance.
That one was all mine. So was that one. And ditto.
God bless you, I said.
This is the deal, Hooty. We were talking about you with Dr. Greengrass. The 3 of us wondered if you might be feeling as though pretty soon you'd be prepared to move to some new environment. I told you, yes. I think I could. Where you are? Where's that?
He looked back across the table, an impish flame in his eyes.
And where do you live? What are you?
Come on, you're coding again, I said. I live in Chicago. So what was that?
Tess of the D'Urbervilles. If I go to Chicago, could I see the eel? Could I see you together?
I nodded.
And Dilly, where do you live? What are you? I live on the road, basically, but I might settle down in Chicago, Don said. I think I really might. Hell of a good town.
Hooty nodded.
I have heard of Chicago. A man can't be a teenager forever. Nor a little child, neither.
After speaking this lovely phrase, which may or may not have been a quotation, Hooty turned his head once again to me and uttered another astonishment. The pale, peaceful blue I remembered from 40 years back still hung in his eyes.
The eel is blind, isn't she?
I regarded him for a long time. Howard Bly did not blink. How do you happen to know that, Hooty?
It was the shiny lady with the stick. I saw it all. You don't know what I saw. I don't even.
But you're going to try to tell us.
That's why we're here.
Another dancing gleam at me.
That's why the little Nohiva's bumping along astern there.
Joseph Conrad.
Hooty giggled and pressed a hand to his mouth.
I was a real comedian.
Jack London. Are you ready?
If you're willing.
Hooty closed his eyes and tilted his head back. In time, and at Hooty's speed, his story emerged.
Hooty's Tale.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times, it was intensely dark and radiantly bright. What you knew was only what you thought you knew, nothing more. It was about oneness, it was about allness. When Spencer stood before them, when Spencer opened his golden mouth and spoke, Hooty Bly heard angelic choirs. But with Keith Hayward, who was actually there on the actual first day Meredith Bright had in their presence gloriously enhanced the Tick-Tock Diner by the simple act of walking in, who had come in minutes after Hooty's radiant goddess had departed, with Keith everything got yanked upside down to display the wriggling bugs and writhing snakes. Keith had something to do with that terrible god and demon show at the end. Hooty knew that much, that Cornelius Agrippa business Malin loved so much. Not everyone you meet in the nut house is nuts, you know. And if you're in a place like Madison, even the nuts in the nut house can have some interesting things to say. You don't have to be a professor to read a book. Those shiny Mercury people weren't total mysteries to the kind of person who went nosing around the same library stacks that Spencer Mallon used to haunt. That is, whenever he wasn't seducing girls of college age and even younger. Hooty always knew. Some say old Cornelius Agrippa opened up something that shook him, terrified him, so badly that he backed away altogether and became a devout Catholic. And we were afraid a lot in those days, weren't we? All of us, the whole country. Someone like Malin, he could feel things ticking toward an explosion. That's a heck of a gift, let me tell you. He foresaw that all those big people would be shot down. He knew insanity was roaring toward us all. JFK, MLK, RFK, Malcolm. Every time one of those things happened, Hooty Bly thought of Keith Hayward, and said to himself, I have been here before. This is not my first time. John, Martin, Robert, Malcolm, plus whatever else you want to throw in there. How about the time they blew up that building on the campus right here and killed a grad student? World bursts into flame, smoke pours upward from the blaze, wounded people are screaming. This is how it feels, do you get me? Even if everybody's just standing around poleaxed. This is how you feel inside yourself, in the middle of a war. You get that end-of-the-world feeling. You don't need weapons and uniforms to have a war. On that terrible day, Spencer was jumpy as a grasshopper. He took his merry band of children to the old movie theater to see The Ancient Organist in a crummy movie, and he left them there to do one of his secret things. And when he finished that and the movie was over, he met them on the sidewalk and led them straight into combat. Did he think it was an accident that the world was blowing itself up on the same exact corner where he was supposed to meet Hayward and Millstrap? Did Hooty's leader and beloved ever think about that at all? No, he just got them behind a cement wall and waited it out. And then finally it was over, vastly to Hooty's relief, because Hooty wasn't like Keith. He hated violence and commotion and everybody yelling like madmen. Finally there was something like quiet, if not actual silence. Sounds of dripping water and retreating crowds, and no more thrown stones and beer bottles smashing into walls. They came creeping out into the waterlogged mess. And who's bopping around across the street? Good old Keith, all jazzed up, eyes glowing. The eel, that's the main thing, though. Later, Hooty Bly saw her travel like no one has ever traveled before or since. And Spencer Mallon saw it, too, and it was nearly too much for him. For poor Hooty, though, there was no nearly. For Hooty it was too much. He couldn't stand up under it. Not even that. Worse, not only could Hooty not stand up under it, what he couldn't stand up under wasn't even the whole thing. He didn't come close to the whole thing. He folded, he crumpled, he was knocked flat. Just then, though, when they were gathering together in the center of the ruined street, Hooty looked at the eel, and the eel looked back and smiled, and this whole world came out of her eyes and surrounded him. warm and dark and lovely, able to hold him up and get him walking along. "Don't mind if I cry. It won't be the last time, that's for sure." She did that for Hooty, and it was only the first amazing thing she did for him that day. So they walked, and eventually they got to that scary road, that Glasshouse Road, where the trolls and goblins lived all the livelong day. And on Glasshouse Road they were not alone. Hooty kept his eyes on his darling, the eel, that whole time, but Eel looked back over her shoulder. And Hooty was pretty sure Malin did too, and the way Eel's face tightened up and got kind of dry the second she looked back, that told Hooty all he wanted to know. As long as she could keep walking, he could too, but no one could make him look. He could hear these leathery whispers of fabric and the sound of boots. It was not dogs. He knew that. Undogs. Sad truth is, after everything that happened that day, it took Hooty a long, long time to get halfway used to dogs again. People in Lamont, some men on his ward, they used to have these animal companions, they called them. Why did that happen? Didn't they know? Anything can make itself look like a dog. Didn't they understand that? These things, these undogs, these idea dogs, Spencer hated them, and they couldn't stand him either. Some days Hooty didn't think they liked anything at all, that they hung around like a bunch of angry cops ready to pound the shit out of somebody. Other days he thought they didn't give a shit about human beings. We were just part of some job we'd never understand because it was totally way beyond us. Hooty, now. Hooty would be looking out of the window in his room one morning, any old morning, and he'd see one of those things out on the lawn staring up at him. It was saying, "Maybe everybody else forgot all about you, but we didn't." The rest of a day like that, Hooty wouldn't be able to eat. That night, he wouldn't get any sleep either. He'd rather have held Keith Hayward's hand than look behind him on Glasshouse Road. So up they get into the meadow, and already everything was all screwed up because it was getting dark. Meredith Bright was in a snit about her horoscope. Hooty felt bad about that, because it was his belief that wonderful Meredith Bright should always be happy. But once they got close enough, they could see the white circle really easy. It was shining. Shining? Hey, that circle almost led them straight to it. Okay, Meredith was in her snit, and she wanted to stop everything, but everybody else, man, they were on board, even Keith and Millstrap. Actually, you couldn't even begin to see that white circle when you first walked into the meadow. In order to really see it, you had to get up into the little swale, the fold, and then it was smack dab in front of you on the grassy rise. Only this was the funny part. Before they got there, they sort of could see it. They could see something, anyhow, a dazzle like a ring of white sparks above the dark, half-visible ground, a sign. They were being told where to go. Then they had to do the thing with the ropes. Next, holding their candles, they had to arrange themselves opposite that glowing white circle. Meredith and Eel were angry at each other, so Hooty was forced to stand between them like some kind of barrier. Not that he minded. Standing next to the eel made it easier to keep an eye on her. And the eel, man, she was watching everything. Malin, for sure, and Boats and Dill, but she checked in on Hayward and Millstrap, too. Those guys, they were off. It was like, you do your thing and we'll do ours. We got a private thing going on over here. That was how it looked. Everybody was excited. Everybody was all caught up in the ceremony, only these two looked like they were sharing a joke. Funny when you think about what happened to them. They practically smirked at Malin. It made Hooty feel sick to his stomach, because contempt had no role in this ceremony. What they needed from each other was love and respect, and instead you got smirking. The roiling in his lower regions said to Hooty, "You'd better get your skates on, because nothing is going to turn out right here. Just look, it's already wrong." Never ignore warnings that come from your troubled innards. That he did ignore it means that little Hooty accepted all the terrible crap that was waiting for him. He said, "I won't, I can't, I'm staying here no matter what happens. I will not leave Spencer Malin." And just like before, the minute Spencer told them to take out their matches and light their candles and hold them aloft, those other things came crowding in, like a host of moths, all glimmer-gray and shadow-brown, but they weren't moths. In brief, vivid images, The flares and spurts of light illuminated paws and muzzles and pointed teeth and buttons glinting on vests and suit jackets. A satin hatband captured a flare of matchlight, then slipped back into the teeming obscurity. And others came too, hidden amongst those upright not dogs. Bad things. Eel knew about them, but no one else did. "I don't like this," he said. "They're here again." Malin hushed him, and for some reason a sad, bitter line from the scarlet letter unfurled in his mind and rolled from his mouth. "Must I sink down here and die at once?" Malin hushed him again, and Hayward swore at him, and Malin hushed Hayward too. Keith Hayward aimed a smirk and a dip of the head at Meredith, but her face settled into a mask of distaste, and she flicked him away. Meredith didn't know of the others, and neither did Keith. Did Eel? He thought the eel knew everything, for she was already in another realm. Yes, he could tell. The eel had taken a step away, a step out. His poor heart folded and creased with pain, for he knew he could never follow her. Yet at the same time his creased and folded heart expanded with love for wondrous eel, who could know such freedom. Her boyish head went tilting back, her dark eyes shone wide open, a smile lightly touched her mouth. This is what happened. For Hooty, right then, the eel became the skylark, just as Malin had said. She was taking flight, and she was singing, though he could not hear a note, so earthbound and coarse were his ears. Then what did fill his ears was the inside-out sound of Malin on the verge of speech. It was a grand, grand moment. Electric, sizzling, like an invisible flash of lightning, a deep, unheard roll of thunder. Spencer Malin breathed in, and the air changed. In 1 second, when Malin was standing on his spot with his candle raised, eyes closed, handsome mouth just beginning to open for the release of the inspired words, the air tightened up and wrapped itself around them. Around Hooty Bly, for sure. Like cloth, like a sheet, soft, slippery, cool to the touch. Because it was still merely air, elements and beings could continue to traffic through it, but not without some effort. All around them, shadowy forms glided through the atmosphere on the other side of the membrane that wrapped them around, and Spencer inhaled more deeply, trembling with the power of what would momentarily spill from his mouth. And the world around them darkened, and little Hooty began to realize that some of what lay waiting out there in the world beyond their membrane was purely hostile. Immediately after he registered the dim presences of those beings that were laying in wait, he began to smell their hot, sharp, rank fetor. This bright stench drifted toward him, curled into his nostrils, wandered stinging into his sinuses, and dripped acid-like down his throat. Malin was already singing. Maybe the word is chanting. Surrounded by music, words burst from him and exploded into the atmosphere. Hooty never noticed the transition from the rampant inside-out silence to this blaring, bronzy glory. He felt as though a pertinent second or two had been cut from the film of his life. Then they broke in. He had time to glimpse them only. A red giant with a sword, a giant swine, an ancient man and woman, a drunken king made of wet mirrors. Terror made him close his eyes. Fear for Eel, fear for his beloved Malin, made him open them again. He could not push his head down into the sand while these two were in danger. It was as though they had, all of them but for Eel, gone to hell. Though it was actually night, the red sun had reappeared, huge and too close to the earth. On the dark rise, 10 feet to the right of the painted circle, something vague, dark, and mightily pissed off was flickering in and out of sight. A few flies spun dizzied about it, transported by its terrible stink of goats, pigs, sewage, death, both all and none of these, the stink of total emptiness, total absence. The filthy creature did not want to be seen. It was not like the terrible god-demons that capered all about it. They demanded attention, and the twisting, flickering thing wished to escape all notice. It did its work unseen, Hooty understood. Despite its ever-constant activity, it had been created by some dire hand or agency to pass beneath the human radar. When this recognition came to him, Hooty endured another that was much, much worse. It stopped him where he stood. It was as though a supernatural hand had loosened a valve, and all the blood had drained from his body. Hooty had been dropped into the paralysis of a confrontation with utter, entire blankness, in which no action, no combination of words, no emotion, however powerful or refined, had any meaning, could make a bit of difference. All was levelled flat by the flick of this creature's tail, if it had one, by the movement of its eyes, the passing through the resistant air of its blasphemous hand. All was flattened, turned to salt, turned to shit. His legs weakened, and he sank to his knees, at which surrender the demonic thing underwent a violent spasm and succeeded at last in wresting itself from sight. The movement of the spinning flies in a pattern advancing through the grass told Hooty where the terrible obscenity was going. Like the roaring sun, it appeared to be coming his way. Hooty could no more have moved than he could have translated the molten bronze of Latin phrases pouring from Alan's mouth. The demon of midday, the noonday demon, for such it was, slid another 2 feet toward him. He and the eel saw it. No one else. Only a very few seconds, Hooty thought, were left to him. On the other side of Spencer Mallon, whom he now understood he would lose by the simple expedient of death, no, not death, erasure, the condescending, ruinous roommates were yielding to separate impulses. Vile Keith Hayward was running toward Hooty's group, with great lunging strides that would take him straight to the eel. His eyes were black stones, and his hands reached out like claws. Brett Millstrap, still somehow capable of looking as though everything about him was faintly absurd, managed to wedge a crack into the fabric of the madhouse scene taking place before him. Hooty glimpsed a great darkness, and a single, hideously mechanical light. Then he became aware that the night-time sun's giant sphere, tinted yellow, then red, then yellow again, pulsing with what he understood to be a kind of consciousness, had swung from the depths of the sky and approached even nearer to the meadow. In what should have been Howard Bligh's last second of life, and precisely simultaneous with Brett Millstrap's disappearance from our realm, Keith Hayward's forward progress intersected that of the creature steaming toward Hooty. Through the sudden fountain of blood that abruptly replaced the psychotic frat boy, Hooty looked for a moment only at the pulsing, flagrant ball hurtling toward him and realized that it was entirely dangerous. At only the last possible second, he grasped that this sphere was not one thing, but was instead made of many, many words and sentences, hot words, boiling sentences, many, many thousands of sentences, thrashing and coiling like monstrous, endless, interconnected snakes. And he knew all those sentences. They were within him. He could never describe the jumble of contradictions that followed. The moment the boiling sentence sun struck him, he was absorbed into its substance and disappeared from this realm. He slipped out of his body, which was consumed, and threaded into a comforting subject-verb-object sequence, thence into a concatenation of independent clauses that scattered him amongst a hive of semicolons. He became an Indian in a great forest, and his name was Uncas. At the same time, bored and indifferent functionaries in the guise of upright dogs, clothed in old-fashioned garments, half carried, half supported him into a barren room with one high window, and there they permitted him to slip on to a thin pallet unrolled along the far wall. Someone he could not see brought him soup. Something unseen so frightened him he urinated into his trousers. Several complex sentences took him up, carried him into winter, and dumped him on the back of a wagon pursued by wolves. He said, "I need no medicine," though his cheek was paler and thinner and his voice more tremulous than before. A trout leaped from a Spanish trout stream and dropped into his rush-lined creel. A ferocious, formal woman in black spun from a great window opening onto the rocky, surging Cornish coast. Would he, now a nameless she, care to leap? Spencer Mallon broke his heart for good by taking off, without a glance, without a word, into a billowing orange-yellow cloud that stank of corpses, sewage, and eternity. A woman with a dirty face castrated a screaming pig and tossed its pizzle at him. A rabbit died. A puppy died. An emperor died. He was in love with an Italian nurse, and after her death he walked home in the rain. A bookcase fell on an unpleasant and impecunious man, and it killed him. A man in a handsome uniform threw a book on a pyre made entirely of burning books. Weeping, Hooty-Bye again pissed his pants and crawled he knew not where, overseen by idea dogs, scarecrow dogs, coat-hanger dogs. 18 hours later, a suspicious groundskeeper found him in a welter of faded gum wrappers and cigarette packs, dusty old condoms, and broken half-pint bottles beneath the bleachers at Camp Randall Stadium. He had no memory of covering the considerable distance between the agronomy meadow and the football stadium, and in fact had possessed only a very general idea of the stadium's location. It seemed likely that in a blind search for shelter he had come upon it by accident, and entered the structure without any recognition of its function. When the groundskeeper prodded his shoulder and told him that whatever the hell he was up to, he sure as hell had to get out of there now, Hooty blinked and quoted Hawthorne to the effect that by sticking to the shadowy bypaths he was going to keep himself simple and childlike, with a freshness and a fragrance and a dewy purity of thought. The stadium's groundskeeper dragged him into the office and called the city police. A little after 6 o'clock, Don and I returned to the concourse and stopped off at our rooms for a few minutes before meeting again in the lounge. During the business of greeting Don at the bar when he walked in, ordering a glass of wine, spending a minute gabbing with the bartender, and taking our drinks down the length of the room to reclaim our little round table, I gave the half-smiles and anticipatory glances that indicated I was suppressing with some difficulty vital new information. We sat, and Don said, "You'd better tell me or you'll burst." I know, I said. "It's like the ultimate coincidence. You're not going to believe it." "I already don't." "But you will." I hesitated for a moment. There was a message on my room phone. It was from Boats. He called my house, and my assistant, who just got back from Italy, told him where we were. Do you care to guess where Jason Boatman is living now? "Sure," Don said. "Madison, come to think of it. In his little hideout." He might have moved. These days Jason lives about 10 to 15 minutes away by car. On the east side, in the Willie Street area. Whatever that is. He says he has big news, and he wants to tell us in person. How did he sound? He sounded... I'd have to say he sounded happy. "That is big news," Don said. "How did he know we were here? How did he know where we were staying?" "That's what I asked him. But when you think about it, there's only one way he could have learned about us." "You mean the eel called him?" "Well, why should I be surprised? She called me, didn't she?" "I guess she emailed him," I said, and added that I had never realized the extent to which she kept in touch. "You really don't get it, do you?" he asked. Boatman's directions brought us to a wide two-story frame house on Morrison Street. It may not have been beautiful, but it certainly was no mere hideout. A tilting walkway of cracked pavement led to 3 wooden steps and a long front porch in need of a sanding, some screening, and several new coats of paint. The entire house, once a nice leafy shade of green, now looked a bit jaundiced. Limp, dying ferns drooped across the cement facing on both sides of the steps. On the right side of the house, a tire-track driveway led to a garage that appeared to be trembling on the lip of collapse. Opposite the house, on the other side of Morrison Street, an overgrown bluff dropped 15 or 20 feet to the shore of Lake Monona. This structure and its neighbors, in fact the entire neighborhood, I supposed, had declined from an original middle-class respectability to the steady deterioration of student housing. In need of a small income, a widow or a single mother had rented a couple of rooms to graduate students. The area was too distant from the campus for undergraduates, and eventually thousands had followed, burrowing into the houses while they established food co-ops, homeopathic storefronts, acupuncture centers, bad ethnic restaurants,
health food stores and cafes with cute names. What was Jason Boatman doing in a place like this? We picked our way over the broken paving stones, went up the few steps, and pressed the bell alongside the screen door. Soon the door to the porch swung open, for a moment exposing the dark silhouette, blurred by the mesh of the screen, of an ample, grandfatherly figure. The figure moved forward and reached for the handle of the screen door, in the process emerging far enough into the evening light to be revealed as Jason Boatman. He was smiling, and for both Donald Olson and me, the ease and friendliness of the smile indicated that some central element in the man had left him. A fire had gone out. He was too relaxed to be Jason Boatman. Also, he was too old and too fat. Only a few gray hairs were swept back over his scalp. Harsh lines sectioned his alarmingly pale face, and he had grown a small but distinct belly that rolled through the world before him. As he swung open the dusty screen door, he said, "Hey, guys, it's great to see you. Come on in, will you?" Even this did not seem like the Jason Boatman of old, who had been tense and often morose. The old Jason would have said something like, "Okay, you're here, finally." Before passing through onto the porch, Olson gave me a look that said, "What's with this guy, and what did he do with the real boats?" "God, you're both here together. This is great." Exuding affability instead of anxiety, Boatman stepped over to his front door and thrust it open, making a sort of "at your leave, gentlemen" gesture with a sweep of his free arm. "Inside, my friends, inside. Welcome to my castle." The door led directly into a large living room where a row of coat hooks and a section of floor tiles marked off an entry area. Beyond was a hallway to a series of smaller chambers that separated off from the big room itself, where comfortable old brown furniture sagged around a wooden coffee table. A big-screen television took up much of the front wall. Dark wooden bookshelves, empty of anything but a few CDs and some small figurines, and a few hand-thrown pots, covered the wall to the right and the half-wall separating the living room from the dining area and the kitchen. Despite its large front windows, the living room, where Jason beckoned us toward his sofa and chairs, was permanently darkened by the porch roof, which blocked the sunlight. Sit down, guys. Geez, I can't believe I got the two of you. What are you, both staying at the concourse?" "Yep," Don said. "We came here to spend some time with Hooty." "Yeah, I think she told me that." Jason slipped into a chair to the side of the coffee table, again indicating the sofa. Then, before I could speak, almost immediately bounced back up. "Boy, what happened to my manners? You guys like anything to drink? It's around that time, isn't it? I got some beer in the fridge, some vodka, that's about it." Both of us asked for vodka. "If you have enough," I said. "If not, beer is fine." "It's great that Lee emailed you and that we can get together like this. I didn't know she stayed in touch." "She doesn't, not really. I get an email once a year, maybe. The eel could always figure out where I was. I don't know how. Don't worry about the vodka. I have plenty. I'm going to have me a beer, though." We settled onto his sofa, and he took 2 steps toward the back of the house and his kitchen. "So how is Hooty, anyhow? You know, it never occurred to me to visit him out there. I thought he couldn't talk or something." "That's not quite right," I said, and explained Howard Bly's former communication technique. "But now he doesn't have to quote Hawthorne anymore, because he has one of those freak memories. Every sentence, every word of everything he ever read is available to him, and he can combine them in any way he likes. So he has complete verbal freedom, really, and I think he fakes it about half the time. I think he just speaks and pretends he's quoting something." "But that's a huge breakthrough. I guess I could visit him too, couldn't I?" "Sure you could," Don said, "but you'd better act pretty fast. Chances are, before the end of the year, he'll move into a treatment center in Chicago." "Holy moly! Did you guys have something to do with this?" We looked at each other, and I said, "We did have a positive effect on him, you'd have to say. I'm really glad we went to the Lamont, and I'm sure Don is, too." "Absolutely," said Don. "Big changes all over the place," Jason said. "Kind of makes you wonder. Anyhow, I'll be right back with your drinks, guys." We could hear him rattling ice cubes and putting glasses on the counter and doing other things in his kitchen. While all this was going on, I realized two things about this other old friend from my high school years. The first was that the most rootless and unmoored of all my old friends, more homeless even than Donald Olson, had settled down. Olson had at least often shared accommodations with his followers, but Boatman had shifted from one dingy hotel room to another. The other recognition that came to me was that I had been right. Something had gone from Boats, and that quality was passion. In our high school years we had all been passionate about a great many things: our music, sports, our books, politics, each other, our mostly awful parents, Spencer Mallon. But Jason Boatman's passion had been made chiefly of anger. His needs had been unassuageable, his hungers beyond fulfillment, his desires all forced inward where they could not be met. At least to people his own age, the magnitude of his suffering had made him appealing. We were young, is all I can say. His passionate anger had left Boatman, and the results had been entirely beneficial. The only drawback was that Boats now threatened to be an overstuffed bore. Jason came out of the kitchen and skirted his dining-room table, holding just above the bulge of his paunch an oval metal tray with 3 glasses, a bottle of Budweiser, and 2 small bowls. When he set the bowls on the coffee table, we saw that one contained black, shiny Greek olives, and the other roasted peanuts and cashews. Boatman shopped at the Students' Health Food Store, maybe even belonged to a food co-op. "Figured we should have some goodies," he said, and raised his beer bottle. "To your good health, gentlemen." We mumbled reciprocities and sipped from our brimming glasses. "This is real nice," Boatman said. "You know, Lee, there were times I thought about seeing you, maybe talking to you, having a little get-together, a little reunion. I thought about that. It went through my mind." "Why didn't you do anything about it?" "Well, for one thing, until we ran into each other in Milwaukee that time, I didn't know how to get in touch with you. I mean, you're not listed in any phone books, are you?" "No, but there are lots of publishing and writers' directories that have my address and my agents. Some of them have my telephone number. You could have looked me up in Who's Who. That's got everything." "People like you are in Who's Who. People like me don't even know where to find one. What does it look like, anyhow?" "Like a fat, red 2-volume encyclopedia." "I never as much as laid eyes on a copy of that." "You might have tried the local library. But look, Boats, when I gave you my card, didn't I say you could call me any time you felt like it?" "Sure, but I didn't think you meant it." And there was the other problem. Before that time, the last time I saw you, you and the Eel were getting ready to drive to New York for college and all that. Since then, you got famous. You had your face on the cover of Time, and you made all kinds of money. Why would anyone like that want to talk to someone like me? Man, when I thought about you, I got intimidated." "I wish you hadn't." In my secret heart, however, I was not entirely unhappy that Boats had been too intimidated to approach me. Then something else occurred to me. "Anyhow, you had my phone number from Lee, didn't you? You just didn't want to use it."
"No, the Eel never gave me your number, only your address. I never wrote her any letters, though."
"Why didn't you?"
"Why? She didn't want me to."
He said this as though it should have been obvious even to a dullard like me. Jason turned to Don Olson.
"How did you find him?"
"I was in the joint. Lots of times prison libraries have those writers' directories. It didn't have his phone number or anything, but it had his agent's address. So I wrote the agent, and he called Lee, I guess, and Lee said, 'Yeah, the guy is legit.' And the agent wrote back to me with all the info. And that was that."
"Well, I'm glad I could do it today, man. And you guys probably don't even know that I went straight, like 5-6 years ago."
"You went straight?" Don said. "Amazing."
"I got sick of stealing shit, and I started to get the feeling that my perfect record was going to get broken pretty soon. So I gave myself a little test."
"What kind of test?" I asked.
I went to a little shop and tried to lift a stapler because my old one broke. I almost got caught. If I hadn't seen the manager staring in at me through the window, I would have been caught. And that was how I learned I needed another line of work. Boatman explained that after a short period of misery spent casting around for ideas and reading the want ads, he realized that he possessed only a single marketable skill. Surely he could earn an income demonstrating to chain store owners and managers of warehouses and retail outlets how to keep people like Jason Boatman from stealing whatever they liked whenever they felt like it. He could show people how to plug up the holes through which he and those like him had crawled, sometimes literally. "So that's what happened," Boatman said. "I started down at the university co-op. Told the manager, 'Stand there and watch me. You won't goddamn believe what you're going to see.' I park him on the second floor near the registers, remind him to watch me carefully, and I go into business mode. He keeps his eye on me while I mooch around, pick stuff up, and lay it down again. I have a backpack, but it doesn't look like I'm putting anything in it. 15 minutes later, I come up to the guy and say, 'Well?' 'Well, what?' he says. 'You didn't do anything.' 'That's real interesting,' I said, seeing as I just swiped about $500 worth of your shit. At which point I unload my pockets and take stuff out from under my shirt and out of my pants, out of my socks, out of my shoes, and finally out of the backpack. Art books, accounting textbooks, fountain pens, badger scarves, badger desk diaries, a badger lamp, halogen bulbs, you name it. Out it goes onto the counter. Maybe I didn't have the Spencer Mallon magical voodoo cloak over me anymore, but nobody could say I wasn't a good thief." "Jesus," the guy says. "You stole all that right under my eyes?" "I didn't steal any of it," I said. "I just showed you I could. In the old days now, many times I walked out of this store with twice what's in front of you right there, starting, I think, 3 managers back and going on right up to you. And while I was robbing your eye teeth out of your head, I saw 2 kids doing the same as me, only not as good. Also, one of your cashiers is getting hinky with the cash drawer." Then I showed him what I was talking about. We scared 2 little book thieves out of the shelves, and 20 minutes later the creep doing the register scam is on his way to a holding cell, and I have a new job at $600 a week. The manager is so happy with me he writes a letter of recommendation that gets me consultant work at a warehouse and a grocery chain. And now I'm the president of It Takes a Thief, Incorporated. "So what are you working on now?" Boatman asked me. The most innocent of all questions, the least answerable, the words people utter to writers when they barely know them and have no idea what to say to such odd creatures. "If you can talk about it, that is," Boatman added, redeeming himself. What to say, how to respond? I chose to offer a simple, pared-down version of what felt like the truth. "For a while I thought about writing a non-fiction book about those lady-killer murders in Milwaukee. Then I tried to work on a new novel. It went really slowly. Finally something happened that sort of brought Hootie back to me, and my whole past sort of flooded back to me. Whatever happened in that meadow seemed so crucial to all of us that I had to work it out. I had to see into it, I had been so left out, which is something I did to myself, granted, but for some reason I couldn't take it any more. Right at that time, Don showed up, freshly sprung from the jug. My wife pretty much arranged that, too. We agreed that he could stay with me for a while, long enough to get himself together, if he told me whatever he could remember about that day, about Mallon in general. I blinked. I took a swallow of my drink. These actions felt faintly robotic, and Don was really helpful. He made it possible for me to talk to the former Meredith Bright. "Oh, God," Boatman said. "I can still get a little starry-eyed thinking about Meredith Bright." "Make sure you never meet her again," I said, "or if you do, cut the encounter as short as you can. And yet she still makes a terrific first impression." "She told you what she remembered from back then?" "In detail," I said. "And Hootie, too?"
He had some interesting things to say.
Well, I wish I could remember a few more things about it all, but there isn't any point. I told you everything I could remember that day we bumped into each other outside the Pfister.
Yes, I said, the dead children.
Dead children all over the place. A whole tower of them.
He grimaced and flapped a hand in front of his face.
Don't remind me. It was always so hard trying to keep that picture out of my head. It's funny, now that I think about it. What I thought I'd get after I gave up being a criminal and went into the anti-criminal business actually came to me. Peace, you know? My whole life I never even thought it existed. I thought it was some kind of rumor they fed to suckers. And after I started to turn into an old guy and stopped breaking into warehouses and hotel rooms, actual peace. "Let's buy dinner for this here old pussy cat," Olson said.
"Good idea," I said.
As if he had not heard this exchange, Jason Boatman slumped in his chair and stared down at his lap, where his hands cupped his glass on the curve of his belly like a begging bowl. In the now darkening air, the scant hair skimmed back over his pale scalp looked silver. "Hold on. I used to be tremendously worried about this one weird experience I had," Boatman said, speaking to his hands, his glass, and his belly. "Not always, but off and on. There was something really terrible in it."
He looked at us without raising his head.
"My name for this thing was, well, what I called it—"
He shook his head, raised his glass, lowered it without drinking. Then he shook his head again. A strange, trembling spirit had moved into him, changing his features, stopping his tongue. "What did you call it, this thing?" I asked. The trembling spirit shifted its eyes to me, gulped a mouthful of its drink, and once again became Jason Boatman. He said, "The dark matter." "Dark matter? The scientific thing, the invisible stuff?"
"No, not that."
Boatman squirmed in his chair and looked slowly around the room, seeming to reassure himself that his little pots and his 6-inch row of compact discs were in the proper places.
"I can't exactly be sure of anything when it comes to this topic. It's something that happened to me on Lake Michigan, and then later on the shore. Somewhere. I for sure never knew where. It wasn't just that it was weird. It was way beyond that."
He turned to me.
"This experience came from the same place as the Tower of Dead Kids, but from further back in that place. The end of it, the bottom, where everything we know about or care about dribbles away and nothing means anything anymore. That's what threw me. I saw that nothing meant any more than anything else."
Boats swung his head to Don.
"It was about you. You and Malin. You know how much I wanted what you got. I would have done anything to have Spencer pick me. This one night when I was in Milwaukee, it felt like I could that I really could have a second chance. Would you like to hear what happened? Lee, this came from the meadow. I'm sure of that. It took a lot longer to get here, that's all."
"Please," I said.
"What I got wasn't all that easy to live with," Don said. "Just so you know." "Shut up and listen," Boats commanded.
The dark matter.
"The first thing you had to understand," Boats said, "was that his relationship to Lake Michigan wasn't like most people's. For Boats, the lake was all bound up with his father, and not in a good way. Lake Michigan was where his father went to work, while his wife and son stayed behind in Madison. It was one of the things that took his dad away from him. Plenty of nights Charles Boatman called to say he was too tired to make the drive back home. He was just going to crash in his shop. Sometimes his dad was drunk when he made those calls. Drunk and high both. The old man was a real swinger. Sometimes when Boats answered the phone he could hear music and laughter drifting behind his father's slurred voice. Naturally, from time to time, Jason was permitted to come to Milwaukee and hang out in the boathouses his father was renting, and that was usually a special time.
Away from Shirley, his dad got a lot more relaxed, and he could be fun to mess around with. The problem was, apart from building boats and selling them to rich people, messing around was about the only thing Charlie Boatman actually cared about. So Lake Michigan stood for his father's absence, but also the wild, careless stuff the old man got up to when he was on its shores. And the lake was different all by itself, Boats thought. It didn't look like Lake Mendota or Lake Monona, the ones he grew up with. No, it looked like another species of thing altogether. Lake Michigan looked like an ocean. From the campus side of Lake Mendota, you could see the fancy houses across from it. But Lake Michigan didn't look like it even had an opposite side. The thing just stretched on, mile after mile of moving water, starting out as a kind of pale green near the shoreline, and getting deeper and deeper into a cold, flat blue the farther you went. Way out, Lake Michigan stopped pretending to be a nice, friendly body of water like Mendota or Random Lake, and showed you its real face, brutal, without any feelings at all beyond a blunt insistence. I am. That's what the lake told you when you got far enough out to lose any sight of shore. I am. You're not. If you didn't pay attention to that, you were a goner. You didn't have a chance. There was a kid in Milwaukee who died of exposure out in a sailboat on Lake Michigan overnight in spring, 1958, 1959. Boats remembered his dad talking to him about it, telling him to act smart and never get caught like that kid. Only guess what? The same damn thing almost happened to Boatman at the age of 11. A couple of months after his dad, Charlie Boatman, broke the news that he was in love with this girl, Brandy Brubaker. So he was going to live with her from now on, and would be coming back to Madison only now and then. That was quite the message. It had quite the effect. Shirley stayed pissed off and drunk for a couple of years, and little Boats bobbed up and down in the backwash. One night he did a really dumbass thing, got out on the road and stuck out his thumb. God took pity on fools yet again and got him to the east side of Milwaukee in 2 quick, easy rides. Trouble was, Boats didn't know exactly where his father's boathouses and workshops were located, so he started looking for them miles to the north, around the lakefront marinas in Milwaukee itself, instead of in Cudahy, which wasn't so fancy. 11-year-old Boats had just supposed if he got to where the boats were, he'd either see his father's sheds and boathouses or ask somebody where they were. Everybody knew Charlie Boatman, didn't they? Hey, the guy was the life of the party and a first-class boat builder, too. Except Boats couldn't find anyone who knew his dad. It started to get dark, and hunger was beginning to make him desperate. He decided to borrow a little boat from a dock somewhere, sail it out into the lake, and move along the shoreline until the familiar huddle of buildings came into view. He mooched along the side of the big lake for miles, going the wrong way, it turned out, and eventually came across a sunfish tied up at a private dock at the foot of a great bluff with a tall flight of stone steps. Boats jogged out onto the dock, untied the little boat, ran up the sail, and quickly caught a mild breeze that puffed him out into the deep water. After that, everything went wrong. Although the boy was a good sailor, he went out too far and lost the shoreline in the gathering dusk. For a time, the lights of the city told him roughly where he was, but after a couple of hours of aimless drifting, tacking he knew not where, he began to imagine that he saw small, bright lights twinkling at him on all sides. A fog came in. He knew he was far out on the lake, but had no idea of how far he had sailed. Like an idiot, he had neglected to bring a compass. Eventually he reefed the sail, lay down on the uncomfortable bottom of the boat, and passed out from anxiety and exhaustion. Cold and hunger whittled him away, slice by slice. Every time he awakened, he hallucinated. It seemed to him that he had been locked at night within a great department store, and as the sunfish floated him down its handsome aisles, he tore shirts and sweaters, lamps and serving trays, colanders and cookpots from its shelves. At 10 the following morning, the ship that saved his vanishing life came hallooing out of the dense fog, following the circular, tracer-like beam of a searchlight and broadcasting resonant alarms he had failed to hear until the rescue craft bore down upon him. A harbor patrol officer climbed down into the little sailboat, wrapped him in a fog-colored blanket, and handed him up to his partner, who said, "You little shithead, I hope you appreciate how lucky you are." 2 nights in the hospital, and the feeling of having had his strength somehow drained from him in a viscous stream, like oil from a car. His father bellowed, his mother took the Badger bus to Milwaukee and brought him home on the flip-flop. He did appreciate the extent of his good luck. The family, who lived in the mansion above the bluff, with its carved steps down to their dock, pitied him his ordeal, and did not bring charges for the theft of their sailboat. When asked about the motives for all he had done, he always replied, "I just wanted to see my dad again, I guess." "And that's still the only way I can explain it," Boatman said. "But the second time I went out on Lake Michigan in a stolen boat, I wasn't planning to surprise my dad. I thought I was going to have a reunion with you, Dilly, and Spencer Mallon. I thought I was going to get a second chance." He stood up. "If you're going to buy me dinner, let's go now. I'm hungry, and there's a little place I like on Williamson Street called Jolly Bob's. Caribbean food. And we can get a little exercise if we walk there." Jolly Bob's, I remembered as we passed through its front door, was the very place that had made me add bad ethnic restaurants to the list of establishments that sprouted up in areas like this. The graduate student waitress beside the desk grinned at our approach, and I had the disconcerting notion that she had read my mind. Still smiling, she led us to a table at the back of the restaurant. Boatman gestured for us two to sit facing the large window and the entertainment of the crowded patio. "Can I get you guys some drinks? This looks like a thirsty group to me." We had amused her because she had smelled alcohol on our breath. She thought we were 3 comical old lushes meandering through our sunset years. We took our chairs, and the window behind Jason Boatman turned him into a dark silhouette. "Just water for me, please," I said, "but pour some vodka in it." Brightly making a show of acquiescent submission that in no way implied that she had found any humor in this performance, the waitress tilted her face to Boatman. "A purple meanie," he said. "What?" asked Don. "It's what you drink here," Boat said. "Fruit drinks. They're really nice. I like the painkiller, too." "Thank you, kind sir," said the waitress. She thought we were idiots, one and all. I said, "If that's what you drink in Jolly Bob's, I'll change my order and have the same as my friend. A purple meanie. Can you do that?" "Certainly, sir." Her smile grew a little fixed. "Same thing here, then," Don said, "except I'd like a painkiller." "I'll be right back with your menus," she said, and spun away. "At least you didn't handcuff her by the wrist and demand to know her name," I said. "Around me, don't even mention handcuffs," Boat said. "I have come a long way," Olson said. He turned to the stark shadow Boats had become. "As soon as I got to Chicago, I called Lee and asked if he'd meet me at Mike Ditka's place. So this was my first day out, and I came on a little too strong with our waitress. She was one pretty woman. Come to think of it, so's this kid." "You know what I realized just the other day?" Boats asked. "Everybody young is beautiful." That his face was still only half visible made his pronouncement sound oracular. "Nice thought. And true besides." The young woman returned with drinks and menus, and a little while later we ordered conch fritters, fried catfish, coconut shrimp, and jerk pork. "Now that we're settled and all is well, Jason, maybe you could tell us about the second time you stole a boat and went out on Lake Michigan. Why did you imagine you were going to see Mallon and Don? Were you drunk?" "Nope. Though back in those days my drinking sometimes got out of hand. Not this night, though. I was staying at the Pfister, working there, too, but this night I thought I'd just walk down to the lakefront after dinner. It was summer, so the days were long, and we still had about an hour of light. I walked up Wisconsin Avenue from the Pfister, went past the War Memorial and through the parking lot, and turned toward a marina I could see off in the distance. Even before I got there, something funny happened to me." Jason Boatman's voice, almost that of the young man he had been, floated out from his indistinct form. Particular features became truly visible only when he turned to look at one of his listeners, or when he leaned forward. I thought he almost looked as though he were wearing a shroud, and tried to suppress the unhappy image. The Dark Matter 2. Voices seemed to come to him from out of the water, Boats said, as though an ocean liner had anchored it just out of sight, and all the passengers were out on the decks whooping it up. Definitely the noise of a big crowd. Definitely the noise of a party. Some things you can't mistake. It was all wrong, though. It was impossible. Sound carries over water, everyone knows that, although not that far. He could not see this ship, so it would have to be at least a mile out on the water. At that distance he might hear some noise, faintly, but it would hardly be so distinct. Voices threaded through the uproar, and he could almost make out individual words. One high-pitched female voice was screaming with laughter, and a man with a resonant tenor repeated the same thing over and over. It sounded like an order, a command. Everyone else jabbered and gibbered, some at the top of their lungs. The scream of laughter flared out, as if the liner had drifted much nearer. Boats heard the man with a ringing tenor voice pronounce the words, "I need what you need," before his voice retreated back out onto the water. The party ended. The liner sailed on. Whatever the explanation, the sound of many voices abruptly vanished into silence. I need what you need? He walked on. The marina seemed a great distance away. The oral hallucination, if that was what it had been, troubled him. He settled on the explanation that the wind, or some strange property of the water, had managed to blow voices 10 or 15 miles across the lake. He had heard a party on a ferry, not an ocean liner, and the people at the party were having fun while losing their minds. That happened at a lot of parties, but now that he had time to think about it, this one had sounded almost hellish. Really disorderly, and a little demonic. He was glad he was not out on that ferry. Now he had reached the narrow, far end of the enormous parking lot behind the art museum. A series of gardens lay before him, leading to a greensward with a duck pond. Beyond that lay the marina, a complex series of long, curving piers, shaped like breakwaters and studded with hundreds of pleasure boats, some with thin, upright masts, some more massive, broader, wearing wheelhouses like stiff white hats. The boats bobbed before a breeze he could not feel. To his right, Lake Michigan sent in roll after roll of ruffles and foam sparkling with a light that glinted, far out in the deeper blue, on its massive hide. Boats stepped over the low concrete barrier at the end of the parking lot and planted one sneaker-clad foot on the springy grass. An uproar of voices bloomed in the air to his right. A woman screamed with hysterical, dangerous laughter. A tenor voice like a trumpet rang out, "I need what you need." He froze, and the sounds vanished. His thief's protective instinct told him to go back to the hotel, pack his bags, and get out of this city. He placed his right foot on the grass. Jason Boatman was not going to be spooked by a trick of sound over water. The look of the big marina pleased him. It reminded him of his dad, a little, in a nice way. Charles Boatman's sailboats were beautifully made. Each one, Boats now understood, a work of art, like a guitar handcrafted from mahogany and walnut, every gleaming inch of it the product of assured and careful labor. It would be a kick to spot a couple of them bobbing beside the dock at that undoubtedly private marina. Why not have a look? At the same time, a fearful instinct within him told him to return to the hotel, check out, and get on the first train leaving the downtown station. Isn't that weird? Some bizarre snatches of sound come off the water, and he almost let this phenomenon drive him away. Everybody is made of two people, you know. The guy who says no and the one who says yes. The one who says, "Oh, Jesus, don't you go in there. You can't ever touch that stuff." And the get-along, riskier lad who says, "It'll work out fine. Come on, a little wouldn't hurt." Boats generally sided with the second guy, though maybe 4 or 5 times the other one had kept him from walking into what might as well have been quicksand. His long career on the dark side of the law had reinforced a conviction held in his youth, that you jump into no situation without being at least 80% sure you will be able to jump out again. Play the odds, and don't get greedy about your chances. This time, though, because he was putting nothing at stake, he had nothing to lose. Some odd noises had managed to awaken Mr. Come on, let's get out of here, and the guy's anxiety was in overdrive. It didn't make sense. Boats decided to override these hysterical warning signals and figure them out, if he could, later. It was true, however, that the blaring, trumpet-like voice and the screaming laughter rolling out of that hubbub had unsettled him, almost as though these horrible party noises reminded him of something his more cautious and perhaps wiser self had wrapped up and shoved to the back of a cupboard. For a second, for less than that, something else, another element, an odor, put his confidence in check. Ozone and wet granite. Yet a smell suggestive of vast, strange places. A whiff of electricity flowing through the darkness of deep space. A whiff of rotting flesh. In the last moment of the day, when he would have any choice about what he did, Boats thought, "Man, there's something funny out there in the lake." Yet even then, before he found himself once again walking toward the distant marina, it had all been set in place. He was going to steal a boat made by his father, sail it out into Lake Michigan, which had once nearly succeeded in killing him, and there, in its distant shores or reaches, encounter whatever waited for him. As if in objection to an agreement already in force, Boats looked back over his shoulder and watched a quick, sudden whirl in the air freeze and solidify into a man of a type once familiar, at least from the party at the Beta Delta House and Lee Harwell's most famous novel, accompanied in the usual manner. And this appearance from nowhere and nothing, a twist of the air's fabric, from the same vast dark space whose odor he had just caught, of an alert-looking fellow in a neat grey suit and a buzz cut, served only to reinforce what had just taken place. Beside the man, a big, dark dog with a thick, black ruff and a tail like a curved sword jumped to his feet and swung his head to capture Boats with his shining, attentive eyes. He could think all he liked about packing his bags and catching trains to fat, sleepy little towns, but he could not go back to the Pfister. That way had been barred. So now one of those agent guys, they might as well call them that, was watching Boats from behind, and the dog wasn't anything like a real dog. If you asked Boats, that made him scarier. That agent and his mutt were from the same place as those noises that might or might not have been from some big private yacht where the drunks were whooping it up. If a person shouts, "I need what you need," is he saying, "I need you"? Is he saying, "Your appetites fill me up"? Boats had to walk around the duck pond. The grass felt stiff like bristles. The ducks swept their wings over their heads when he approached, and when he looked back after he had passed, they stayed floating that way, wings over their heads, looking like so many folded envelopes, inanimate things without consciousness. The agent guy trolled along 40 feet behind, not paying nearly as much attention to boatmen as the fierce-looking dog. The sky darkened. The clouds ceased to scud through the air, and at once looked as if they had been painted on the flat, hard surface above them. The remaining light, so pale it was almost blue, held no warmth. The atmosphere around the marina had a neutral, dead quality, the quality of the inert and unmoving. The grass beneath his feet, no longer yielding, felt dry and crunchy, as if it had turned brittle, yet its vibrant green had not changed. After taking 2 more crunching steps, Boats felt curious enough to lower himself and inspect the paradoxical grass. Each identical stalk had been embedded, as if by an assembly line, into a raised cone of dark brown plastic. With their perfectly rounded edges, the cones resembled tiny volcanoes. Boats tried to pull a stalk from one of the molded cones, and was forced to give it a sharp, hard pull he feared would snap it in two. Instead, the green stalk separated cleanly, followed by a little puff of air from the crater and the sound of tiny metal parts locking together. He held up the stalk he had extracted from its fitting and watched it shrivel in his hand. When it resembled a sagging toothpick, he dropped it, stood up again, and continued crunching across the grass until he reached the white concrete at the edge of the marina. He stepped off the grass, noticed that the impression he had left behind was turning a pale brown, and looked back. All along the side of the duck pond his footsteps recorded his passage in prints of dead, sand-colored grass. On the sidewalk, the man in the gray suit opened his hand parallel to the ground and raised it a few inches. The big dog, already upright and alert, lifted its tail, bared its pointed teeth, and trotted out on the grass. As if scorched, the false grass died beneath its pads, and rows of tiny paw marks followed the creature in its course toward Jason Boatman. The animal paused 20 feet away. Flat, inert blueness filled the air. Forcing himself to hold his ground, Boats inspected the dog. It resembled a stuffed thing on a wheeled cart. The ruff of bristles looked artificial, and he thought he could see that each of the dog's fearsome and perfectly white teeth emerged from a small, molded pink mound that looked nothing like actual gum tissue. At that moment, wing beats and birdsong awakened the air, and Boats looked up. Overhead, a skylark sailed, wheeling in its course. It was blatantly, gloriously present, burning with life, pouring out a fresh, ardent, unending melody that nearly stopped his heart. Boats thought, "This painful goddamn life is full of blessings." Then, as abruptly as it had appeared, the lark vanished. How, you ask, did he know it was a skylark? Anyhow, you say he must have been mistaken. The guy's a washed-up criminal, not a bird-watcher, isn't he? Doesn't he know that skylarks have never been seen on this continent? That they don't exist on this continent? The guy saw a barn swallow. Well, guess again, pals, because when Boats finally managed to get home from his encounter with the dark matter, he looked up skylark in the encyclopedia. And there it was, a longish brown bird streaked with black above the wings and with dull white below. There was a picture, and it was the bird he saw, all right, the same exact bird. Let me tell you, that song, that melody of the skylark, well, all he can say is he heard it. And it's something, all right. I should have been there, I almost said. In the blue air, beneath the coruscating sun, the memory of the skylark already growing dim, he walked out onto the long, curving slip, and within a few minutes spotted one of his father's boats, a little sloop with a bright yellow nylon spinnaker that hung limp and rag-like from the mast. Just to make sure he was right, he hunkered down at the edge of the dock and looked at the topmost section of the hull. Exactly where he had expected it to be. He found his father's lightly burned-in mark, C. Boatman, 1974, along with his logo, the letters C and B placed together with no space between them, so that it looked like a letter from an unknown alphabet. But really he had not needed to see the logo. The sloop had the tidy Alles in Ordnung air common to Charles Boatman's products. As soon as you saw one, you knew it would be fast as hell, too. It was pretty funny when you thought about it. This guy, whose life was a funky mess, who stayed as stoned as possible for long stretches of the day, detested authority, and had a lifelong sentimental connection to the working class, made these perfect vessels that were essentially playthings for rich people. The poor could learn to sail if they grew up in the right places, but you had to have a lot of money to buy a Charles Boatman product. A single line wound around an iron staple tied the sloop to the dock. The spinnaker should have been taken down and folded into the little bag called the turtle, but instead it drooped like a dead thing from the mast. The owner must have rushed back to the marina, jumped out, tied up, and run off to a meeting, intending to return to his boat as soon as possible. But where was the mainsail? The harried owner was nowhere in sight. Neither was anyone else but for the creature with the attentive dog. Both of them still gazed at him, waiting for whatever he would do next. The world looked wrong. No cars swept down Memorial Drive. No joggers or runners moved along the path. The ducks cowered frozen under the abrupt angle of their wings, and what he could see of the city looked dead. The stop signs all glowed red. Out before him the entire lake had turned the flat, dark blue of a bruise. The thought of sailing away, of escaping, brought with it the memory of unhooking a sunfish from a private dock and voyaging out in search of his father. As if a window in space had flown open, the raucous uproar of the floating party blasted toward him as if from 30 feet away. The terrible scream-like laughter, the blaring voice with its mystifying, aggressive statement. The second the speaker had trumpeted his message, the whole thing was cut off again, as if the window had blown shut, or as if a giant radio had suddenly lost the signal from the party channel. What followed was not pure silence, but silence threaded with two voices. Although he could not make out the words they were speaking, the voices seemed familiar to him, more than familiar, as dear as the voices of tutelary spirits from his childhood. Long before he identified these voices, he understood that he knew them intimately, and that at this stage in his life nothing they said could be pointless or unnecessary. That they had returned meant that they had returned for him, that they had sought him out. He needed to hear what they were saying. Then the dog stepped forward, and the dying sun turned rusty, and the deeper of the two voices could be heard to say, "Don't you think?" indistinct muttering. "Think we need?" To which the second voice replied, "I need what you need." Great movements, as of iron walls sliding forward and huge sections of concrete blocks fitting perfectly into place, achieved intricate mental alignment, and he knew who was talking out there on the lake. The first voice belonged to Spencer Mallon, and the second voice was Donald Dilly Olson's. "He's somewhere new," Mallon said. "We are what he needs," said the Dilly voice. Without pausing to think for any longer than it took to visualize the actions, Boatman unwound the rope from the staple, stepped from the dock into the boat, and pushed himself away. He saw himself do it, then he did it, step by step, with no regard for the consequences. Just as he was about to drift to a dead stop, the one and only breeze in the strange little world around him puffed out the yellow spinnaker and, astonishingly to boats, spun the boat out into the lake. It wasn't that he was a terrible sailor, for he was good enough to stay upright and get where he wanted to go, and he knew all the basics. But he now labored under two great handicaps. His feelings about his father had kept him from loving sailboats and sailing, so his instincts were crude, and sometimes faulty, and he had never been out in a boat equipped with only a spinnaker. As far as he knew, neither had anyone else, at least by choice. Losing the mainsail made the whole enterprise trickier, more difficult by an exponential factor. A spinnaker was an extra sail that let you go faster downwind, and it was not rigged or positioned to do the job of the mainsail. He had to steer using both the rudder and the spinnaker pole, but first he had to trim the sail, an impossible task when there was no wind. Upon the instant a nice breeze struck up, and he had to scramble to hook up the halyard and sheets to the three corners, and while he tugged at the sheets, the boat listed and hawed, circling around on itself so violently it nearly dipped the deck into the lake. It came to him that 3 people were really needed, one to steer, one to trim, and one to handle the pole. One guy alone had to battle to maintain a barely minimal level of control. By the time Boats was leaning back and pulling on his lines, the marina had disappeared, and he had no idea where he had drifted. The air had grown bluer and bluer, though it was still transparent. The sun had vanished, and the water looked almost black. Abruptly the party noises blared out at him from around what would have been a corner had corners existed on lakes. The screaming woman, the shouting madman, the tumult of jabbering voices. He welcomed their return. He considered them a summons, a noisy call to arms. As a fresh wind filled the sail, he pulled in the sheet, and like a greyhound leaping from the gate, the boat took off in the direction of the invisible party. In moments the din ceased, permitting two familiar voices to furl through the silence. He caught their intonations and the cadences of their phrases, but not their words. Then he saw a length of sandy beach ending at a line of trees. It looked like a cartoon of an island. A dark fog floated like a low cloud through the tree trunks and along the beginning of the sand. Unless he acted quickly, he was going to run aground and do irreparable damage to the boat. Boats thrust at the pole and hauled on the tiller, and the boat swung sideways to the wind. The yellow sail collapsed. Everything stopped moving. Over the drumming of his heartbeat, Boats heard Spencer Mallon say, "The tiger is the lady, and the lady is the tiger, and that's the part that nobody understands, thinks about." Boatman slid into the water. His skin went numb and shriveled, and he felt his penis retract. He touched down on a squirmy, slimy substance like rotting weeds that wrapped about his ankles and burned the soles of his feet. Only great effort extracted his feet from the grip of the weeds, and he had to repeat the effort with each step as he moved, guiding the boat toward the beach and the gliding fog. When the keel rasped along the bottom, he pulled himself free of the weeds, stepped up onto sand, and moved to the front of the boat and dragged it 3/4 of the way out of the water. Boats was almost certain the voices had come to him from within the woods. Subtle, low sounds that easily could have been the voices, pitched at a lower volume, continued to drift out from between the trees. As soon as he moved forward over the sand, the low-lying fog swept over and engulfed him, obliterating everything before him. He cried out, "Spencer! Spencer Mallon! Help me!" No voice came to him, and he stumbled forward, his mood falling with hideous speed from expectancy into despair. He had been lured to this part of the shore, which must have been an island, because it certainly did not exist anywhere on the shoreline of Lake Michigan between Milwaukee and Chicago. No, it did not. The world had turned sour and dead, and the dead world had captured him within it. His arms outstretched, he took a step forward, then another. Knowing it was useless, he cried out, "Mallon! Can you hear me?" The fog chilled his skin and threaded into his nose and mouth. He had never felt more lost in his life. What had happened to him? Ever since the insane voices had come across the water, the world around him had warped and darkened. Grass that was not grass died at his footstep. The lake became a giant bruise. The sun cooled and turned the color of rust. One of the awful dogs was merely an unliving, animated thing. The darkening world had coaxed him into a boat without a mainsail and blown him to its wretched heart, this maybe island, where he could see nothing because of fog that smelled like ammonia and tasted like chlorine when it trickled down his throat. He told himself to keep moving, at least. Groping with his hands, coughing, Boats stepped forward and felt his fingers touch the tree bark. He was a fool, and he had come to the end of the line. That he had stolen one of his father's boats seemed like part of the cruel joke. The unmistakable timbre of Spencer Mallon's voice came to him from deeper in the woods, and he swung toward it. A thick branch scraped his face, and a fistful of twigs dug into his hair. Boats forced himself not to scream, though screaming was what he most felt like doing. While he fingered his hair free of the twigs, he could hear Mallon going on, obviously conversing. Holding his hands about his head like a cage, he took small steps toward the unspooling voice. He squinted through his burning eyes and saw only the fog's heavy wool. Mallon's voice said, "Picked up that severed hand and threw it into the corner. Dog. Carried the hand outside, the wounded man's wrist, having a drink from the glass." "Sticky with his own blood!" Boats shouted, remembering what his hero had said in the downstairs room of the Italian restaurant. "The glass was sticky with his own blood!" The scene in the lower room had come back to him complete and entire. as if fixed beneath a bell-jar. He could see Vulpin, ridiculously handsome Malin, at his table, flanked by those gorgeous women. As Boats looked on in the clarity of returned memory, Malin snapped his head to the left and squinted at something visible only to him, a figure that had flashed into being and almost immediately disappeared. Boats said, "You saw one of the dog things, didn't you?" Dilly's voice floated toward him from between distant trees that seemed to clothe themselves in the fog, thinning its substance as theirs increased. "What he needs, what we all needed, what we need now." "Dilly!" Boats shouted. "Man, you two are exactly what I need." "Sticky with his own blood, kiddo." Well, the dog tore that hand to shreds. Boatman's eyes still stung, and his throat felt raw from the fog he had swallowed. He could see fog twining around the stout trees before him, hanging between them like spider-webs, thinning out as he moved deeper into the woods. Shreds, knuckled and gristle, dripping down the black muzzle. Boats felt himself gripped by two contradictory, utterly paradoxical feeling states. He was elated, nearly joyous, and he felt like vomiting. All his elation seemed mocked by some underlying falsity, a cynical darkness momentarily epitomized by the image of a mutilated human hand dripping blood from a terrible muzzle. "Hey, I'm here!" Boats shouted, wondering why they seemed not to hear him. Whipped by thin, low-lying branches, he took 2 steps forward and had to stop moving, open his mouth, and bend over. His stomach convulsed, but nothing came up. It was the poisonous fog, he thought, and immediately said to himself, no, it wasn't. Fog isn't poisonous, and it doesn't make you want to puke. His nausea passed. "This foolhardy young idiot," said the Malin voice. "Wisdom, some of it just came through." "No," Boats said, "that's not what you meant." "Violence is woven right into the fabric of our time. Birth is violence." "The divine sparks yearn to be reunited," Boats quoted. He ducked beneath branches in the thinning fog. "That's right, too, isn't it?" Mild light, tinted a faint blue, filled a clearing about 20 yards through the woods. In that clearing, visible only in the flashes granted by the intervening trees, moved a man with blond hair who was saying, "We live in a time of profound transformation." Boats's heart expanded with love. "Spencer! Spencer Malin! Look, behind you!" Though he must have heard his voice, Malin paid him no heed. Boats moved faster, more recklessly, bumping into tree trunks and stumbling over raised, snake-like roots. He scraped his forehead on a branch, and quick blood slid down past his eye and over his cheek. The swipe of his hand smeared the blood across the entire side of his face. He wiped his hand on his shirt and left a ragged stain. Boats moved to within 10 feet of the clearing and saw the source of all the meaning in his life. Spencer Malin turned away from him in jeans, a chambray shirt, a safari jacket, and dingo boots. His hair, rough-looking and a touch too long, tended to bob when he moved. Even from behind, he looked shockingly young. Jason, Boats' boatman, had reached the weary age of 45. Some long and equally weary years later, he would run into Lee Harwell, the once famous author, on the sidewalk just outside the side entrance of the Pfister Hotel. Donald Dilly Olson was even more shockingly youthful. Seated with his back against a tree, a cigarette, most likely a tarleton, dangling from the first 2 fingers of his right hand, and clothed in his high school uniform of T-shirt, worn jeans, and moccasins, Don Olson looked youthful because he was only 18 years old. Boats had forgotten what a handsome kid Dilly had been. Really, he should have gone into pictures or something. "Yeah, sure," Olson said. "By the way, this stuff never happened." "Not to you," Boats said. "To me, it did." Making a more concerted effort to wipe the blood off his face, Boats moved up to the edge of the clearing and stood between 2 maples. Blue sunlight, devoid of warmth, fell in spangles on his arms and legs. He pressed his dirty handkerchief to the wound pulsing on his forehead.
"Hey, guys," he said, "you know what? I'm pretty weirded out by all this shit. What did we do? Go back in time?" Dilly looked across at him and raised the smoking cigarette to his lips. He inhaled and blew out a thin, fast-moving stream of smoke. His face was a mask of boredom. Malin turned around slowly, with an almost balletic self-awareness. Now that Boats was much older than the Spencer Malin who had so entranced him, he could see in the man's face all the qualities that had escaped him in high school: laziness, vanity, selfishness, and a willingness to deceive. Something else, too: the innate watchfulness of the true show-off. All these traits were visible in him, but they were not all that was visible. As Malin crossed his arms and tilted his head, causing his hair to dip charmingly to one side, Boats saw that Malin really did have the extra quality, the aura of being in possession of more, also of being slightly larger than his body, that he found he now remembered with a helpless love. The man was a born magician. "Well, no, actually, Jason," said smiling Malin. He had registered every one of Boates's instant perceptions. "It's good to see you again, too. But that isn't possible. No one can go back in time. Time isn't linear, not at all. Instead of going backward and forward, it goes sideways. Time is a vast field of simultaneity. One member of my happy little band has learned this lesson, well, I could say, the hard way, but perhaps it is best to say that he has learned it profoundly. That would be Brett Millstrap, of course. Keith's roommate. Keith had a spectacular amount of promise, I thought, being so wicked, but I never much cared for Brett. I imagine you've seen him now and then as you make your rounds." "Yes," Boat said, "I have. But so this is me now, where I am, and you're the you and Dill of 1966, which would flip me out if I already weren't so flipped out. And to tell you the truth— Geez, I'm sorry I'm bleeding like this. I hit my head on a branch back there. Well, what I was going to say is, I always hoped I would see you again, because I thought you could explain everything to me." "Just you wait," said Dill, bored and hostile. "You want to stop bleeding? No problem." Malin thrust his index finger at Boates's forehead. The wound stopped pulsing. "All better now. Throw that disgusting, hanky thing away, will you?" Boats felt funny about doing it, but what the hell, it was 1966. Pollution had not yet been invented. He took the handkerchief from his forehead and tossed it behind him. "Feel better now?" "Not really. What's going on?" "Jesus, kid, you finally see us again after all these years, and that's all you can say?" "All right, I'll explain again." He stepped forward and thrust his right arm out straight before him. "Think of this as a highway. In time. A big highway running through all of time. Okay?" He thrust his left arm out sideways and held it rigid, making himself look like a demented traffic cop. "And this is a smaller, narrower road, a state highway, not an interstate. They intersect at me. I'm the crossroads here. When you get to me, you can turn off, you can go anywhere you like, because these intersections are all over the place." "And that's how I got to you?" Malin lowered his arms and smiled in a way that looked neither warm nor friendly. "Well, it's more like how we got to you, Boats." He turned away and made an actorish flourish with his right arm. "The blood ran down over the dog's jaw, stained his muzzle red. Blood ran across the entire surface of the bar. You don't think that was a message?" "You're giving me a message?" Boats asked. The party noises exploded all around him, very near, jeering, insane, and hostile. The unseen crowd bellowed and giggled. The invisible woman screamed her laughter. As if commanded to his score by the din, Dilly scrambled upright,
opened his mouth freakishly wide, and in a dense, insistent tenor voice that drilled through the surrounding cacophony blared, "I need what you need, I need what you need, I need what you need." Malin faced Boats again, flapping his hand in dismissal. In a quiet voice, half suffocated by the din, he said, "Weren't you listening? Go back and start over." The deafening noise ceased. The blue light dimmed. The world went dark for the space of 3 frames, a moment only, almost not noticeable, yet nonetheless a cessation, a total, if however brief, erasure. The last of the maple trees interrupted Boates's view of the clearing, yet he still had the feeling it was empty. At this distance he should have been able to glimpse the figures whose voices had led him this far, but all he could make out through the trunks of the maples was a sunlit oval of tall grasses backed by another thick grouping of trees. "Spencer!" he shouted. "Dilly! Where are you?" "Picked up that severed hand and threw it into the corner," spoke Malin's voice. "Dog carried the hand outside, the wounded man's wrist, having a drink from a glass."
"Sticky with his own blood," Boats whispered. "The glass was sticky with his own blood."
How did he know those words? From the ground beside a large exposed root like an imperfectly buried fire-hose, a red and white rag caught his eye, and he bent over and picked it up. Impossibly, it much resembled one of his own unusually large and exceptionally soft handkerchiefs, for which he had a variety of uses. Boats would almost have sworn the handkerchief was his, but it had been left here, wet and discoloured with blood, by someone else. He had never been on this island, this shore, before in his life. Boats dropped the sodden handkerchief next to the bulge of the root, and it folded down into itself, like an origami replica of a duck hiding its head beneath an outspread wing. Then he remembered where he had heard Malin's words. "You said that at La Bella Capri, and—" Dilly's voice silenced him before he could say the basement there. "What he needs, what he needs. That's all he knows. It's all he thinks about. He's been like that since he was a teenager. I need. It's enough already. Other people have needs too, and they don't go around stealing for a living." Malin's voice broke in, cancelling Dill's. "The dog tore that hand to shreds, knuckle and gristle. Blood dripped over that goddamn black muzzle." Boatman stepped through the last of the trees and looked wildly around, though he knew the clearing was empty. When the illusion that he might glimpse his tormentors snickering at him from behind the trees on the other side of the open patch faded, there swept through him a bitter disappointment that was both specific and familiar. Boatman felt as though he had been wearing it around him like an old coat most of his life. Now Spencer Malin's voice sounded from some invisible source, but that source was not Malin. Malin was not present. Malin was the absence that turns itself inside out. Malin's voice said, "Violence is woven right into the fabric of our time." "So you keep saying, but what good is that?" Boats asked, moving closer to the place the voice seemed to be coming from. The tall, mustard-coloured grasses thinned out, creating almost a mini-clearing within the clearing. From this hole in the yellow grasses came the voice of Spencer Malin, saying, "This foolhardy young idiot. Wisdom, some of it just came through." Boats leaned over the circular parting in the grasses and looked down. 7 or 8 inches beneath the fuzzy tops of the grasses sat an irregular tree stump with a ragged edge where the trunk had snapped off. A small black tape recorder was propped against the raised part of the edge. The voice of Spencer Malin emerged from the little machine, telling him, "Instead of going backward and forward, time goes sideways." Boats reached down and picked up the tape recorder. It had been made in Germany, and it worked perfectly. Long before it would fail to perform its function, it was going to be obsolete, a historical novelty, a toy no one any longer would want to use for the purpose of transporting sounds through time. "Throw away that disgusting hanky, will you?" Malin asked.
"I already did," Boat said. He looked around the stump and spotted a good-sized rock nestled in the grass about 4 feet away. Flecks of mica speckled on its sharp angles. Boats took a single stride and raised the black machine over his head. Before he could smash the German recorder into the rock and forever destroy its useless perfection, Malin's voice said, "Last chance, you dope." Another cessation. Another erasure into absolute darkness. This time he emerged from the darkness in utter confusion, addled, feeling as if he had just been shot from a rifle and flown like a bullet a great distance at incredible speed. His entire body ached, especially his legs and his chest. His arms felt like noodles, and his head throbbed. Only gradually he became aware that he was using a wire hanger to drag a thin triangle of polished wood, roughly 5 feet long at its base, across a dusty concrete floor that had recently been painted a hard dark blue. The hook of the hanger fed into a hole drilled into the triangular thing, and his fingers were hooked into one of the hanger's corners. Baffled and weary, Boats stopped dragging the wooden triangle and tried to figure out where he was. A great deal of the concrete floor had been painted the dark blue he stood upon. Where the blue ended, the floor had been painted a light khaki brown that extended perhaps 10 feet before yielding to a long section painted a dark forest green. Of the 3 painted areas, the blue was by far the largest, and the khaki brown the smallest. Boats didn't get it. He had been on some kind of island, he was almost certain of that, and Spencer Malin had sent him away to a huge basement? An abandoned factory? Boats dropped the wire hanger, and the heavy wooden triangle clattered to the floor. At the center of the polished wood he saw a familiar set of letters and a symbol he knew well. His father's trademark, the joined C and B. A short distance away was a sheet torn from one of the notebooks he had used in high school. He walked away and picked it up from the blue floor. On it was written, Lake Michigan. "Lake Michigan," he said, and dropped the paper. Boats turned around and looked at the broad tan stripe perhaps 20 yards distant. He had been trying to pull the wooden triangle out of the blue and onto the brown. A second sheet of notebook paper lay on the brown paint, and another, far distant, on the green. He trudged onto the brown paint and leaned over the limp sheet of notebook paper. Printed on it in large block letters were the words, "Beach" or "Shore." "Okay," he said. "I sort of get it." It took him only moments to move across the painted beach and enter the green sector, and after a little more limping along he picked up another sheet of notebook paper. It said, of course, woods or forest. He straightened up and saw that the room, already enormous, had enlarged. A long way ahead of him, 3 folding chairs formed a rough circle around some small object he could not distinguish. Previously he had registered the presence of walls, probably of cement blocks, off to the sides and at the front and back of the basement. Now he saw no walls, nothing that defined the space he was in. Actually, it was nothing at all, he understood. It was the place where nothing was anything, and everything was everything. Jason Boatman had a sudden flash of Keith Hayward's face out in the agronomy meadow, appearing and disappearing, looking sick with anticipation in the flicker of candlelight. Had he noticed that back then? Boats didn't think so. But there it had been, the image of Hayward staring at something, sick with hunger, starved, waiting for this dreadful moment. Boats thought he knew who it was Hayward had been staring at, wearing that expression on his face. And it wasn't who you thought it was. No, it was not. Boats gathered that he was supposed to walk to the chairs. His legs felt as though they could not move a single step, and his head had settled down into a nice, steady throb. His chest hurt as though an enraged strong man had struck him there several times. He didn't feel like going anywhere, but in the place where everything was everything,
There was no anywhere, because all places were the same. He took an unhappy step forward, and an invisible branch struck him in the forehead, opening a wound that throbbed and bled. A white card on the floor said, "Handkerchief." "Yeah, thanks," Boats said, and pressed his sleeve against the wound. Dripping blood onto the painted concrete, Boats left the tan stripe and entered the green area, which seemed now to go on to the horizon. He looked over his shoulder and saw the same was true of the blue section of the floor. Like the lake it represented, it exceeded the eye's capacity to take it in. Then he pushed his aching legs toward the chairs. A note on one of the folding chairs said Malin. The other two notes said Dilly and Boats. Immediately behind Dill's chair was another note card that read Tree. Looking at what the chairs circled, Boats sat down on his card, crossed his knees, and folded his hands together. 6 or 7 old, well-worn dolls had been stripped of whatever clothing they had worn and stacked on top of one another. In the round heads, most of the eyes were closed, but 2 of the dolls stared upward, open-eyed, both observant and blind for eternity. None of the little bodies had any more gender than was suggested by their ambiguous faces. Dirt that seemed baked on darkened the plastic faces. Cracks and fissures threaded the ceramic heads. Most of the doll hair had been either pulled out or burned away. "That's nice," he said. "A child is the same as a doll. They both mean nothing. It's a shitty old world." And that was what it was about, he supposed. An aching body, an empty room, a stack of beat-up old dolls. Notes left behind by an absent and irritated God. It was a parody of meaning, an empty mockery completely without humor. Nothing meant any more than the wire hanger he had used to pull his boat to the beach or shore. The wire hanger spoke of a death in life. Stretching to infinity on all sides, death and life surrounded him. On impulse, knowing that he could not be permitted the last word, Boatman leaned forward across the stack of dolls to inspect one of the note cards, and saw that while he had been musing, the battered old dolls had been transformed into dead babies. What was now directly beneath his outstretched hand was a diminished version of what he had seen in the meadow. Too shocked to breathe, too shocked even to gasp, he snatched back his hand. Blood from his hand dripped onto the little heap of bodies that lay with their mouths open, heads lolling, fingers limp, little rows of teeth white against the dull red of their mouths, the bruised, crusted, dead-white skin, the tiny white penises, the small folded slits. For some reason it was the teeth that horrified him most, so inert and exposed. In an instant the transformation reversed itself, and he was back with a pile of naked dolls in the flat dead world of the wire hanger. Even his relief was a dire, humorless mockery. Boatman once again extended his hand over the sprawling, dead-faced dolls more slowly than before, and leaned forward until he could touch the card that said Malin. He closed his fingers on the edge of the card and brought it toward him. Through the name on the card he could see the shadowy traces of something written on its other side. He slowly turned it over. On the back of the card a single word had been written in squared-off, careful block letters. Congratulations. The Phenomenon of Flight. A week later. Scarcely believing what I was doing, I rented a blister-red Honda Accord at the Salisbury Ocean City Wicomico Regional Airport, to which I had taken an uncomfortable and unreasonably delayed series of flights, and in that vehicle I traveled up Ocean Highway to US 13, now and then saying to the gospel singers and salvation merchants delivered to me by the Accord's radio, "I know I shouldn't be doing this. It's the stupidest thing I've ever done." Thence into Rehoboth Beach. I drove, searching for a municipal parking lot, along the one-way streets past gift shops, bed-and-breakfasts, and cafes. I coasted down Lake Avenue and Lakeview Avenue and Grenoble Place, 20 minutes later, thoroughly lost, I stopped alongside a policeman who was eating an ice cream cone while seated on a bicycle and asked him if there happened to be a parking lot anywhere near the Golden Atlantic Sands Hotel and Conference Center, wherever that happened to be. The policeman said, "You're in luck today, sir, and welcome to our town," and pointed toward an empty parking spot across the street. "That big, long building right in front of us happens to be your destination, the beautiful Golden Atlantic Sands." "Can I make a U-turn, officer?" "Just this once," the policeman said, and abetted the lawbreaker by propping the bike against a lamppost, strolling out into the middle of the street, holding out an imperious hand, while still consuming the ice cream cone, and halting the sparse oncoming traffic. Quickly I cranked the wheel and crossed 2 empty lanes, then backed up until I could slip into the parking spot. I got out, dealt with the metering system, and yelled, "Thanks!" I looked up at the long stretch of the hotel and regretted the impulse that had brought me to it. There was a sense, I knew, in which Jason Boatman had brought me to this pass. Boat's story had helped spur me into setting up my tickets and actually going through with this stunt. In 1994, eroded by a lifetime of theft, Boats had seen Meredith Bright's universal cynicism taken to its ultimate point. If the things of this world at all existed as physical entities, it was as no more than the gestural emptiness of a wire hanger. George Cooper had moved toward the same bleakness, and it had laid waste what remained of his life. In such a world, very few things counted, and the best of them was truth. I wanted to understand what my long marriage had really been. I wanted to know its true shape. Was it the narrative of cooperation and accommodation I had imagined it to be? Or had my own role in it been only secondary, because long ago, perhaps from the beginning, usurped by another? Even after so long a time, wasn't that a point you had to make clear? After Olson and I had returned to Cedar Street, I debated with myself, then called the reservations desk of the hotel now before me. When a clerk picked up, I asked to speak to a guest named Spencer Mallon. The clerk informed me that while Mr. Mallon was indeed expected at the Golden Atlantic Sands, his arrival was not scheduled for another 24 hours. Yes, Mr. Mallon was a frequent guest at the Golden Atlantic Sands, the clerk was happy to say. Mr. Mallon was a fine gentleman who cut quite a figure in the informal world that was Rehoboth Beach. "Aristocratic," I said. "I'd say that's an excellent description of the gentleman," said the clerk. Could the clerk also check to see if a Miss Lee Truax was expected around the same time? "Oh, Miss Truax!" the clerk exclaimed. "Everybody here knows her. She's a fabulous person. We all just love her, honestly we do. Well, listen to me chattering away like a magpie. Well, she is special. You know it, too, if you know her." "Oh, yes," I said. "We like to say our hotel is Miss Truax's second home. She's with us so often. Let's see now. No, I can't find any reservations in her name. I guess it'll be a while before we have the pleasure of her company again. Is there some other way I can be of help to you, sir?" "No, but thanks for asking." Where would the eel be staying while she sojourned in this beachfront community, if not in the hotel where everyone loved her so profoundly? Actually, there was a reasonable answer to that question. I called back and asked if the ACB had taken accommodations of any sort over the next few days. "No, sir," came the answer. "The ACB had requested no accommodations until their meeting in May of next year." So that door slammed shut. The eel had told me she would probably stay at the usual place. The question that animated me now was whether or not she would be staying there with someone else. I had called her cell phone, but she did not answer. 3 hours later I called again, with results only slightly more satisfactory. She was too busy to talk. She would call back later. Where in Rehoboth Beach was she staying? No, she wasn't there yet. She'd leave Washington tomorrow. Well, where was she staying in Washington? Where? That was a question I seldom asked.
But if I really wanted to know, she was staying in the guest room of her ACB friend Heidi Schumacher, who owned a beautiful house in Georgetown. She was being to Heidi what Dilly was to him. As for Rehoboth Beach, there were a couple of possibilities. What was happening? Was I worried about her?
"Just curious," I said.
"I'm a little old blind lady. I can't get too wild," she told me. Don't worry about anything. Hold tight, do some work. She'd be home after the weekend, and then they could make arrangements for Hootie.
"Call me when you get to Rehoboth Beach," I'd asked.
She promised. And she did call, but the reception was so foul I scarcely understood a word.
Since then, nothing.
Unable to keep from doing so, I had told Don I had to go out of town on a business matter, and would be back in a day or two. My accountant, my business manager, it was too boring to explain, but I had to go. And after that I got on the phone, packed a bag, and despairing went. I knew I was being crazy. The one saving grace in my ridiculous scheme was that if Lee Truax should happen to walk down the boardwalk when I happened to be lurking there, she would be unable to witness my shame. This reflection was not without a private shame of its own, namely that I had thought of it at all. I stood beside the ugly little car, looking at a hotel where my wife was a beloved guest, and told myself it was not too late to turn my back on both the hotel and my witless scheme. All I had to do was get back in behind the wheel, start it up, and drive back to Wicomico Regional Airport to wait for the next flight that could begin the process of returning me to what seemed now the land of the sane. Why was I here anyhow? Because I thought my life might have been saved by a man motivated by guilt over cuckolding me? Because my wife had scarcely bothered to invent a good reason for coming to this little beach town? Because I knew Spencer Mallon was still alive and had good reason to keep on visiting the place? I locked the car and walked past the hotel sign to take a path around the side and get on the boardwalk. If I saw them, I thought, it would be there, and for the first time realized that although my wife would be incapable of seeing me, Mallon certainly would not. No sooner did I enter upon the boardwalk than I was faced with a day's second awkward recognition, that it was early June, and although the Delaware shore had been hot, hazy, and as humid as New York City in mid-July, the season had not yet begun. Although some tourists and pleasure-seekers were strolling in and out of the shops and fast-food outlets, they were far fewer than I had anticipated. I felt exposed, as if a spotlight played upon me. If I were to remain unseen, I needed a disguise. In the first likely-looking store I examined a shelf piled with caps and hats, and paid $32.99 for a wide-brimmed straw number with a bobbing fringe of untrimmed straw around the brim. In the same shop I passed $20 over a different counter and purchased a bug-eyed pair of sunglasses, so dark I could barely see the way back to the door. A little way further down the boardwalk I bought a copy of the Cape May Gazette from a vending box and carried it to a bench near the railings over the long beach. A few deeply tanned couples, some of them equipped with books they were not reading, lay sprawled on towels and loungers. I perched myself on the bench's inside edge, opened my newspaper, leaned back, and through my inky shades and beneath the screen of the dangling straw fringe, cast a long look in both directions before concentrating my attentions on the wide glass doors that led into the hotel where my wife had become such a beloved figure. That, with many rattles of the newspaper and long sideways looks, also a few swift inspections of the long beach and a single pee break, was what I did for the next 5 hours. At 6 o'clock, starving, I folded the paper under my arm, got my overnight bag out of the car, and went through the hotel's main entrance to check in. I was given a room on the 5th floor, which awakened some dim echo, not of something I had seen or heard, but something once described to me, some part of a tale, an anecdote. I had heard this said: "You watch the needle swing up and see it stop on the 5th floor. The next elevator comes down and opens its doors, and you jump in and push 5 and the closed door button before anyone else can get on."
The anecdote, the story, had to do with Spencer Mallon and some mind-blowing nonsense he had passed off as wisdom. Its fragmentary mental reappearance now was a completely meaningless coincidence. The elevator took me to my floor without incident. In absolute peace, comfort, and silence, I followed the directional arrows around several corners and gained my room, 564. Where a bellman once turned on lights, opened closets, and located the bathroom, now the weary guest does it all for himself, thereby spared the expense of a handsome sum in the neighborhood of $5. In the continuing state of peace, comfort, and silence, I removed my hat and glasses, zipped open my overnight bag, arranged my clothes atop the dresser, and carried my toiletries kit into the bathroom, where an incurious glance into the mirror put an end to peace and comfort. Also silence. What the mirror displayed made me groan. Oh, God! I seemed to have aged at least 10 punitive years. A shrunken, defeated old man was looking back at me. The old man was Lee Harwell, but not in an incarnation I ever wanted anyone to see. My eyes seemed sunken and as red as if filled with blood. Wrinkles carved my face, and my hair was dull and lead-colored. My entire head seemed to have shriveled, and my teeth looked yellow and enormous. My shoulders hunched over the suggestion of a concave chest. Whatever appeal or charm had once been visible here existed now as a ghastly parody of itself. That I had felt so fine only seconds before astonished me. Clearly I was tottering on the far edge of exhaustion. The mirror, I realized, had given me a moral shock. Here you are, this is what you have made of yourself. To avoid looking any longer into my blood-filled eyes, I splashed cold water over my face and rubbed it in. Under my hands, the contours and planes all felt familiar and unchanged. When I lowered my hands, that depraved and dying animal was still gazing at me from the opposite side of the mirror. I fled the room, picking up my sunglasses on the way and slipping them on before I reached the elevator. On the way down, I hunched in the corner, wondering how long it would be before I would need a cane. The elevator stopped at the 3rd floor, and 2 slim, blonde girls in their early teens walked in, followed by their mother, also slender and blonde, and like her daughters, attired in a tight-fitting T-shirt and jeans. Their flip-flops revealed the small, scarlet nails of fresh pedicures. I withdrew deeper into my corner and avoided displaying my teeth. The girls cast haughty, peeved looks at me, and the mother ignored me completely. At the lobby they bolted as if from a foul stench. I cast around the lobby until I noticed a set of stairs rising to a dark wooden arch, investigated, and discovered the hotel's main restaurant, the Ocean Room. The restaurant featured low lighting and paneled walls mounted with giant stuffed fish. The opacity of my lenses made it difficult for me to see even the hostess at her podium, who, lit from beneath, bore a passing resemblance to a floating severed head. She spared a curious look from my glasses, but was too polite to ask. I felt like an elderly vampire. From the waiter's endless recital, I ordered French onion soup, roasted chicken with mushroom and pine nut sauce, with a glass of Pinot Noir. Discreetly, I scanned the room for 2 faces I was certain would burn through the murk of my optics like spotlights. Though the restaurant contained any number of gray heads, none belonged to either Lee Truax or the wizardly creature who had addressed me in the Dane County airport. My soup arrived. After the better-than-acceptable soup came an uninspiring chicken. When arrayed on the breast of a dry and overcooked chicken, mushrooms and pine nuts do not join hands and sing. Because I was still hungry, I labored through the meal, then signed the check and pushed myself away from the table. From the top of the steps I surveyed the lobby. I was bored, and the pine nuts were still irritated with the mushrooms. A priest in a soutane swept through the lobby, followed by a sobbing woman. What was that about? In an envelope of laughter-spilling babble, a group of teenagers moved out of an open elevator and swerved toward the boardwalk exit. A line of frustrated-looking men and women waited to check in at the registration desk. A knot of people moved into the elevator the teenagers had left, among them a striking silver-haired man in loose black clothing, who turned to face the front of the car just as the doors began to slide shut. I had time only to notice his prominent cheekbones. Had his hair been unusually long for a man of his age? Did his eyes penetrate the darkness? 3 or 4 women I barely took in had been standing near the man. I moved rapidly down the stairs, watching the glowing red numbers track the ascending elevator. Had one of those women in the elevator been small, white-haired, astonishingly lovely? Did the desk clerks and the maids adore her? At precisely the moment when the numeral 5 appeared in the LED window, I remembered the entire context of the memory fragment that had visited me at the registration desk. It had been part of a story the eel had told about Spencer Mallon. Mallon had described an unnamed disciple, you, following him to a 5th-floor corner where he had to be concealed behind one of 2 doors. You had to choose one, then decide whether or not to knock. If you had the right room, Mallon rewarded you with wisdom. If you had chosen wrong, hideous curses afflicted your beloved. You chose. You knocked. It did not matter on which door, for you had already admitted the evil into the equation. Something like that, anyhow. The story ends at the point you'd assume it really begins, when the door opens. Back in my room, I felt too agitated to go to bed. I picked up the telephone and asked to be connected to Mr. Mallon's room. Then I listened to the harsh, distressing sound of a phone ringing and ringing. Finally, a recorded voice requested me to leave a voicemail message. I hung up. I went into the bathroom and switched on all the lights. I did not look normal, not exactly, but I was younger and healthier than I had seemed before. My eyes were bloodshot, but not filled with red, and my cheeks were not sunken and bisected by fissures. My hair looked healthy, too, the color of pewter, not of lead. My teeth were a long way from Moby Dick, movie star whiteness, but they looked like normal teeth, not fangs. I splashed cold water on my face again, and turned and pulled a towel from the rack. After I had dried my face, I looked as ruddy as if I had been hunting grouse on a Scottish moor. My shoulders still seemed hunched. I made myself stand up straight. The improvement was slight, though definitive. I no longer looked like a vampire. I decided to reward myself for my physical renewal with a trip to the lobby bar. I'd had only a glass of wine with dinner, and it was still before 9 o'clock. Anyhow, I had always liked reading in bars, and it had been months since I'd had this pleasure. Alone in the elevator, I checked my hair and posture in the smoky mirrors. Yes, there I was, back again, live and wide awake. The lobby bar, the Beachcomber, was tucked in behind the steps up to the ocean room. A windowed wall fitted with bat-wing doors led into a long, dim rectangular space scattered with tables and sofas and anchored by a shiny, light-emitting counter at its far end. Couples in play clothes sprawled on the sofas, waving their arms and pointing at things as they spoke. At 2 of the tables, athletic young men attempted to charm attractive young women. A few single men with expectant faces nursed beers at other tables. They were pausing in their journeys, awaiting the arrival of the next adventure. I wished them well. At the bar, I took a stool, placed my book beside me, and when a chipper 40-ish blonde, wearing a blue chambray shirt and a black vest with the Beachcomber embroidered on its breast, approached me and, smiling, asked for my order, I named the first single-malt whiskey that came to mind. Neat. Water back. Appreciatively, I watched her move down the rows of bottles stacked in tiers, slid my book before me, and opened it. When the bartender returned with my drink, she said, "Good book?" "It's been good so far," I said. "Never bites, doesn't smoke, always puts the toilet seat down." "And yet it likes sitting in bars," she said. "You never know, it might have a wild streak." "Probably it does." I showed her the cover. "Consider the source." "My mom's a big fan of Tim Underhill's." "Good. Tim's a friend of mine." She stepped back, feigned wide-eyed amazement, then grinned and leaned in toward me. "So, what's he like?" "Weird guy," I said. Wondering how inventive I should be about Underhill's imaginary weirdness, I swallowed whiskey and turned my head to look at the glass wall, the ugly bat-wing doors in the lobby beyond. Striding past the glass and just moving out of view was the silver-haired man in black clothing I had seen from the top of the stairs. A smaller person, a woman, bustled along beside him. I slid off the stool and fished out a $20 bill. "Whoops, I gotta go, sorry." When I got out into the big empty lobby, I saw the couple just entering one of the elevators. The woman faded out of sight at the side of the car before I could get anything like an adequate look at her. A family of 3 in shorts and T-shirts piled in, and I caught only a flash of the man as he leaned forward to push a floor button. He then disappeared to the side and joined the woman who had been with him. The man in the elevator could have been Malin. Just as easily he could have been a gray-haired stranger. I had a feeling it was the latter, but that feeling incorporated an uncomfortably large area of doubt, 25%, maybe 30%. Of the woman I had seen next to nothing. I moved through the spaces of the lobby, watching the mounting LED numbers above the elevator. It stopped on 3. The tourists or the gray-haired man? The numeral 3 hung in the display window for far longer than I expected it to. The elevator at the end of the row opened up, and a small sun-tanned tribe emerged, lively and talkative and young, probably on their way to a club. No one else waited for an elevator. Deciding to move the instant I did so, I rushed into the elevator, stuck out my elbow, and pushed 5 and door close. Why did I use my elbow? Ever since I had checked into the golden Atlantic sands, I had been opening doors with my forearm or the back of my hand. Until now I had not even been conscious of this odd behavior. It was as if a hidden part of me were making secret plans to destroy some enemy, and labored in the dark, awaiting its moment. The doors swiftly glided together, and I began to ascend. My heart shifted into overdrive. Whether these physical transformations actually took place or not, I thought I could feel the following changes take place in my body. My shoulders bent forward over my concave chest. My eyes filled with blood, and the life and vitality drained from my face. My lips shrank back from my teeth. Within my linen suit, my body seemed to dwindle and weaken. The doors opened on the 5th floor. A crisp, dark voice receded down the hallway. I hurried out just in time to see the hems of a black coat and a silver dress flicker around the turning of the hallway. They were going in the direction of my room. Every time I went there and back, I probably passed their room. I moved up to the turn in the corridor and rounded the corner at exactly the time 2 doors, halfway down to the next turning and side by side in the hallway, slammed shut. Appalled, I crept down to stand between them, rooms 515 and 517. Did they sleep in separate rooms, Eel and Malin, or whoever they were? It occurred to me that despite appearances, the 3 people who had shared the elevator with the couple may not have been a family after all, and the older couple had a room on the 3rd floor, the young woman up here. Or the other way around. I did not want to move close to each of the doors, perhaps to pick up something revealing from within. No, but I did exactly that. Disappointment followed. I heard nothing. More precisely, I heard the rumble of a low male voice from behind the door to 517, and something bird-like, cat-like, something brief, high-pitched, and animal, from behind the door to 515. "Excuse me, I thought a friend of mine was staying in this room. Excuse me, I guess I got the wrong room number. I'm sorry, my friend told me to come. Well, I thought it was here. Please forgive me. I'm sorry to disturb you. I just wanted to see if it really was you. I just wanted to find out how much I've been lied to over the years. Lee, this began when you were in high school, and it has lasted ever since." I raised a hand to knock. It mattered not at which door. All right, it was 515 because of that strange noise. I brought my hand close to the wood. I lowered it. Again I raised my hand, and this time noticed that my skin seemed papery and fragile, so thin it was almost transparent. Splotchy discolorations, unnoticed until now, here and there stood out like giraffe spots on my bony hand. "Oh, no," I said, and fled down the hallway to the next turning and the next, and on until I reached the relative safety of 564, where with trembling fingers I inserted the magnetized plastic card, then half fell into my room. In darkness, groping, I splashed water on my face. The heavy curtains had already been pulled across the window, so the room itself was crypt dark, tomb dark. There was no need at all to consult the mirror. I felt my way to the bed, sat down and dialed the bedside lamp to its lowest setting. Then I opened the minibar, inspected the contents, found 2 airline-sized bottles of a single malt Scotch, only slightly inferior to the one I had abandoned at the bar, and emptied their contents into a convenient glass. Then I flopped into the room's one comfortable chair and considered my situation. I had driven into a vast desert and run out of gas. In a couple of minutes, vultures would be circling overhead. Vividly, I had imagined my body had become that of an elderly vampire. In the murky light, I held out my left hand. Here and there, my skin looked a little shiny, but it bore no unsightly, giraffe-like discolorations. Shame had produced these distortions. In my all-too-active imagination, a third-rate wizard had saved me from death in a plane crash out of guilt for having carried on a long, long love affair with my wife. This will-o'-the-wisp had propelled me halfway across the country and encouraged me to act like a foolish parody of Lou Archer. A fake Seamus in pursuit of my wife's infidelity. Could you get any stupider than that? I was in danger of following Jason Boatman out into Lake Michigan in a stolen sailboat. One more day of camping out on the boardwalk behind a fringe of straw and a newspaper would push me away from the dock and send me searching out into the fog. I took my cell phone from my pocket, looked at it for a couple of seconds, then punched in the numeral 1, the speed dial number for my wife. Her phone went instantly to voicemail. I said, "It's me. I just called to say I love you." I disconnected, switched my phone off, and took a sip from the glass in my hand. Then I poured the rest of the whiskey into the sink. Before I checked out of the golden Atlantic sands, I placed the sunglasses and the straw hat on what had been my bed, and slid a Hamilton between them. Lee and I had many intense conversations during the first weeks after her return. I wanted to believe her, so I did, at least as well as I could. These are some of the things Lee Truax told me. Yes, I had sex with him once and once only when I was 17 years old in October of 1966. That's the reason Meredith Bright was so huffy with me. Technically, it may have been child abuse, but it certainly was not rape. I was fully consensual. I wanted it to happen. Yes, I loved him then, and yes, I still do, though in a completely different way. No, you do know what I mean. Don't you have people you love in lots of different ways? Of course I don't mean romantically. Yes, ever since then, 1966, with long gaps while you were at NYU and I was a bartender, and after that when you were a graduate student and I was at NYU. Yes, there were other long periods when we didn't see each other. I mean something to him, something important. You know what we do? We talk. Sometimes we have lunch or dinner. Every 5 years or so we go to a bar. A nice one, not your kind of bar. He talks, mainly. He likes the way I listen, and he trusts what I say back to him, the way I respond to what he says. He wants to know what I think about the things he tells me. Why didn't I? Because you were always so suspicious about Spencer, and what we did was so harmless. Besides, he was mine. You wanted to be kept out of it, and that's what I did. I kept you out of it. You didn't belong there. You don't belong there. Dilly, Donald, knew about a couple of the times, yes. I never saw him, though. I can't say. He didn't tell me about it. But he wouldn't. He'd never tell me about anything generous that he did, especially anything like that. He'd think it would sound like boasting. From what you say of the man in the airport, it could have been Spencer. But remember, he loved Don Olson, too. They were partners for years.
No, he wouldn't save your life out of guilt. He would save your life because you're married to me, and he knows I love you. Well, there were 2 other reasons I went to Rehoboth Beach, actually. I realized that one of those women I talked to about the stolen money had told me a terrible lie, and I wanted to confront her with it. The other problem was that someone had started stealing from them all over again. The lie. I'll tell you about the lie. You'll like this. Do you remember the woman who told me about the man who blinded her, and how she had killed him accidentally after he dragged her into a ravine? I realized one morning that the whole thing had been the other way around. She got in touch with the man after he was released from jail, and she invited him to visit her. That boy from the cafe, Pete, was waiting in the ravine. He was mad for her. He would have done anything she asked. She got the man to lie down with her, and Pete smashed his head in with a rock and concealed the body. Then she had sex with that boy. She admitted the whole thing. I just wanted to hear her say it. And the new thefts? That was easy. I went right back to the woman I had identified the first time, and she confessed all over again. Cried her eyes out. We called the police and had her arrested. It was absolutely what she deserved. Spencer trusts me so much because of what I did that night, because of what he saw me do and what he guessed I did later on. What did I do? I traveled much farther than he could, believe it or not. What did I do? I skylarked all over the place. Yes, I'll tell you. I told you I would, and I will. But I don't want to talk about it more than once. It will be hard enough to do it once, but I also don't want to make it any easier to talk about it. Do you understand that? Do you? Good. But when I talk about all this, the one time I ever will talk about it, Howard Bly has to be here, and so do Don Olson and Jason Boatman. Hooty, Dill, and Boats. They have to be able to hear me, too, and they have to be okay and settled. They have to have lives, because it's about what happened to them, about what happened to all of us, our little group. Okay, then. Find Hooty a residence here in the city, and then we'll get him ready to live in the world again. And we'll let you, Donald, get settled, too, as much as you can be settled. So it takes years. Fine. I'm not going anywhere. And neither are you guys.
3 months after that last conversation, I drove back to Madison and picked up Howard Bly at the Lamont Hospital. On his way out of the institution where he had spent the major part of his life, Howard carried everything he owned in a new Samsonite suitcase purchased for him as a goodbye present from Dr. Greengrass and his wife. 5 unread paperback books, a toothbrush, a razor, a comb, 2 shirts, 2 pairs of trousers, 5 pairs of underpants, 5 pairs of black socks, a pair of Timberland boots, and a container of dental floss. The entire staff and attendants were lined up outside the door to say farewell to their favorite patient and wish him Godspeed. Pargita Parmandera clung to Hooty as they processed to my car and released him with trembling arms and visible reluctance, only when I promised to invite her to Chicago very soon. In turn, Howard, also weeping, promised to call her weekly, if not daily. Before I drove Hooty to Chicago, I took him on a tour of Madison and showed him our old high school and the neighborhoods we had known. Dilly's old house, Boates's old house, the tumble-down shack where once the astonishing eel had dwelt. At the end of the tour, which had made Hooty shiny-eyed, I led him to State Street. Automobiles were no longer permitted, and we walked down one side and up the other, remarking on the ruthlessness of change. The little corner store was still there, still performing its old function, but nearly everything else we had known was gone. No more aluminum room, no more Renabaum's Rexall drugstore, no more Brat House, no more used bookstore. "I wonder what Glasshouse Road looks like now," Hooty said. "I don't want to go there, though." "I never even heard of Glasshouse Road," I told him. Hooty giggled and pressed the tips of his fingers to his mouth. "That's good," he said. "That's right. That's rich. That's royal." I thought he was quoting from some book, I knew not which. What makes it so wonderful?
Glasshouse Road is where every bad thing goes, Hooty said, and you don't know how to find it.
Now you tell me, I said.
Stop stalling and take me to Chicago, please, Hooty said.
On the drive south, Hooty betrayed his anxiety in small ways. He ruffled his fingers on the knees of his trousers. He smiled and moved his head from side to side without actually seeing anything. He said, "I like your sunglasses. I wish I had some sunglasses. Sunglasses are neato. Can I get some, Lee? Can I get some sunglasses? Do they cost $5? They cost more? I didn't think sunglasses would cost more than $5. When I broke the news that most things cost more than the grand sum of $5, I then had to assuage Hooty's terror of poverty. In his new home, everything would be taken care of, and the meals were included. He would get a small allowance to buy things like cookies and shaving foam at the on-site store. Would he like his new home? Would he have a private room, or would he have a roommate? Did it look nice? Was it pretty? Was it comfy? Could Pargita get a job there? Did they have a garden? Did they have flowers? And a picnic bench? What was the name of his new home again? Could Lee remind him of that name?
Of course, Hooty. Would you like me to write it out for you, too, along with his address and phone number? You'll have your own telephone, too. You are going to be living at the Des Plaines-Whitfield Residential Treatment Center, which is just a little bit out of Chicago, and a very, very nice place. To tell you the truth, it's nicer than the Lamont. I had learned that when Hooty was anxious, the only way to keep him calm was to speak to him as if he were a child. He needed primary color conversations and simple answers. Was the eel going to be there when they arrived?
No, Howard, she can't be. Today we'll make sure that you're comfortable and know where everything is, and we'll meet some of the staff. I'll bring Lee out tomorrow. She's very eager to see you again.
Of course she is, Hooty said. I'm the same way. But I'm a little scared, too.
Of meeting her?
Are you crazy? A roar of startled laughter with the scratchiness of laughter long unused. Of her meeting me.
Oh, Hooty, she won't even be able to see you, you know.
I know, Hooty said. But she can see anyhow. She always could. And do you know what she's going to do the first time she sees me? She's going to put her hand on my face.
Actually, she doesn't do that.
That's what you think.
Howard Bly's introduction to Des Plaines-Whitfield went smoothly. He met with his doctors. He was led to his room, which was spare and white and sunny. He was introduced to 3 fellow patients who seemed interested and kindly. He had a tour of the facility and its grounds. In appearance, something like a combination of a small college campus and a clean, well-run hospital, the center was the nicest of all the possibilities Don Olson and I had seen. A good-sized staff of experienced doctors, therapists, psychologists, and social workers managed and oversaw the progress of 60 to 70 men and women toward moving into group homes and finally locating themselves in the outside world. I knew I had been lucky to find Hooty a placement at Des Plaines-Whitfield. Lee had been crucial. A series of gears had interlocked in the right sequence at the right moment, and warm hands had delivered Hooty to a soft nest. He missed the Lamont's gardens and his view, but the new garden was extremely nice, if more functional and less purely decorative. If his new view, a field, a highway, was not as handsome as the old, an azalea bush and a stand of maples, his new room suited him far better than his cubicle at the Lamont. Here he had bookshelves and pictures on the walls and a braided rug on the floor. The room came furnished with a handsome wooden desk, 3 comfortable chairs, and a spacious coffee table. He was given the use of a coffee maker and a television set. He had the luxury of a bathroom all his own. On his first day in the new circumstances, Hooty seemed dazed, but not unhappy. Even when crying, and during his first 2 or 3 days in Des Plaines, Hooty spent many minutes either weeping or wiping tears from his face, he did not appear to be devastated. He cried for what had been lost. He cried with recognition, or because he was suddenly confused. He cried in gratitude. As promised, I drove my wife to the center on the day after Howard Bly's intake. Hooty had been prepared for this great event, and in clean overalls, a cheesehead sweatshirt Pargita had given him to remind him where he came from, and his yellow Timbs, he was perched on a sectional sofa in the reception area and staring at the entrance when Lee and I came through the door and paused at the desk to explain ourselves. "He's here," Eel said, backing away from the desk. "Is he?" I turned my head and saw Hooty slowly getting to his feet. The psychiatrist assigned to his case, Dr. Richard Feld, stood posted behind him. A look of wonder irradiated Blythe's round face. "Yes, he is. How did you know?"
"What's coming at me pretty much has to be from him," said the eel, smiling.
She turned in Hooty's direction, as if gifted with sight, and I kept glancing back and forth between my wife and the transfigured man making his way with slow steps toward her. Looking proprietary, Feld padded after him, now and then nodding at me, whom he had met the previous day. In his turtle-like progress, Hooty seemed not to want to hasten the moment that would come. He wished to appreciate everything offered to him along the way, including his own emotions. Lee Truax, too, settled into an attitude of patient expectance, her hands folded loosely before her, her head lifted, her smile deepening. I found this admirable, impressive, moving. They were giving the moment its due. The eel, of course, would do this instinctively, but Howard Bligh, I would have said, was no Lee Truax. Yet here he was, taking obvious pains not to rush the moment of reunion, in fact stretching out his approach to underline its role in that moment. Tears rose within me. It was like being at a wedding, all this crying. "Hello, Eel," Hooty said from 1.5 feet away. "You sure look good. I can't believe you're here with me in my new home."
"I'm glad we're both here," she said. "It's wonderful to see you again."
She took a small step forward and raised her right hand as if to take an oath.
"Would you mind?"
"Don't go fainting dead away," Howard said. Amazing, I thought. These two people really are something. It came to me that despite Don Olson's claims, the pair in front of me had loved Malin the most, and the most purely, without Boatman's neediness, Don's ambition, and Meredith Bright's tendency to keep score. Eel and Hooty had wanted nothing and pursued no agenda. Lee Truax placed her hand on the side of Hooty's face. "You're warm," she said. "I'm embarrassed," he giggled. "You make me... I don't know." She moved her hand, a pink, amiable spider, across the front of his face, over his forehead, under his chin, around his other cheek. "You're different, but you're still beautiful," she said. "I can see you very well, and everything I see is dandy." "Hello, Eel," Bligh said, and the eel said, "Yep, hello, Hooty," and they put their arms around each other and cried for a little while. "I'm sorry I never went to see you even once in all those years. I wasn't ready then, and there was always a lot to do anyhow." "Like what, Hooty? What did you do in there?" She stepped back, wiping her eyes. Briefly she placed a hand on his shoulder, then let it drop. "Read books, work on the big jigsaw puzzle, sit in the pretty garden, talk to Bargita, have my evaluations and my sessions and my group work, clean up, think about things, remember things. Really remember, like going back to back then. And lots of times I was so afraid I had to stay away from the dogs." He pointed at me. "And I read his book, The Agents of Darkness. He got it all wrong." "I know. He couldn't help it. It's only natural to be afraid. I was scared for a long, long time." "Don was too," I said, breaking into this duet. "But they're like traffic cops." "Or crossing guards," Lee said. "They're not supposed to hurt us." Dr. Feld stepped forward and rested a hand on the same shoulder where Eel had placed hers. "This is all very interesting, but right now I have no idea what anyone is talking about. None at all. Dogs are like crossing guards. Crossing guards never hurt anybody." "They're not supposed to," said Hooty darkly. Feld swung his body toward Hooty and leaned forward. "Howard, don't forget our meeting at 3. At that time we can go into dogs and traffic cops and crossing guards as much as you like." During the period of Hooty's residence in Des Plaines, Donald Olson began to put into effect the plans he had described in Madison. He printed up cards that offered his services as an experienced teacher of higher psychic truths, who had just come off numerous years on the road and wished to settle down in Chicago with a small number of serious students. Long-term commitments preferred, reasonable rates. After Lee Truax had come back to the house on Cedar Street, Don tactfully withdrew into his quarters, which amounted to a small guest suite that lacked only a private entrance to be truly self-contained. He took most of his meals alone and acquired the cell phone with a number he printed on his cards. Don and the eel got along extremely well, but he knew better than to trade on or exploit her old affection for him. He was not he, she was not she, and it was understood that our three-way friendship would be best served by the former Dilly moving into his own place as soon as he could. Olson and I had lapsed into certain male roommate habits and patterns, among them pizzas and Chinese food ordered in, frequent late hours, and the tendency to postpone doing the laundry, which had to be curtailed after my wife returned. She introduced a certain snap in the routines of the day, and the installation of a brisker schedule permitted Olson and me to get through more work than had been possible when we lived alone. Lee Truax spent 4 or 5 hours every day in her office, too, dealing with ACB matters or using Microsoft Narrator or Ceratec's Freedom Box to write on her computer. After a couple of months, Olson had managed to put together enough money to rent a small one-bedroom apartment in the 600 block of Webster Street, in the section of Lincoln Park near DePaul University, and I helped him with the payment on an old Accord that still ran remarkably well. Jason Boatman reported that It Takes a Thief, Incorporated, had opened branches in Milwaukee and Racine. He was busier than ever before in his life. "Before this, I never understood how lazy most crooks are," he said on speakerphone to the eel and me. "Burglars and thieves lie around their rooms all day until it's time to go to work, and the job only lasts about an hour or two." Boats would come to Chicago any time we invited him. After having forced Don and me to listen to his sorry tale, he said it was the least he could do. Dr. Feld reported that Dr. Greengrass, to whom he had been sending regular reports, was now on the administrative staff at the State Hospital in Madison. New ownership had taken over at the Lamont, and he'd been forced out. "He's reasonably content, as far as I can tell. His only lingering sorrow concerns that young woman who befriended Howard, Miss Pomandera. Wasn't she once a kind of intern or something? She has become second in command of the Lamont, and he still has hard feelings about his treatment by their board." "I don't blame either one," I said. "They'll probably be able to repair their friendship." "I like your optimism," Feld told him. Soon after that, Howard Bly was released from residential supervision into the world at large and the care of his friends. I have been watching the gradual transformation of the old Cedar Hotel across Rush Street from a down-and-dirty flophouse into a more respectable long-term rental prospect for the working urban poor. Its owners have been guaranteed substantial assistance from the city, state, and federal governments. Anything but civic-minded, they had seen that a good deal of money could be made from poverty. In April of 2004, the new Cedar Hotel had just opened its doors. The interiors gleamed and sparkled, and only half of its rooms were occupied. Howard Bly, now on steady disability payments that to him seemed astoundingly generous, was accepted upon receipt of the application I had helped him complete. He moved in on the day he left Des Plaines Whitfield. Many times over he said it was the happiest day of his life. Hooty nested in as if he had been waiting all his life to set up on his own. On his first day at the Cedar Hotel, he went to Michigan Avenue and its wealth of side streets and picked up cheap sheets and towels, a second-hand sisal rug, light bulbs, a strange lamp shaped like a nude woman doing a backstretch, some unmatched silverware and 2 plates, and a sturdy chair and not-so-sturdy chest of drawers he found on the sidewalk. Later that afternoon, the streets and sidewalks yielded a framed bullfight poster and a framed watercolor of a red barn that reminded him of a photograph at the Lamont. The following day he bought a cast-iron pan, a medium-sized pot, a colander, a spatula, a chef's knife, a ladle, and copies of The Joy of Cooking and Mastering the Art of French Cooking. Initially, Hooty took every lunch and dinner with either the eel and me or Don Olson. He learned to cook in our kitchen and used his recipes to help prepare some of our meals. Before 2 months had passed, he had worked out a more independent schedule. Twice a week he walked up Cedar Street to share the evening meal with us. On Sundays, Donald Olson came over to our house for drinks and dinner with Hooty. Hooty drank Welch's grape juice, and Olson drank large quantities of tequila over small quantities of ice. The eel herself called Jason Boatman, and Boats made a date with us all on Cedar Street for a Saturday at the end of August. He sounded both expectant and hesitant at the thought of listening to whatever the eel might have to say. In high school, he remembered with shame, he had so greatly not wished to hear her point of view on the question of Mallin's ceremony that he had avoided speaking to her, avoided even looking at her. When they had approached each other in the corridors of Madison West, he used to turn his head and scan the facades of the lockers. On Saturday, the 28th of August, Hooty Bly came ambling up sun-struck Cedar Street just as Jason Boatman swung his panel van, blazoned, "It takes a thief, security and protection services," into a parking space and got out. Because Boats had visited Hooty twice in the Lamont before his transfer to Des Plaines, they exchanged a warm, back-slapping hug of welcome. That is, Boats slapped Hooty's back twice. Hooty never slapped anybody, back or front. "If that slogan drove past me anywhere in the world," Hooty said, "I know it was you." "That's the idea,"
Boats said. Then his face fell into the furrows that had been carved by his long habits of pessimism and anxiety.
"You know, I haven't seen the eel since we left high school, and we weren't speaking to each other at the time."
"Don't worry about any of that," his old friend advised him. "It certainly isn't going to bother her."
I'm reconstructing here. Pretty special, huh?
"Just you wait, Henry Higgins, just you wait."
She always was pretty darn cute.
The imp of the comic perverse awoke in Hooty Bly, and he made an elaborately deadpan face. "That was then, this is now."
"Meaning what?"
As if in sorrow, Hooty looked down and shook his head. Boatman rotated his shoulders and shook out his arms.
"Let's get it over with."
He gave the doorbell a delicate nudge. From within came the sound of a pealing bell. Footsteps approached the door. Boats glanced at Hooty, who returned a solemn, commiserating nod.
"Oh, Lordy,"
Boats said. "Don't be such a Charlie Brown, Charlie Brown." The door swung open to reveal a smiling me, who, of course, had as yet to hear of Hooty's wicked game. I shook hands with Boats and threw my arms around Hooty.
"This promises to be an interesting day, doesn't it?"
"All shall be well, and all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well," Hooty said.
Boatman said, "Lee, is everything really—"
I raised my eyebrows, entirely puzzled.
"I'm sorry,"
Boats said.
"Don't worry about it, whatever it is," I counseled.
"Come on in, both of you, please. Boats, you've never been here before, have you? After we're done, maybe I'll give you a little tour if you're interested."
Boatman visibly roused himself into something like his conventional demeanor. "And maybe I could tell you how to burglar-proof your house if you're interested. I know you think you have, but believe me, you haven't even begun."
"Is that right?"
"You have no idea."
"We'll combine tours of the house," I said, shepherding them both across the pretty vestibule and into the living room. Don Olson stood up from his place on the sofa and held his hand out to Boatman. "Here you are at last," he said. "Have an easy ride down?"
"Until I got close to Chicago, when it was bumper to bumper all the way.
How you people put up with that traffic, I'll never know." Boatman was casting glances around the room, checking the door, then glancing back at his host.
"You all right?"
I asked.
"Can I get you anything?" "I could use a pit stop. Would you,
"Right over that way," I said. "Lee will be with us in a couple of minutes. She is very eager to see you again." Boats took off toward the bathroom with a hint of alacrity.
"Is he all right?"
I asked. Charlie Brown, Hooty half sang.
"You're making great strides in the popular culture area," I said.
"Peanuts is the answer to everything."
"Tell me something, Don," I said. "Has our Hooty discovered irony? There's something about him today."
"I think he invented irony on his own," Olson said. "The way primitive communities had to invent fire or horseshoes or whatever." Soft noises on the staircase caused the three men to glance toward the doorway.
"Ah, good," I said.
The footsteps reached the bottom of the staircase. I pushed my hands into my pockets and leaned forward, unable to keep from grinning. The two men, not married to the eel, revolved toward the door like weather vanes. Small, slender, in a sleeveless black tunic and black linen trousers,
A long, colorful scarf wound around her neck, Lee Truax moved confidently into the living room. As was usual at home, she did not carry a white cane. Her steady internal flame, illuminating from within, rode as always with her, like a familiar spirit. "Lee," I said, giving her a reference point.
"Hello, dear ones," she said, floating up before us. "Sorry to be a little late. I had to come to a decision about this scarf."
"You made the right decision," Hooty said, and at the same time Don said, "Good choice." "You look beautiful," I said, stating the obvious, and the other men murmured assent. I wondered how she did it. Though I had seen it happen 1,000 times, I had never understood the mechanism that allowed her to move from being good-looking to radiant without human or supernatural assistance. She barely used any makeup, and she never fussed. She wound a scarf around her neck, pushed her hair one way or another, applied lipstick, and the miracle had occurred all over again.
"You guys are like puppy dogs. Where's Jason Boatman? I heard the bell ring and I heard voices. I thought Jason would be here."
"He'll be back in a moment," I said.
"And he's in the security business now."
"It Takes a Thief is the name of this company," Hooty said. She laughed, then caught herself.
"Tremendous. He made a complete turnaround. I'm proud of him."
"Why don't you tell him?" Don asked. "He just came back in." Jason Boatman had just entered the room from the other side, and he seemed riveted by the spectacle presented by his hostess.
"He isn't moving," the eel said. "What's going on?"
"The poor old blind lady claims another victim," I said.
"Shut up, you. This is different."
Deep in his throat, Hooty made a low, gravelly sound expressive of mirth.
"Don't laugh at us, Hooty. What's he doing now?" "Ah, he's coming toward us, isn't he?"
"How do you do that?" Don asked. "I mean, is it something you feel or something you hear?"
"Let me poke out your eyes. In 20 or 30 years you'll know all about it."
"Sorry," Don said. "Anyhow, here he is, our old pal and reformed bad guy, Jason Boatman. Looking a little strained, a little hornswoggled, if you don't mind my saying so, Boats." "How could I mind?" Boat said, his eyes fixed on the eel's face. "When I don't understand what you're talking about." Hooty regarded the handsome ceiling.
"It doesn't matter. Pay no attention," said the eel. "I'll decide how you look, Boats."
"And I wasn't a bad guy," Boat said. "I was a professional thief."
"A fine distinction," said the eel. "But let me get a good idea of you, okay? It's wonderful to have the pleasure of your company again, and I want to take you in."
"Eel, you can take me anywhere you'd like," Boat said. Lee Truax simply stood before him, her feet in flat-back shoes planted on the floor, her head lifted, neither smiling nor not. Eventually she said,
"Yes, I see. Hello, Jason."
"You could always call me Boats."
"I was just saying that I'm very proud of you. It's almost a little bit funny that you went straight."
"Being crooked put too much wear and tear on the system."
"Say what you will. I'm never going straight."
I put my arm around her shoulders. "Thank God, that would spoil everything for the rest of us. But what do you think? Shall we get started, now that we're all here?"
"Go for it,"
said the eel. "All right, everybody. Drinks, coffee, whatever you'd like, fellows. Let's get started. Honey, are you ready?"
"Absolutely," she said. "Would you please let me have some water?"
"I'll have a tequila, rocks. Coffee?"
"Welch's grape juice, please," said Hooty.
When I returned with the drinks, we took places on the chairs and sofa, facing the woman at the center of our attention. She was waiting with an air of deep personal calm. From her posture, from the level angle of her head and the musing expression on her face, the eel seemed as transparent as the cool water in her tall glass. "We're all set now," I told her.
"I know," she said.
If Lee Truax had possessed the power of sight, the way she swept her face from one side of the room to the other, taking us in, would have suggested that she wished not to be interrupted in the course of her account.
"I'm set too."
This time her sightless glance left no doubt as to her desire for every bit of our attention.
"Don, Hooty, Boats, and you, Lee, please understand what is going to happen here. I'm going to describe, as thoroughly as I can, what I witnessed and experienced before, during, and after Spencer Mallon's ceremony out in that meadow. No matter what happens, please do not interrupt me. Don't ask questions. Don't do or say anything that could make me stop talking. I mean that. Even if you are alarmed in some way, or if you hate what I'm saying, or are offended by it, please put your emotions aside, and let me go on as well as I can. I can only do this once. I'm not going to repeat myself, and I'm not going to try to explain things nobody could explain, so don't ask me to try. You understand, guys? You got me?
"We understand," I said, and the others chimed in.
I'll begin, then.
The eel put out her hand for the glass of water and wrapped her fingers around it with no apparent groping or hesitation. After taking a sip that might have satisfied a hummingbird, she replaced the glass in exactly its former position. Her hands came to rest in her lap, and she gave all of us the reassuring hint of a smile.
And I want to start where we started that day, in the Coliseum Theater. I wonder if any of you remember the bizarre comment Spencer made before that organist sank down beneath the stage again, and the lights faded, and the curtain folded back? I bet you don't. I bet you all forgot it.
"Can we answer that?" Don asked.
This once, yes.
"I can't remember anything he said, except that he'd meet us across the street after the second screening. You don't mean that, do you?"
No, I mean what he said about movies and secret messages. Spencer thought that certain movies contained hidden communications that were intended only for the few who were capable of understanding them. That morning he wanted to tell us about a secret hidden in the ending of Shane. Shane was one of his favorite movies.
"Skylarking."
Apart from Lee, the eel said, probably they could all remember how Spencer walked them down the aisle to the second row. But how many of them knew why he did that? The screen shed a light of its own, that's why. And even when the rest of the enormous theater was in total darkness, the first 3 or 4 rows were illuminated by a thin, silvery glow that looked like moonlight. Mallon wanted them to be visible. Years afterward, the eel thought Mallon wanted to make sure they would stick to his game plan. He was slipping them into a pocket until it was time to take them out again and set them on their way. The eel had no proof of this, but it seemed very likely to her that their great leader had given an usher $5 to make sure they stayed in their seats. An entire invisible world, Spencer thought, had become aware of his band of youngsters, and he wished to shield them from the denizens of that world until all was in proper alignment. And besides that, he had private business to take care of. His supposedly #1 girlfriend, Meredith, was furious with him over a certain wrong he had done her, and he had to make it up to her the best way he knew how, by screwing her until her brains dribbled out of her ears. Pardon my French, as the boys say. That's the way Mallon talked when he got on to this subject. Pardon my French, please, young lady. What were her ears supposed to be made of, anyhow? Crystal? Eel Truax knew what was going on. She was no idiot. She didn't like it. She didn't like anything about the deal, if you want to know the truth. He put her in a crummy position, and there was nothing she could do about it. And what Mallon chose to tell them, all of them really, but mainly her, the eel, didn't help not one bit. He wanted to explain something about death. So death was there right at the beginning. Mallon put it right in front of them. Only they all thought he was just talking about this Western movie from 10 years ago, the one with the kid that looked like Hootie. They'd all seen it on TV. They knew what he was talking about. Alan Ladd, Van Heflin, and Jean Arthur, that blonde woman who was in a million movies. Jack Palance, the ultimate sneaky bad guy. Man comes to town, helps a sodbuster, makes friends with his family and this whole community that's being threatened by ranchers. Finally, the man reveals he's a famous gunfighter and does battle with the other team's gunfighter. He wins, everything is fine again, and the gunfighter rides off into the sunset. Only, Mallon told them before he ran out to hump his girlfriend back into a good mood, the gunfighter, Shane, dies at the end of Shane.
In the last shot, Alan Ladd slumps over his saddle. The other guy put a bullet in him, and he's dying, only he didn't want the boy Billy to know that. The movie is about the mystery of death in our culture, how that mystery is hidden. Shane is a killer. That's what he does. If Shane isn't a killer, the movie doesn't work, get it? If he's just another hired man, Van Heflin, Billy's dad, is going to be shot down in the muddy street. And if that happens, evil wins. But for most of the movie, this wandering killer, Shane, comes across as just a nice, friendly guy. So his death has to be passed off in a kind of code, in a gesture most people will never even see. Malin knew, the eel now thought. At the time she had come to a different conclusion. He knew what Keith Hayward was, and thanks to her husband, Lee Truax now knew a lot more than she wished she did about that subject, and it seemed to her now that Spencer also knew that Hayward was going to be killed out in that meadow. He told them all, too, only he told them in code, like his version of the movie. After that they sat through 2 showings of that stupid Alan Arkin movie and stuffed horrible movie lobby candy into their mouths. Finally, the second showing was over, and they were allowed to troop outside, where good old Guess Who was waiting for them, big grin on his face. Wonder of wonders, Miss America, Miss Badger Beauty, was nowhere in sight, which meant that he had ditched her to pick them up by himself. Of course, Malin had just climbed out of her bed. That much was obvious, no matter where she was at this moment, and poor Eel felt like a big stupid knife had been stuck in her guts. But something came to her as their little band filed across the street to join the other 2. It was a sudden insight about the Golden Girl, Meredith Bright, everybody's ideal woman, and probably it could only have come to the eel when its subject was nowhere in sight. When Meredith was around, she was too distracting. You know what it was, Eel's insight? That there wasn't much to Meredith, and she'd be trading on her looks way into middle age. All she had was this strange combination of innocence and greed, and once the innocence was taken away from her, as it undoubtedly would be, the greed would be all that was left. Greed wrapped in a pretty package. Meredith didn't even know that she was going to hate Malin one day, but she would, all right, because Spencer Malin was never going to satisfy all that need, all that desire. In a way, Meredith reminded the eel of boats. But boats lusted only for things, stuff you could pick up and jam into a sack. The things that got Meredith all hot and bothered were on another scale altogether. Power and money, the ultimate American package. That was what she was after. While Malin was taking them to their rendezvous point with Hayward and Millstrap, they walked straight into a hellacious protest riot, with cops on horseback and fire hoses and kids getting clouted in the head with nightsticks, people yelling into bullhorns, complete chaos. Total uproar. The cops had gone out of control by the time their group got close to the scene, and they were all about busting heads and throwing kids into paddy wagons. It infuriated the cops that the protest leaders had dared to stage an action off campus. Taking it to the citizens broke the fragile contract that had been the only thing keeping the cops to some sort of standard of behavior. They were pissed off and didn't mind showing it, and that made the protesters more and more outrageous. The clamor they had been hearing came from the students screaming and yelling up University Avenue, not to get away from the cops and their shields and horses, but to provoke them into the brutal excess and lawlessness that was their true condition as agents of the state. And boy, oh boy, did it work. By the time Malin and his core group had made it to North Charter Street through the running crowds, the place was a battleground. Except for one last-minute stroke of luck, whether good or bad is up to you, they would inevitably have been drawn into the maelstrom, struck with clubs, trampled by horses, assaulted, beaten, and dragged off to jail. But Malin looked over his shoulder and saw a big new parking garage, and that was all he needed. He pointed, he turned and ran, and the 4 of them followed him. A second before, the firemen arrived with high-pressure hoses and began bowling the students over and sweeping them away. They got out just in time to avoid being turned into waterlogged refuse. Of course, it wasn't all over when the firemen went into their act. Plenty of students were still primed to do battle, and most of the police were having too much fun to quit. You can only aim a hose in one direction at a time, after all. So once they were all safe behind their concrete wall, there was still a lot to watch.
Only the eel saw more than she wanted to, and it all seemed to flow from what Spencer Mallon had told them about the end of Shane, after they had taken their second-row seats. At the beginning, though, she saw Keith Hayward and Brett Millstrap, and for the first time really took in how strange they were, both as a couple and individually. When the eel caught sight of the frat boys, they were slipping along the fronts of the buildings on University, staying as far back as they could from the sidewalks in the street, where all the action was taking place. They were making their way toward the intersection on the same side of the street as the parking garage, so the eel was able mainly to see the boy in front, Hayward. Behind him, Millstrap appeared in flashes and snatches. They were creeping along like spies, their hands flattened on the walls at their backs, slightly bent at the waist, eyes on the commotion. Hayward was loving what he saw. The eel should have known how he'd be, but when she saw his reaction to chaos, she was shocked. It was so inhuman, that joy, so perverse, so innately wicked. His eyes were alight. He was grinning and bobbing his chest up and down in an unconscious, delighted chicken dance. Hayward didn't even know he was doing it, the eel thought. Probably he was chuckling, too. The strangest part of it was the cold, terrible impersonality of his body's movements. Which was the moment a dire perception snapped into focus. Mallon said Shane dies at the end of the movie. Wasn't Mallon their version of Shane? It seemed so obvious to the eel, she could not imagine why she had not understood him immediately. He had given her the message, and she had fumbled it in her hands all the while they had trekked after him through the streets of Madison into this grinding chaos. Mallon had told her that he was going to lead them into the moment of transformation and pay for it with his life. That was why he had been so explicit about leaving them after the end of a ceremony, and they had one and all misunderstood him. Mallon was not just leaving town. When he said leaving, he meant leaving. Horrified, the eel twisted against the white concrete wall and stared at Spencer Mallon, who had jumped onto the seat of a convenient metal chair and propped his elbows on the top of the wall. His leather jacket, his boots, his perfect hair, and his lightly sunburned face, these aspects of his being took on an abrupt, iconic weight, as if the image before her now had been reproduced on 1,000 posters. The handsome creases in his face when he smiled, the crinkles of the ends of his eyes, one hand raised in greeting to an unseen rioter. "Don't die," she said, and her words were instantly lost within the roar and rumble of the street. He could not have heard, but he turned toward her and smiled down. Rocket shells should have been bursting in the sky above. White loops and spirals should have printed themselves on the pale upper air. His beautiful mouth-shaped words she could begin to make out, and he jabbed a finger toward the street. Whatever it was, he wanted her to see it too. She dropped to her knees and scooted along to the edge of the wall, where she could peer out in relative safety. And there, in the violent street, the eel saw the first real sign that this day the world was going to turn itself inside out. And even in the midst of the craziness and chaos rioting out there, what she saw was so unexpected, actually so impossible, that she thought she had been mistaken. Because, to begin with, she saw a flash of bone. But what cleared the street for this vision was extraordinary in itself. It was like watching some behemoth launch itself into view with a plunging demon on its back, a figure so large and terrifying that everyone in sight, students, cops, and firemen, dropped what they were doing and ran for cover. The creature was simply the largest, most enormous horse the eel had ever seen, an ink-black horse that resembled a heroic rearing statue brought to massive life, and the face-masked officer mounted on its back, the muscles in his thighs and arms bulging, might have been a general of monumental frame who had raised his huge sword only that he might slash it down again. Together they seemed superhuman, supernatural, a joined figure of savage retribution called out of an uneasy slumber to enforce the civil order. The giant horse did rear, and the massive assault cop in the saddle did raise his long riot stick like a sword, and on his great mount swept like an avenging angel down the length of University Avenue, scattering students and policemen alike, then rearing and wheeling to charge, slashing back. None could stand before him, and yet the protesters kept reforming in his wake, then scattering all over again before his next charge. It was in that context that the eel saw the flash of bone. It appeared, then vanished, and where she looked to find it again, she saw only a smudge of dirty khaki, as a soldier inside an old uniform whirled away from the horse and its implacable rider. An old uniform, still stained from the battlefield, its insignia obscure. She looked again, and saw a skeletal arm, then a skull to which some limp hair and rotting flesh still clung. The skeleton of a dead soldier had come to join the protest, and a few of his fellows had joined him. Rifle in hand, a tall, broad man with 3 stripes on his arm ran toward the plunging horse, unimpeded by possessing only half a head and intestines that followed him like a silver rope. The skeleton jigged and jittered, and the dead sergeant slipped out of the way a moment before the horse could run him down. No one else saw the dead soldiers, Eel knew. Had Malin taken in the rotting dead men? Did he rejoice at their presence? The capering dead meant that a veil had been torn, the customary rules overturned. She looked back up at her beloved on his chair and realized that he had not, after all, seen the dancing corpses. He was looking at her, and pointing somewhere farther off. The eel glanced in that direction and spotted Meredith Bright. Of course. Who else would Malin be looking for? Who else would be all that he could see, really? She looked a bit frightened by the disturbance before her, but not as scared as Eel would have thought she'd be. Instead, she seemed frustrated, eager but irritated, in a hurry to proceed to their destination. Her doomed calculations had been thrown off by at least an hour, probably more. The horoscope was her great contribution to the venture, and she was going to be miffed if it became irrelevant. It seemed likely, thought the eel with a savage splash of joy, that very soon Meredith would be forced to discover that from the beginning her hero, savior, philosopher king had been merely humoring her. Spencer was waving at Meredith, and Meredith was looking back and forth between Malin and Keith Hayward. Neither one of them had seen the dead soldiers. Maybe only she thought it made sense for the spirits of dead soldiers to join protests against the war that had stolen their lives. It seemed plenty sensible to the eel. Under their circumstances, she'd do the same, if she could. They didn't like being dead, these poor guys. They thought they'd been cheated, which she found completely reasonable. It seemed strange, but not unsettling to Eel, that she did not find these aggrieved ghosts frightening. Keith Hayward, though, that was scary. He had arrived at a hysterical pitch of joy that made him jig in place. Of course, she should have understood it before. Keith had seen the ghost skeletons, too. Had he ever? How had she missed it? It was so completely obvious. What Keith was looking at, what he was drinking in, was driving him out of his mind with happiness. Death turned the guy on. Spencer had no idea what he had invited into their circle. Spencer was playing a game, the eel recognized. She wondered why she had not always known it. From the beginning he described everything as one kind of game or another. The worst game of all, the most destructive, was the reality game. He and Meredith actually talked this way.
"He didn't know what he was doing?"
asked Jason Boatman. The answer is no, but I requested that you do not interrupt me, especially with questions, Eel said. If anyone else jumps in, I'm done. I'm out of here.
Sorry, Boat said.
So far we've had only prologue, continued the eel. The prologue has to do with death, and the story of what she did that day revolves around death and evil, evil and death, with appearances in featured roles by 2 completely different demons, and they are both frightening. But there is something else, too, something greater and wiser and better in every way, something she could dare to approach no more than any of them could, which is not at all, because it was the scariest of all. Her experience wasn't all one-sided, far from it. Only the 2 sides don't turn out to be what you think they are. The eel is still trying to work it out. After the cops and the firemen wandered off, their little group reassembled itself from its various hidey-holes, and the eel saw that she had been right about Meredith. The girl was insulted and angry. She felt betrayed. Malin didn't even pretend to care about the effect of a long delay on their horoscope. He didn't believe, no matter what she said, that this was one of the very few times when a delay would have serious consequences. "Spencer," she told him, "I think our window just shut." "Fine," he said. "We'll open another one." People should be careful about the things they say. Furious, Meredith turned away from Malin and deliberately made goo-goo bedroom eyes at Keith Hayward, who came close to levitating. Meredith thought it was romance and love and young lust or whatever, and sure it was partly those things, but mainly it was something else, the side of Keith the eel had first noticed for really the first time just a little while before. Eel still had no idea of its shape or dimensions. She just knew that he was even sicker than she had thought. A good deal of her experience that evening was going to consist of becoming familiar with the nature and scope of Hayward's illness. Malin cranked them up with a few words and broke Jason's heart by asking Don if he thought they could pull it off. In spite of screwing up the horoscope, he meant. But Don didn't get that, and neither did Boats. To them it felt as though Spencer had anointed Dill as his apprentice and successor. The eel wondered, what is poor Dilly going to do if Spencer dies today? What do we all do? Anyhow, Don said what Spencer wanted him to say, and they set off. Hooty kept his eye on the eel all through the rest of the night, right up until the moment he lost consciousness. Hooty knew something. He had seen something, and the eel thought he had probably taken in the moment when she had seen the dead soldiers. She was worried about all of them, but he was worried about her. They were so connected. He had almost seen the walking dead himself. So she had to put him back together, which she did with a smile and a look filled to the brim with love. The eel loved Hooty, and with that look she declared her intention of protecting him all the way through to the end. On Glasshouse Road she kept him focused and moving forward, and after she had glanced around at the source of the strange noises that followed them, she silently let him know that he should not turn his head. That was a funny experience, Glasshouse Road. Most of the boys looked around, and what they would have seen, she knew, was the spectacle of those oversized dogs, dressed like men and upright on their hind legs, dogs that might have stepped out of that dumb painting her father brought back from the saloon, except they weren't friendly or harmless any more, were they? They would have looked savage, like Hell's Angel dogs, biker thug dogs that would have attacked if Malin and his little band had done anything but go forward. That's what they all saw, and the eel saw it too, but it wasn't all she saw. Brett Millstrap was moving forward with the lockstep, barely contained fury of the insane. When she looked forward toward the end of the street, she could see Brett Millstrap up there too, mooching along with a sideways smirk on his almost handsome face at the right hand of Keith Hayward. The Brett up front knew nothing of the enraged Brett stumping along behind, but the one back there hated his position and wanted to swap. Somehow Eel understood that this exchange wasn't supposed to be in the cards. It was an impossibility. Brett had been the victim of one of those mistakes, those errors, that can never be made right again. Here we come to another really strange part of the evening. In the troubled journey up Glasshouse Road, they had cohered into a true unit. She had felt it happening, and she knew the others had too, even Hayward and Millstrap. And at the center of that unit, she recognized, stood Eel Truax, not Spencer. For Spencer, whom at this moment she loved entirely, was going simply to be the mechanism that launched her. He only half knew it, because his vanity recoiled before any such knowledge. His own centrality to whatever took place around him was a great foundation stone of his existence. But he did at least have a half-knowledge of his true role. That was what permitted him to fulfill it. And Spencer's role was going to be great, the eel knew. It all depended on him, really, since she would never be able to do her part if he failed in his. And look at the guy. Even before Don led them into that little folded-in part of the meadow, even before they all saw that white circle shining out at them like an invitation, Spencer had been absolutely glowing with his conviction that he was doing the right thing.
Mallin's vibrant conviction that on this night they would all achieve the extraordinary swayed them all, she thought. After a while, even Meredith seemed to relinquish her desire for control, and even the fraternity boys stared at her in a way that suggested their ideal woman had moved into a realm beyond the merely sensual. That realm, filled with hints of transcendence, seemed to lie all about them. By the time they were really getting ready to kick things off, it had become the most beautiful evening the Eel had ever seen. The moon and the stars came out, shining pale and growing brighter and brighter as the evening went on. Hooty was still keeping track of Eel, who could see that he thought the stars and the glowing points of light from the traffic had become twice as beautiful because they had passed through her. Hooty saw them as she did, and he was determined to miss nothing. As for the Eel, she had a feeling about Spencer Mallon, that he was going to be able, after all, to reach down into himself and produce the key that would allow her to spring free and do whatever unimaginable things she was meant to do. The man was humming with purpose, focused, electric, joyful. He was so beautiful, it almost hurt to look at him. The Eel could at least persuade herself that this man had become so in tune with himself and his goals that he could not possibly die in the execution of his task. This ceremony was not going to kill him, which could mean only that he would, after all, simply take off for some other part of the country. This version of the future made the Eel no happier than it had when Mallon had first revealed it, but as an outcome it was 1,000,000 times better than death. So mixed in with her pleasure and admiration of the much-loved Spencer Mallon, as he helped the boys loop the ropes in front of the white circle and passed out the candles and matches, mixed in also with her sense of brimming transcendence, was the painful awareness that no matter what the two of them managed to accomplish that night, he would soon be lost to her forever. Think about it. Wouldn't that have some effect on what happened afterward, exactly the same way as Keith Hayward's terrible illness? The Eel had death and loss in her mind, too, even while she could feel herself humming and trembling toward this consummation that hung unseen before her. Once they had all their equipment laid out, they seemed almost to start breathing together, inhaling and exhaling at the same time, all of them. The Eel was intensely aware of the intimacy of that moment. It didn't matter that she and Meredith had been grouped so closely together. They seemed almost of the same substance. Their mutual detestation endured, but weightlessly. When they got to the part where they raised their lighted candles and waited for Mallon to begin, Hooty tightened down into himself and complained about them having arrived, and everyone who was thinking supposed that he was talking about the dogs. Didn't they, Hooty? Please don't answer. I know you saw something else around us, too, something that had come in with the dogs, something hiding amongst them. It's what you saw on that day last year when my husband and Don took you outside the Lamont for the first time. By that time you understood them so well, you knew it was saying goodbye, and you felt a terrible pity. Jason Boatman is going to be amazed that what you pitied so much was what he called the dark matter. But that's what it was. Hooty, who could feel compassion for something like that, must have one of the purest hearts in the world. The Eel knows. She saw one of them, too, before she went on her long journey and wound up in the most amazing of all the places she visited, the most despairing, at the end of the journey that began with such a sense of richness and fullness, almost of luxury. She found herself faced again with a filthy piece of shit that started moving in and out of vision the second Mallon drew in his breath to speak, to sing, the creature that told her how misguided Spencer had been, how foolish, yet at the same time how close he had come to the breakthrough he had been seeking all his life. A red, bearded demon, with a ponytail, bad teeth, and an old-time New York accent. First, she became the Skylark, the most wonderful moment she ever had or ever will. It was like getting dessert before dinner, or getting the reprieve before the punishment. Hooty, watching, knew something had happened that he couldn't share. It had come to her too quickly, too massively to be shared. She was on the inside of an experience that had locked him out. The only reason she wasn't devastated, Hooty, was that she knew you could love what was happening to her. And in his own way Spencer Mallon could love her too, for the same reason.
He understood that she had gone beyond him, and if he felt envy, it was only for a second. The air got thicker somehow, more like a membrane. Unseen things, unseen lives, were shooting and spinning around. She became aware of them for a second only, because then Malin found his words, or his words found him, and his head fell back and his chest expanded, his fingers spread apart, and this great sound came out of him. Right then, crazy as it sounds, she became two people, or one person and one soul, or something like that. Her soul lived in her imagination, she knows that much. Hooty saw it happen, and Spencer did too. Spencer didn't know, and neither did anyone else but Hooty, about the final thing that sent the eel on her way. It was the terror, revulsion, and shock that shot through her immediately after she noticed a strange motion happening in the scrubby grass about 10 feet to the right of the circle. This motion, this activity, meant that the circle had been drawn in the wrong place. Malin wasn't even looking in the right direction. Hooty was the only other person out there who saw what really happened. A terrible being woke up. That's what actually happened out there. Not only had Malin awakened it, when it did not wish to be awakened, he missed the entire thing. The eel wished she had missed it too. The creature struggling to its feet on the worn-out grass might have been invisible, but it terrified her. It made her want to fall to the ground and press her eyes into the dirt. She could tell by the movement of the sparse grass that the thing was twitching with irritation, that it wished to remain unseen. No one was ever supposed to see it as it made its way to and fro in the world, causing men to fall off ladders, and babies to stiffen and die, and corn crops to wither, women to lose unborn babies in a bloody flux, drunken drivers to steer into oncoming lanes, husbands to beat wives, women to roast their husbands alive in their beds like cockroaches, old friends to quarrel and separate. It moved through its boundless territory, bringing chaos and disorder, bringing despair. A few flies spun away from its reeking hide. The eel could sense the creature shifting its ugly head and moving a step forward, a step sideways. Her hopes had curdled inside her. The others were all seeing whatever they saw, but what they smelled was it. In the midst of her revulsion and terror, it came to her that the demonic monster before her was the famous noonday demon, rumors of which her father and his corpse-like pals had whispered after the slaughter of miserable afternoons at the house of correction. The savage demon of the second rate, the demon of everyday evil. It had entered through a door Malin had opened without knowing how to close. This was the pure demon of the vengeful, of envy unto sickness. As the demon of what was grasping and inferior and unappeasable, it could never be sated, satisfied, pacified, or put to rest. Probably she had breathed its fumes all of her life. Malin was staring at her, barely able to see her through the stinking orange cloud he had created out of nothing. The eel ascended a notch or two up a narrow passage that had taken shape around her. It rose to intersect other, larger passageways she intuited more than saw. From her new position, Eel was permitted to understand what had happened 6 years earlier in the stacks of the Columbia University Library. Drawn to the carol that was the source of the same glowing color now engulfing them, Spencer Malin had knocked, answered an array of questions, and been reluctantly admitted. It came to her that she knew all of this because Don Dilly Olson had once dared to ask his mentor about it, and his mentor had dared to tell the truth. On that day Eel entered the great course of time and observed something that, although it was not to happen for another 10 or 11 years, was taking place close at hand, which she could see by turning her head. What Malin said to you, Don, was, "Want to know what that asshole in the carol told me?" I never understood it, so I might as well give it to you, kiddo. What that freaky-looking jerk said to me was, "I feel sorry for you. I have control over what I do, and you probably never will." The eel watched it take place, though she stood in the door of the hotel room where mentor and pupil shared a pint bottle of Johnny Walker Black. No ice, no water. Then she spread her wings and lifted off. In the meadow, Hooty and Spencer Mallon watched the eel's soul in its flight until it was lost in the darkness. The eel's body sipped the momentarily foul air, trembled before impersonal evil, and took in the antics of the other beings Mallon had succeeded in welcoming into our world. This eel, the physical eel, witnessed Millstrap's stupid, bull-headed disappearance into the riotous world of the gods and avatars. But the rest of eel, her essential self, soared up into a dazzling expanse of sparkling avenues and wandering byways linked to roads broad and narrow. And she understood that Mallon, all unknowing, had given her access to the heart of time, which lay like a huge map on all sides, neither two-dimensional nor three, but both simultaneously. With the addition of breathing, static time, the fourth dimension had been set in place. Across its great map she was free to travel as she wished. The eel was putting this the only way she knew how. She thought that she separated into two equal parts, one of them a skylark. That happened. Yes, it happened, even if the entire amazing episode came directly from the imagination of the eel left behind in the meadow. With Mallon's song filling her ears, ecstatic eel soared in giddy flight through many skies. At recess in 1953, Milwaukee schoolchildren ran panting through the concrete schoolyard in a game of tag, ignoring one small boy seated alone beneath the jungle gym. He followed them with his eyes, but he never moved his head. Alone on the playground, this boy, set apart, looked up at the passing skylark. In her flight, Eel knew that the boy was Keith Hayward, and her heart ached in sorrow and pain. With a brief skim down an avenue and a twirl into a narrow lane, the skylark was ascending at a steep angle, pouring out a song over the garden of a Camden Town pub, London, 1976. Amongst the people at round tables scattered through the potted trees, a smiling dark woman prodded the shoulder of a man in a black sweater, who, amazed and joyous, shot to his feet and pointed, grinning, at the first skylark he had ever seen or heard. In 1958, she whirled over the heads of Indian villagers, who gazed up in slow incomprehension, while the lean, leather-jacketed American who had been the center of their attention placed one hand atop his rough blond hair, tilted his head, and for a moment appeared to go into a swoon. Then it was the summer of 1957, and she was soaring over a handsome backyard pool in Fox Point, Wisconsin, where a sullen-looking 12-year-old boy with a prominent widow's peak pushed his right hand into his bathing shorts and fondled himself as he raised his left, pointed the barrel of his index finger at her, and twice lowered the hammer of his thumb. Then the skylark wheeled through a shining passage and entered the future, in the form of a soaring high-summer whirl above the great lawn and Belvedere Castle in Central Park, New York City, for the sake of middle-aged men and women strung out like a necklace along the paths. The bird-watchers gasped and fumbled for their notebooks, their cameras, their cell phones, that they might document the appearance before them of the never-seen, the impossible, the soon-to-vanish. After that blatant bit of exuberance, a wheeling turn into a darkening lane and a cold, dead diorama from a corner of the future, where under a painted sun and a painted sky, a skinny, aging boatman, soon to have the worst experience of his life, looked up at her baffled from the strip of concrete between a marina and a long artificial lawn pocked with artificial brown footprints in two straight lines. The prints were his, and those of a huge non-dog, with pointed white plastic teeth that shed the bare moonlight of exposed bone. For a terrible second she saw herself, a small brown bird with outspread wings, from the perspective of an eye placed beneath the dog's ugly inert muzzle. At the heart of a strident tumult of voices, a steely tenor voice trumpeted, "I want what you want." The eel shuddered away, her outpouring song interrupted so brusquely that back in the meadow Hooty cast her a look of terror and alarm. Her shock and dismay at the painted sky and the dead world beneath it, the plastic teeth of the stuffed dog, Boates's distress, The deadly tenor voice and its invasive assertion, and Hootie's fear for her, sent Eel tumbling through frame after frame. Standing before his useless workbench, her father dropped the shot-glass, which shattered against the floor and sprayed whiskey across the eel's infant feet. In the next room the invisible fly-haunted noonday demon lounged up to a second-hand crib, and Colby Truax, the eel's baby brother, twitched once and died. Roy Bligh's head exploded into hanks of hair and bloody brain matter on a jungle trail in Vietnam. Sprawled across chairs, in a year when the eel could still see, she and Lee Harwell, unthinkingly happy there at the beginning of the great problems they would face together and apart, she home from her bartending job, he away from his desk for the first time that day, read aloud to each other from a book called Rivers and Mountains on East 7th Street. The last frame was of a sun-streaked State Street in early autumn, and the large, unclean window of the Tick-Tock Diner, through which the fallen eel, now a skylark no longer, but merely a transient speck drifting across the sidewalk, could dimly see herself and her companions of the little band all leaning toward the scrawny figure addressing them, in this frame visible only in one-quarter view, but clearly identifiable as Keith Hayward. To whom, the fallen eel understood, something truly terrible was going to happen, but not before she learned a great deal more about him. In the darkening meadow from which a sole portion of her had ventured forth, the eel stood close to Hooty Bligh and watched Malon's lunatic spirits riot before them. That these spirits had taken him by surprise, that he was absolutely stunned by what he had called up and brought into being, could be read both in the expression on his face and his posture. Now, at what should have been the moment of his greatest triumph, he stood stock-still and cursing. He looked exhausted and unprepared, an actor who had been thrust on stage before he learned his lines. The eel, though still concerned with Keith Hayward, understood that Malon saw himself engulfed in the foul orange-red fog and beleaguered by hundreds of savage dogs. Of the reckless panorama before them he took in only glimpses. He had no idea of the actual majesty of his failure. Over in front of Don and the fraternity boys, a kind of drunken circus roistered away, a wild party on some cold and distant planet where all the inhabitants were made of shiny wet metal. In an atmosphere of lunatic festivity, a mad king rode around teetering atop a bear. A bellowing queen aimed a long stick at various people, directing curses at them in the way the 10-year-old Brett Millstrap had aimed a pretend bullet at the skylark eel skimming above him. The mad, faceless queen gyrated toward Eel as if wound on a spring, leveled her silver rod, and made a simple check-mark in the air. Painlessly, a small cold capsule struck the surface of the eel's right eye and slipped within like a diver into a pool. Instantly the capsule was absorbed. "My eye," thought the eel. Then, in the odd, harrowing rush that followed, she managed to forget this event until the darkening vision of her early 30s returned it to her. In front of Malon, a naked woman who looked nearly green posed listlessly before a dead landscape with a slow-moving camel, a floating dress, a white dove. An extraordinary hubbub came from these scenes, hooting and yelling from the mad queen's blank world, loud groans from the territory behind the green woman. In a crackling thunderstorm, a red-haired giant with a raised sword screamed at boats. In the scene before the eel, an ancient couple, he with a long Don Quixote beard, both of them with streaming white hair, leaned into a fierce wind and twisted their necks around viciously to expose the ugly faces with enormous pointed noses on the backs of their heads. They were nothing to these figures. In so far as human beings entered into their notice, they existed to be tormented and dispatched. These things had the transparent, empty viewpoint of gods. The actual deity is another matter. Malon had called them up, but now that they were here he barely saw them and had no idea what to do with them. At that point the eel saw Brett Millstrap bend down and tug at something and edge a seam with a break in the thread. She had the feeling that this idea was so terrible that he should forget about it immediately. On the other hand, Brett Millstrap seemed to have been created to invent terrible ideas. The biggest problem with the world over there on the other side of the tough air membrane gliding around her, Eel gathered, was that it was both lunatic and poisonous. Being crazy and toxic, according to some sources, it had frightened Malan's beloved Cornelius Agrippa right back into Christianity. If it hadn't, it should have. These faceless kings and queens, wilting girls, floating shirts, giant ranting warriors, and the rest, these camels and dragons and curious pigs, failed to make sense because they were utterly incapable of logic or coherence. Rationality had no place in their world. They could not make sense. Sense wasn't in them. Meaning had come late to the world, and they had no use for it. In the meadow, Brett Millstrap was standing in front of the seam he had opened, revealing a single, inhumanly bright light surrounded by darkness. The eel saw him bend toward the opening, probably in hopes of getting a better view of that strange blank realm. Alongside him, Hayward seemed to have forgotten all about his frat brother, nor did he demonstrate much care for the spirit world. From the fixity of his glance, evidently he had been staring at the Meredith Hooty-Eel trio for some time. Eel could not tell if the object of his gaze was Meredith or herself. All she knew for sure was that he was not staring at Hooty. According to everything she had intuited about the sorry Keith Hayward, he had some kind of punitive crush on Meredith. Yet his eyes seemed to flick back and forth between them, a matter that disturbed her profoundly. The eel did not desire the attentions of Keith Hayward. Sweat shone on his face, and his eyes looked hot, almost poached. Distracted by the thoughts jittering across his brain, he took a hesitating forward step, then another, more decisive step. On the other side of Hooty Bly, Meredith subtly rearranged her stance, a shift in the angle of one hip and one shoulder, in a way that claimed Hayward for herself alone. She was welcome to him, that idiot. With his third step, Hayward burst into a run, and maybe Meredith couldn't or didn't want to see it, but he was looking straight at the eel. He was the unappeasable itself. She didn't know how she had failed to see it before, that Hayward outboatsed boats, and he wanted her. Because he knew, too. He had seen something. Hayward had taken in some portion of Eel's journey, and what he had taken in had unhinged him. The eel wished she could transform herself into a real skylark and take off into the night sky because her terrified body refused to move. She had become an inert, passive thing, a statue. And she really did think she was going to die. So do you know what she learned? She learned that she would be all right when her time came. The eel would not surrender her hold on life, sweating and trembling with fear. Standing in the meadow at that extraordinary moment, she thought, if that asshole psycho is actually going to murder me, at least I have seen what I have seen today, and at least I have had love, and at least I didn't let my father ruin my life. A life is a life, and this one was mine. Now, she wasn't claiming that at the age of 17 or 18, whatever she was that night, she said these exact things to herself in this exact way, but she was going in that direction. She thought she had been a tremendously brave, savvy girl, and she wished that she could be more like that now. Over time, she thought, the eel had softened up. She thought it was too bad it didn't work the other way around. So you could get braver and smarter as you move up in years. But obviously she didn't die, did she? Now she's getting close to the part that is going to be really difficult to talk about. Well, before they got to the really hard part, they had to deal with Keith Hayward. From inside Keith Hayward. All this time, however, two other things were happening. Behind Hayward, the eel was vaguely aware that Brett Millstrap was leaning closer to the opening he had forced in the fabric between this world and theirs, like a cat that could not keep from poking its head into an inviting bag. Brett moved even closer by a crucial half-inch. And then he was gone, sucked right in. It happened so quickly that all Eel saw was only a pair of brown bass Weegian loafers, flying through the entry point, which instantly zipped itself shut. Then, just before his roommate blocked her view, Millstrap appeared far back in the cold world of the lunatic spirits, running hard toward the foreground, his face a mask of panic. Determined to sink his claws into the eel, Hayward clattered forward, all knees and elbows. If it had not been for the second process then taking place before her, the eel would have been snatched up and carried off, soon to be a goner. However, the demonic being Malin had awakened was whirling in their direction, and it fixed her and Hooty Bly in its sights. Of Malin's band only they had seen it. Hayward wanted eel, but the thing wanted both of them. As it launched itself, and it was a lot faster than Hayward, it helplessly moved into partial visibility. What very briefly had appeared to be a bristly pig with a faintly man-like head and an air of aggrieved entitlement was stretching out and putting on bulk as it raced toward them. As if in strobe-like flashes, the eel saw dark gloves that had burst their seams and a dusty, stained black swallow-tail jacket. A few lazy-seeming flies continued to describe circles around its upper reaches. When this industrious being had nearly drawn parallel to Hayward, and was in fact only a single stride from overtaking him, Keith glanced to his side, and, the eel supposed, took in what was gaining on him. Without losing a beat or slackening pace, Hayward went through what was evidently a complex mental process. Then, with a strange, questioning glance at the petrified eel, in the few seconds since last we checked in her serenity had shredded, he threw himself into the path of the demonic creature that was the primary result of Malin's work. So what did Keith Hayward do? Attack the thing beside him? Sacrifice himself so that Eel or Hooty or both, but not Meredith, though, like them, she came in for the benefits, could live through the night? Hayward died, and if Eel and Hooty hadn't survived, they wouldn't be in Chicago this night. But what actually happened in the moment? And what happened in the moment just before? Well, here's one thing that happened, or might have happened. In the sliver of time between Hayward's puzzling glance at Eel and his leap into the creature's trajectory, the eel travelled again, skylark or not, at incredible speed into Hayward world, you might say. She said she travelled, but there was no sense of flight or transition. She was skimming over what appeared to be small backyards in a city like Milwaukee, but the light was a strange blue-purple, and the air was of no temperature at all, and nothing moved or grew or breathed. She understood that she had come to an interior world, a world held in memory. This time around she had not been released, and she had not chosen to embark. She had been plucked from her space and thrown here. This was another thing Malin had done unaware. He had given her access to Keith Hayward, the last person to whom she would have desired any such thing. But here she was, and there he was, the same sallow-faced child with the head that looked subtly misshapen, whom she had seen as a playground outcast, now, a few years on, lying on his back on the worn-out grass, clearly turning something over in his mind. The musing boy looked up and seemed to notice her in the same second that she saw he was holding a long kitchen knife in one hand. This was merely a memory, she reminded herself, but the idea of being seen sent sparkles of alarm through her chest and stomach. Of course, she was not seen. His eyes moved across the sky, tracing some odd Haywardian thought. Or, she wondered, tracking a skylark? And he sat up and sprang to his feet. The boy was out of his yard and into the alley before she could move, and she floated over the fence and saw him already down at the end of the block, turning the corner. Then she was at the end of the block, following close upon him, as he trotted up the street and ducked into an overgrown empty lot, where he slid in behind a brick wall and hunkered down in a thriving stand of Queen Anne's lace. Keith tilted left to dig into his right pocket, from which he tugged a small plastic bag containing eraser-sized nibs of cooked brown meat that looked as though they had been worried off a couple of hamburgers. He reached in, withdrew about half of the nibs and gobbets, and deep within the flowering weeds arranged them into a miniature ziggurat. With a final pat to the heaped-up hamburger pellets, Keith scooted backward and leaned against the wall. With both hands he anchored the base of the knife on his groin and held the blade upright. Sweat poured out of his hairline and bloomed on his cheeks. His eyes twitched. He tightened his mouth into a single downturned line. Long minutes later, a scrawny cat padded into the nest beneath the white canopy of Queen Anne's lace. Hayward said, "Nice kitty, kitty, kitty. Don't you want this nice new lunch I made for you, kitty, kitty?" Purring, the cat flattened lower to the ground and slid creeping up to the mound of hamburger meat. Its nose fluttered. The cat dipped its head toward the food and licked. "Yeah, that's right," Keith said. "You skinny, funny-looking little creep." He slowly extended a hand and began to stroke the animal's spine. When the cat opened its jaws and took a real bite, Keith's hand tightened around the cat's neck and jerked it upright. He slammed the spitting, clawing animal against the brick wall and thrust the knife into the middle of its back. A thin stream of blood spurted out and soon dwindled. The cat's paws curled inward, its tail curled up. The boy drew the knife down the cat's midsection, slicing it like a melon, and the whole thin body went limp. The expression on the boy's face was that of a 10-year-old barrister listening to the Crown's arguments. When Keith lowered his victim to the ground and bent over it, the eel flicked away. No more of this, she thought. But there was much more. She was present for the lurid memory of Uncle Tilly's crucial, slow drip of a small number of words that poured a world of depravity into his young disciple's willing ear. In Keith's mind, above the impossibly handsome head and Roman nose of Tilman Hayward, the sky blazed blood-red, purple, bruise-blue, gorgeous as an orchid. A dozen dogs and cats fell before Keith, and after the acquisition in high school of a friend-slave named Miller, a dozen more. Miller, 2 years younger than his friend-master, looked like Pinocchio, and had a good mind, and an ingrained, despairing passivity that made him, another starving, skinny, funny-looking little being, perfect for his role as Keith's sidekick. The eel visited Hayward's memories of his private room, one grotesque animal mutilation after another, and saw that a variety of tenderness and connection, a sick love, did bloom in that awful place. At last she was obliged to watch, as though on a private screen, Hayward's memory of the Christmas of his junior year and the wicked exchange of gifts between uncle and nephew. Around Uncle Till, wavering lights always played, a cold but brilliant sun always hung in the daytime sky, and nights were always the deepest, richest, most breathing blacks. His smallest gestures threw out immense shadows. Till gifted his nephew with a Sabatier chef's knife, and informed him that it was going to be his centerpiece, his show pony. Uncle Till accepted his nephew's gift, that of Miller, with a smile like the glint of steel razors, and his nephew grew faint with loving admiration. Even before the three of them entered the abandoned building on Sherman Boulevard, Miller clearly felt alarmed and fearful about having been given to Keith's dangerous uncle. His knees jigged in his blue jeans, and his pores seemed to exhale an odd metallic smell. After they had gone downstairs into Keith's secret place, he announced that he would prefer to live through the experience, and Keith's uncle informed him that he could rest easy, as he had never killed, nor ever would kill, anyone with a dick. Unless, maybe, by accident, he added. Then he ordered trembling Miller to undress and asked if he was hung pretty good. When Miller replied that he didn't know, Uncle Till said that they would find out soon enough. There were a lot of things they were about to learn, he said, all kinds of things. And nephew, he added, if he were to enjoy himself in the deepest possible way, he feared he would have to be left alone with his Christmas present. Through Keith Hayward seemed to move the wayward spirits of resistance, defiance, regret, and reluctance, a surprising matter given his love for his uncle. But he acted in the spirit of Christmas, and remembered aloud the existence down the boulevard of a certain diner. "Try their cherry pie," said Uncle Till. "Fit for a king it was." Keith's memory of his hour's penance in the diner was a nightmare of huge, grotesque faces, the company of men and women enduring a horrible death in life,
a monumental struggle with a cardboard pie smothered under an excess of poisonous cherries. The world about him had grown seedy and poisoned. Down the counter, a repulsive giant named Antonio, with a disfiguring stutter, let the waitress know that he had just landed a good job at a mental hospital in Madison. Hayward did not understand why he saw things as he did. He had given one of the two people he loved permission to kill the other. Of Miller's last moments, the eel knew she could bear to watch none, and dreaded what was to come, only to discover that neither did Hayward wish to keep these moments clear, and had buried them beneath layers of smoke and chiaroscuro, where they existed only as hints of movement, polluted throughout by guilt. Reluctantly catching sight of a twitching foot here, a flopping hand there, eventually she glimpsed Hayward squatting behind his carved, beaten, bleeding friend, and guiding, under Uncle Till's instruction, his Sabatier show-pony to the side of Miller's neck. Words came garbled through the visual static. "Use your arm muscles and sink it in. A good hard pull all across, then." On the instant, Eel tasted a dark, bitter venom flowing into her, staining her tongue, her palate, and the inside of her throat. Teenaged girl, bird, or a dot of consciousness swimming through another's mind, she could not bear what was happening to her, and twisted around, eyes clamped shut, and coughed and spat, hoping to retch. Then her feet met some solid surface, and the unspeakable taste rinsed itself from her mouth and throat. The nature of the space about her had undergone a great change. Eel risked opening one eye halfway and peering out through the slit. From other forms of sensory evidence, primarily the absence of a choked, overheated, underlying emotional atmosphere, it was clear that she had been translated out of Keith's dreamscapes. What was reported by the half-opened eye reassured her. A tufted red-leather sofa against a wall hung with a row of graphics, a tall reading lamp, a neatly crowded bookcase, a Persian rug on a polished hardwood floor. These impressions and reflections required no more than a second and a half. Eel opened both eyes fully and observed that the graphics above the handsome sofa depicted the tortures of hell. In what she did not recognize as an old-time grade-A New York accent, a voice behind her said, "Hiya, kiddo, how you doin'?" She whirled around to see a man with a neatly trimmed red-brown beard and a cap of short, curly dark hair smiling at her from behind a desk. His cheeks had sunken, and his eyes hid far back beneath hedgerow eyebrows. The man was standing up. Suspended between his hands, he held a row of books. "You still okay?" he asked, and lowered the books into a cardboard box where they fit exactly, as if measured for the space. The bookcase at his back was half empty. Stacks of cardboard boxes with folded tops covered the rug beside the desk. The eel said that she was okay, yes, she thought. He smiled, showing teeth as white as dentures. "No problem, no problem. Hey, you want to know your future?" She shook her head. "Smart. That's pretty smart." His sunken eyes turned color as he spoke. When she first saw him, they had been as brown as a cigar wrapper. But when he asked if she wanted to learn about her future, they had become an innocent and playful blue. His eyes had turned a glowing golden yellow, while he admired her intelligence. "Most people want to know their futures, but they don't like it much when they hear about it. You got nothing to worry about, let me say that. Maybe a little trouble here and there, you'll get through it. And in style, you know. First class, that's you." From here on out, the eel was going to stop trying to imitate this pungent accent and just use her own voice. It could have used any accent it wanted to, anyhow. The accent wasn't important. She asked where they were and what sort of being her kindly new companion might happen to be. Eel thought she knew the answers, but she asked anyhow. "Oh, you're still inside my boy Hayward," answered her new friend, "and you know exactly what I am." She guessed she did. Did he have a name? "Doesn't everybody have a name, sweet thing? I'm Doity-Toyd." 33rd? They had numbers instead of names? "No, kiddo, no, you have to listen up. I'm not thirty-third, I'm dirty-third. D as in demon, Toyd, as in you know what. Was there a whole Toyd family, with a granddad and grandma Toyd? It's not an unusual name for us. We don't have parents, and we don't have children. We don't reproduce because we never die. We just sort of wear out after 5,000 or 6,000 years. Anyhow, when the world out there changes, all of a sudden one day we find out we have no names. It takes a little while to adjust, Natch. Until about 600 years ago, I was called Sassafras. But I don't care what my name is. My name doesn't make any difference. He turned away, pulled another 2 feet of books from a shelf behind him, and with the same confidence of having calculated within a tolerance of a millionth of an inch, slid them in beside the first group of books. Gotta get packed up pretty damn quick. It's all over here, and I have to go. I don't know where yet, but it doesn't matter a good goddamn. In this line of work, you're never really out of a J.O.B. Deal supposed they weren't. Could she get out of here too, please? And what was going to happen to Keith? It looked like... What it looks like is what it is. Goodbye, Haywood, and farewell. Too bad, you know, because this kid, he was 1 in a million. They don't turn out Keith Haywoods every day, you can bet on that. Rare, very rare. But you got a glimpse of the big guy? Unfortunately, yes. You said a mouthful. That guy, his name is Badshite, and he doesn't like anyone to see him. Winds his crank, you know. Means he's got to dole out some heavy-duty punishment, and Keith just put himself in the way. Sort of volunteered, the damn kid. Pisses me off, he was coming along so well. We could have gone a long way together, him and me. He volunteered? Sure looked like it to me. Of course, he has no idea what Badshite is going to do to him. People really don't understand demons at all. He sighed. You guys don't get it, and probably you never will. Don't get what? Doity Toyd's eyes turned a hot red. He plucked a brass paperweight from the desk, and for a moment Eel feared he was going to peg it at her. An expression of contempt passed over his face and faded into what looked to Eel like a mixture of weariness and acceptance. You ready for this? You need us. That's the deal. That's why we're here. She wondered, if there were demons, didn't that mean that angels existed too? The demon shuddered with distaste. What are you, a sap? You don't need big protective cops with wings. You need us. People are angels. Get it? People are angels. Get it? But without us, you got nothing really worth having. Eel thought that was completely crazy. Sorry. Doity Toyd slid the paperweight into a space exactly its size and came around the desk. He was scratching his curly head and giving her sideways glances. His sudden fit of ill-temper had vanished completely. With him came a whiff of feces, almost too faint to be detected, which dissipated as quickly as it had come. The demon perched himself on the front of the desk, crossed his legs at the ankles, and ran his long fingers through the rufous beard. It came to her that, as frightened as she had been at various moments, she had never been in fear of her life. Nor was she now. They, whoever they were, wanted her here because they wanted to teach her something. Her only real fear was that she would not be capable of fully understanding it, seeing it from all sides. She feared that in telling other people about it, she would mess it up. Doity Toyd didn't sound anything like a college professor of his era, but in his khaki trousers, rumpled blue blazer, and blue shirt, he looked like one. His feet were shod in cordovan weegeons, like millstraps. His considering, patient air also struck her as professorial. You guys, you people, you all run on one big engine, all the same for everybody, the whole world over. Know the name of that engine? Love, she speculated. Good try. But completely wrong, sorry. Sorry. The name of the engine is Story. He gestured behind him where a green chalkboard had appeared in front of the half-emptied shelves. When he rotated an index finger, the word Story wrote itself in nice cursive letters on the board. If you want to get fancy, we could use the word narrative."
He wiggled the finger, and narrative wrote itself across the board beneath the first word.
"And what does a narrative need? The presence of evil, that's what. Think of the first story, the one about Adam and Eve in the garden. The first human beings decide, they choose out of their own free will, to do the wrong thing, to commit an evil act. And because of that, they are driven from the sinless garden into this place, the good old gorgeous fallen world. Turns out, what do you know, this world of ours only came about because of an act of evil. The first demon, who appeared in the form of a sexy snake, more or less created your goddamn world, you could say. And how do we know this? How is the information given to us? Unto us, as the other team likes to put it. In a story, a neat little narrative packed into a few short pages of Genesis.
"Okay," said the eel. "I think I got it."
"Then try this one on. We give you free will, so we are responsible for your entire moral life. You can't have a story without including a bad deed or a bad intention. You certainly can't have redemption without you got some bad behavior to make it juicy. And decent behavior only exists because of the tremendous temptation provided by its opposite."
Toity-Toid hitched himself closer to her on the top of the desk. He leaned forward. Deep in their caves, his eyes shone unsettling amber.
"And here comes a real biggie, little sweetie. When you think about evil, you have to think about love, and vice versa. Love, love, love. You people love to love. You love to talk about love. You even sing about love over and over all the time. It gives me gas. It makes me feel nauseous. It gives me a royal pain in the tuchus. I could puke ground glass and razor blades for a week, all this crapola about love. Because what is the opposite of love? Come on, tell me. You got a tongue on you, I know that much."
"The opposite of love was hate," said the eel. The demon tilted back his head and laughed. The laughter of demons was rich and dark, and contempt invariably honed it to a nasty edge.
"Oh, that's what you all say. And that's what all of you actually think, one and all, from presidents and kings to bums in the gutter, who, by the way, are almost all gone. Used to be you couldn't walk down a couple of blocks without seeing some poor, ruined, jobless, homeless, clapped-out lush, booze-hound, glue-sniffing, coke-snorting, junkie meth head stretched out in the gutter and stinking to high heaven of piss and shit. Even the cops didn't want to handle these guys, but they had to. It was their job to throw them in the vehicle and drag them off to jail, where they could sober up until the next binge. Those guys are almost all gone now, and I can't figure it out. What happened? Where'd they go? Did they all die of their bad habits, and no new ones got made? Why not? Where are the new down-and-outers, the new old guys with bad teeth and stinky breath and bad B.O. and filthy ripped clothes and bruised dirty faces and bare footsies all bruised and swollen?
"The world changes," said the eel, who had rather enjoyed the last part of his rant.
"Yeah, you got that right, kiddo. They can't ride the rails anymore. Skid Row is done for. The Bowery is middle class, gentrified all to hell. Public tolerance is over. It doesn't exist anymore. Turns out to have lousy, shiftless, self-destructive bums, first you have to have a generous society. Go figure."
But what was the right answer?
"The right answer to what? You're beginning to get on my nerves. I was told, hey, take a little confab with this girl, and here we are, but I have to pack up my stuff now, because this here is like the Bowery. It isn't going to exist much longer,
"What is the opposite of love?" asked the eel.
"Oh, yeah, I forgot the topic."
Engaged again, the demon drew up one leg and knitted his fingers around its knee, making him look more than ever like an eager academic in front of a class. He was grinning at her.
"Hate can't be the opposite of love, dummy. You still don't get it, do you? Hate is love. The opposite of love is evil. Of course, evil does include hatred, but it's only a small subset. When love goes bad and wrong, that's when evil is created. He released his knee and leaned forward and threw out his arms. For a moment his eyes flashed a traffic light red. His craggy, bearded face moved forward, pushing toward Eel through the stale air. "You stupid human beings. The whole thing is right in front of you. But on you go, debating whether evil is internal or external, inherent in everyone or created by circumstance. Nature or nurture. I can't believe you're still debating that dim-witted opposition. The world is not divided into two. You have evil within you. You contain evil. That's the basic idea. When you open the door, what do you get? The lady or the tiger? Whoops, sorry, you get both. Because the lady is the tiger. Let's not even get into death, okay? Millions of dumbbells believe that death is evil, as though they thought they should be immortal. Without death, you would have no beauty, no meaning. And when you try to work around death, or when you act as though you can avoid it, right then, evil is set free." The eel told him that she did not think she really understood what he was saying. As she spoke, she was surprised to feel tears on her face. She had not known she was crying, nor did she know for how long. "It will come back to you, in bits and pieces," said Doity-Toyd. He pushed himself off the desk and gave her a kindly, brown-eyed look. "Just make sure you remember the part about the lady and the tiger. It might help you out when you get to the last stop." "The last stop?" "Walk up those stairs and open the door. We have to leave our lovely Mr. Hayward before bad shite gets his teeth into him. Walk over to the bus stop and get on the bus." "The bus?" "It's waiting. Hurry up now. None of us have much time." She wiped tears off her face with the palm of her hand, and realized that what had made her cry was the demon's kindness. That was all, nothing more. Then she gasped. No, there was one more thing. She did not know how she could have left it until now. Keith was going to save her life, and maybe Hootie's too, by throwing himself before Badshite. Was that right? He volunteered. Wasn't that what her new friend had told her? So evil didn't have to stay that way, did it? "Stay what way? You're still thinking either or, you dummy, when there is no either or. It's both. Malin, the poor dope, he was right about that part at least. And maybe Keith was more interested in something like Badshite than he was in you and your little tow-headed buddy. It could be as simple as that, you know." He really did say tow-headed, as if his favorite author was Booth Tarkington or someone like that. Later in her life, the eel remembered all those books he'd been packing up, and she thought that many of them had probably been novels. Demons like Doity-Toyd, they were a sort of literary bunch. Anyhow, he had dismissed her and turned back to his packing. So the eel looked to her left, saw against the wall a steep flight of stairs that looked like the steps up to an old attic, and waved goodbye. He did not see the gesture. The fecal smell she had noticed earlier reached her again, and she fled as quickly as she could. The narrow white door at the top of the stairs opened out onto an empty urban street late into twilight. Exhaling puffs of white exhaust beneath a harsh yellow sodium arc light, a double-decker bus, containing only the driver and a conductor, waited at a bus stop across the wide sidewalk. Tall, dirty brick buildings lined the street. Lamps burned in only a few windows, a couple of inches of light shining beneath pulled-down shades. It seemed that she was in London. The conductor bent to peer at her through one of the side windows, and she trotted across the sidewalk and stepped up onto the open back of the bus. Immediately the driver dropped the transmission into gear, and the bus set off with a jolt that nearly sent her sprawling into the street. The conductor, a beefy man with deep wrinkles in his forehead and a permanent frown, grasped her arm and tugged her firmly into the body of the bus. "Where should I sit?" Turning his broad back to her, the conductor asked, in an accent she would have guessed was perfect Cockney, "Why should I bloody care where you sit?" "Sir, could you please tell me where we are going?" "We are not going anywhere," the conductor said in a choked, indignant voice. Still he would not turn to face her. "I am going to White City."
You are going elsewhere."
"Do you know where?" At that he did swivel his upper body and again revealed his face to her. Tiny, caramel-colored eyes peered at her out of a ruined moonscape. His mouth slid to the left and twitched open to a smile crowded with broken teeth.
"Take a seat, if you please."
She walked up a few rows and dropped into an empty seat. Then she moved over to the window and watched the empty city roll by. Wherever she was, it was a long way from the agronomy meadow, Malin and Hooty. Twin was even more distant. A moment of profound doubt claimed her. She was lost in an unknown and unreal world, and instead of trying to escape it, she was speeding deeper into its territory. The driver accelerated down the avenues and thoroughfares, blowing past the bus stops that were almost always empty. Twice, and at widely separated stops, a man in a long gray coat, a gray fedora, and sunglasses attempted to stop the careering bus by raising an arm punctuated with a black-gloved hand, and both times, to the eel's immense gratitude, the driver ignored the summons and rocketed past. The men in gray, Eel felt, wanted to throw her off the platform, or pull her off. They wanted to thwart her mission. They wanted to keep her from arriving at the last stop. Intending to jump onto the back platform, the second man had run after the bus, but the reckless driver picked up more speed and left him stumbling down the middle of an avenue called, she thought, Indignation Heights. So fast were they moving, Eel was unable to make out most of the street signs as they passed. Every time they zoomed around a corner, the bus seemed to tilt into the curve like a motorcyclist. A long straightaway named Climber's Corner, a wide, reeking avenue called Wherewithal Way. From a neighborhood of great public buildings, filmed with soot and pierced with blackened windows, they sped into broad streets. Warlove Terrace, Blooded Place, lined with solid, respectable residential buildings, each with a massive bow front and a great Georgian door. Without a sideways look, the burly conductor clumped up the aisle and dumped himself into the seat immediately behind the driver. Around another corner they wheeled, into a sunken, down-sloping region of three-story brick commercial buildings, where immense stone churches with towers, arches, and darkened columns sprouted like giant toads at every other corner. To get farther from the conductor, Eel slipped out of her row and moved well back. When she sat down again, the conductor leaned toward the driver and whispered something. When he straightened up again, he turned his head and looked straight at her, brimming over with hostility and something else, something like resentment. He blamed her for having to work this endless route as evening fled into night. The simmering conductor and the stolid but reckless driver were her chauffeurs, piloting her through this endless city. The shops and churches fell behind them, and the streets narrowed. The buildings grew shabbier, smaller, huddled side by side instead of arrayed in ranks like soldiers. The dark, unclean windows shrank. Dodger Place, the Hatters, Mandolin Terrace. A tight, rackety corner yielded to Slightly Street, then Crumbledon Row. Street after street of dark tenements flew past the rocketing bus, with never a light in the scanty windows. The Eel slumped in her seat and rested her head on the bar of the next row forward. The tenements grew smaller and meaner. The bus rolled past a sign that announced either Mysterium or Mysteriac. Graffiti had obliterated the final letters. Place. The sodium lights had dimmed and stood only one to a block. At Treeman's Passage, the bus hurtled around a corner, rolled 20 or 30 feet, and jerked to an abrupt halt. The driver swiveled in his enclosure. The conductor heaved himself to his feet, and, with the expression of an executioner setting off for the scaffold, advanced down the aisle. The bus had halted before the meanest tenement on the meanest of all the streets down which they had flown. The dark, narrow building looked as though its neighbors propped it up. "I can't get out here," the Eel said. "Please don't make me." Implacable, the conductor moved forward until he reached the Eel's row. She scooted sideways to the last seat. "How do I get home? What am I supposed to do?" "I'm sick of your whining," said the conductor, and reached forward and trapped her wrist in his enormous hand. "And I'm sick of you." "What am I supposed to do?" "You could always curl up and perish in the street." He pulled her from the seat and into the aisle as if she weighed no more than a kitten. Up in his enclosure, the driver cackled. She tried to shriek, but only a dry, barely human moan came out of her mouth. The conductor dragged her to the platform and threw her off the bus. In less than a second, long before the eel could have gathered herself and tried to jump back on, the conductor had whirled around and hooked a pole with his elbow, and the bus was racing off, dwindling as it disappeared into the night. The weak arc light seemed to turn its idiot head toward her. Maybe the stupid light was curious about what she intended to do next. As if in guidance, a whisper of sound, more the suggestion of sound than sound itself, an exhalation without air, seemed to reach her from the repulsive, unsafe-looking building before which the bus had dropped her. Eel regarded the tenement for a while. To get a closer look, she took a step toward it. On the instant, the front door clicked open. Her heart gave a quick extra beat. At the top of the steps, the door moved forward in its frame by no more than a subtle quarter of an inch. Something wanted her to go up those steps and through the door. In a window on the top floor, a curtain seemed to flicker. Was she being invited in? Stupid, stupid question! Of course she was being invited into this wretched building, this site of an endless succession of tears and sorrows and murdered hopes. But why in the world would she— Then it was as if all the joy and sweetness that had ever existed behind the door at the top of the stairs had come coiling down, as invisible as a fragrance, and wound itself around the eel. A great impersonal beauty spoke from the center of the joy, and a great exquisite pain pierced her heart with awareness of the loss at the heart of all the world's sweetness. The eel felt as though a great curtain had been rolled away from before her emotional life, and that for a long second she stood within an ultimate meaning, the meaning that beat at the center of the piercing sadness within the extravagant beauty and joy of every moment on earth. Then, almost as soon as it had been experienced, the sense of a revealed meaning slipped away, and even then she knew she would not be able to remember that astounding, slippery moment in all its interlocking, swooning parts. It did not leave her. It fled. That's the way it was, thought the eel. You did what you could with the little bit you managed to keep. The next thing that came to her was that, no matter what it might cost her in the long run, she had to get into that amazing house as soon as she could move her legs. "Sorry about all these tears," said the eel, who had sobbed during this latter portion of her account. "Lee?" She held out a wad of wet tissues, which I took from her, and replaced with dry folded ones. "Oh, this is hard," she said. "Please stick with me." "We're not going anywhere," I said. "Can you go on?" "Oh, yeah." She smiled in my direction. "If you can take it, I can." Her coward legs didn't exactly feel like moving, said the eel, but she forced them to carry her forward onto the bottom step. The sense of a great revealed meaning still clung to her. The eel moved up the front steps and paused in front of the door. It hung open by maybe half an inch. The crack revealed only charcoal-colored darkness. For a moment her enterprise showed itself to her as doubtful and riddled with danger. A thug in a bus conductor's uniform had thrown her into the street before an evil-looking building on the verge of collapse. Now she thought she should go inside? On the advice of a demon? Her trembling hand met the rough surface of the cracked paint at the edge of the door. The paint seemed to be of no color at all. She did not believe in the existence of a non-color, yet here it was, neither gray nor white, nor green nor yellow, nor alabaster, nor ivory, nor any of the actual colors it suggested in its nothingness. Though dead, in the gray light and the hint of a reflection from the sodium lamp, it seemed to shimmer, the shade of a raindrop, as it squeezes from the underside of a cloud. For a sliver of a second Eel thought she hovered on the lip of an abyss, like Brett Millstrap, but worse. Then she said to herself, "I have been brought to this place, however roughly, and it will all be for nothing if I do not go in." She grasped the edge of the door, opened a 2-foot gap, and slipped inside the old building. Her first impression, that nothing happened, came to her on a grim tide of disappointment.
A part of her mind had expected a revelation, a key to the grand puzzle about beauty, sweetness, and pain the building had sent to her. Now she stood between a peeling, off-kilter door and a dark, unsafe-looking staircase in a gritty entryway. Even the dust seemed tired. Generations of thwarted lives had traversed that staircase. The eel stepped carefully across the filthy floor. When she settled her left foot on the first step, the dust-gray remains of the stair-carpet, once a gay color and now of the same raindrop nullity as the paint on the door, crumbled into particles and sifted down. Touching the banister with the tip of a single finger, she lifted her right foot and placed it beside the left, causing identical destruction to the wasted fibers. She moved up to the second step, looked up, and called out a greeting. "Hello?" Silence responded with more silence. "Is anyone up there?" Silence again. She thought of her voice floating up the stairs, coiling through the rooms, closets, bathroom, and moving through the third floor, announcing itself in every chamber, large and small. If Eel could follow her voice as weightlessly and as fast, she wondered, what might she see? A top-floor curtain had flickered. A door had opened. Some force had invited her to enter. Or so she had imagined. More than imagined, felt. The second she had moved toward the building, a bolt of insight had practically lifted her off her feet and carried her forward. Had all of that come from the tenement, or from some being inside it? Before she had even finished asking herself the question, the conviction that the answer was a being, not the building, slammed into her with a rough, undeniable authority. It was like being slapped by the giant hand of a monstrous creature impatient with her doubts and fears. "Of course I am here, you idiotic child. How could I summon you if I were not?" If demons existed, then, presumably, so did a deity. Even before the eel had worked out what this involved for her, she began to tremble. Knowing only that the attempt was necessary, she found that her body was willing to move up another 2 stairs. Then she realized that her knees, like poor doomed Miller's, were trembling so violently that soon she would be unable to stand. The tenement wavered around her. Eel stopped moving, lowered herself, and flattened her upper body against the steps. The wall to her left turned to liquid, to a gas, to nothing, and the short hallway beyond the banister shredded away like the stair-carpet beneath her feet. Unmoving cold air hung about her. Beneath her hands, her cheek, and her hip burned the icy touch of cold marble. Directly to her right, where a moment ago the banister and a dead, colorless wall had been, hung a vast, dark, 3-dimensional space, pierced with pinpricks it took her a moment to recognize as stars. This was so far beyond being too much to take in that she closed her eyes and for a moment concentrated on the unusual experience of feeling her pulse beating in her brain. Before she risked opening her eyes again, she turned her head forward to look at no more than what was directly before them. The great, though dread, temptation was to peek sideways, but she could not allow herself to take such a risk until she had anchored herself in the near at hand. Flattened against a slab of dark green marble shot through with white and gold tracers, her fingers seemed small, pale, and only barely useful. That freezing marble that had replaced the staircase became her immediate focus. Everything else would fall into place as soon as she had worked out the question of the unstable staircase. This was pretty feeble, but it would do. The eel raised herself up onto her knees and saw that the flight of steps inside the fragile tenement had indeed been transformed into green marble. Strange, yes. Bizarre, certainly. Oh, we can all agree on that point, can't we? Yes, we are in agreement here. But it is everything else that is the problem. Because the minute we let our eyes wander from this handsome, if puzzling, marble staircase, categories such as bizarre and strange dwindle into cold, hard pebbles. They become nothing, poor things, It will be a long time before the word bizarre stirs anything in the eel but a dim wonder at its insufficiency. The marble stairs were floating unsupported in mid-air. In fact, not only in mid-air, but apparently in deep space. Unsupported, hanging there like a satellite. On both sides was nothing but frigid, unmoving air, beneath and behind the same. In all her 17 years, the eel had never felt so frightened, so dislocated and imperiled. She was stuck between planets and surrounded by the cold pinprick lights of stars. The real problem, however, was what lay at the top of the stairs. Earlier that day, what seemed several hours earlier, but had been actually only a couple of minutes, she had seen a partially opened door at the top of the tenement's front steps. Superficially, this was also true of her present situation. At the top of the marble stairs to which she had been transported hung a partially opened door. It was taller and broader, altogether grander. Unlike the front door of the tenement, this door, her door, spilled out a dazzling light. The light undid her. No, not just the light. Everything about the room above her unstrung the eel. Occasionally the light varied in such a way as to betray the presence of something moving inside the room. A man walking back and forth. A woman pacing. Something that was neither man nor woman, moving slowly, deliberately within its chamber, letting her know it was there. Of this presence within the room, Eel could not think. The saliva dried in her mouth. The small blonde hairs on her arms bristled straight up like quills. The room, she thought, would be small and still, almost barren. Whatever its physical size, the being within it was neither small nor still. Love and indifference, the civilized and the savage, compassion and cruelty, overwhelming beauty and shattering ugliness, every possible human and natural quality teemed within it, seethed there, expanded beyond our capacity for understanding, therefore unbearable. It was too beautiful, too glorious, also too furious, too destructive, and too utterly unknowable to be contemplated for longer than a nanosecond. As an example of the millionth part of what it contained, the waiting being at the top of the stairs surrendered to her these images, strung end to end until she could take no more. A bellowing king swept his sword downward and severed the infected arm of a weeping peasant. A bartender with coarse black hair and a peasant's impassive face brought down a cleaver and severed a thieving patron's hand. A surgeon in a white operating room cut off a patient's hand with a clean swipe of a bone saw. A naked lover cut off his nude lover's pale hand with a brutal kiss of a chef's knife. In an empty equipment room, a grim-faced schoolboy pulled a long knife from his waistband and detached the hand of a looming, red-faced gym teacher, whose other hand fumbled in his fly. A thug in an alley hacked off an old woman's hand with a swift blow of his knife. A machinist bit his lip and thrust his hand into a die-cutter. An Arab in a sweeping robe brought down an axe and severed the hand of a thrice-convicted pickpocket. At this 9th iteration, the eel cried out for release, and was given a golden field of mustard flower, a bright dancing mountain stream, a shaft of sunlight between the skyscraper canyons of a Manhattan avenue, a radiant face glimpsed at a window, a candle guttering, then flaring, a little girl in a princess outfit treading barefoot across a sparkling green lawn, a glass of water atop a table in an empty room. And knew that, seen one way, the presence in the room above was the glass of water, and that pure, transparent entity was abiding and unendurable, and that the purpose of the non-dogs had been to protect human beings by keeping them from close contact with that abiding and unendurable presence. Assailed by both love and terror, an unbearable combination, the 17-year-old eel, who had been weeping uncontrollably, cradled her head on her forearms, urinated into her blue jeans, and wept some more. Warm liquid rushed down her legs, cooling as it intersected the marble platforms of the steps. Her back heaved, her eyes overflowed, her stomach trembled. To the extent that she could think at all, she thought, "So the great mystery and the final secret is that we cannot tolerate the great mystery and final secret."
When she finally reached an interruption in her hiccuping, weeping, and moaning, Eel found that her hands were splayed on grass, not marble, and that stone treads were not digging into her thighs and hips. With a huge, disbelieving gasp of air, she struggled to her feet. 5 feet away, along the rise, Keith Hayward's mutilated body lay at the center of a pool of blood soaking into the grass. Hooty had vanished. Meredith had vanished. Boats was squatting on the ground, sobbing and clutching his head. Dazed, Spencer Mallon wandered around in a loose, irregular oval, obviously unable to see most of what was actually before him. The capering spirits and godlets had sunk back into their realm, and through the pink-orange mist that had marked the limit of his vision, Mallon spotted Dilly Olson, who was looking straight at him in adoration, poised to do whatever he wished. That Mallon could see the eel, too, was obvious in his returning gaze, which told her that after all he had witnessed at least some of what she had done. Her face was a mess, and urine darkened both legs of her jeans. These defects had no effect on Mallon. Burnished by his actual modesty, everything she loved in him glowed like a campfire. Yet no matter how greatly he admired her, Mallon was going to leave. With Dilly attached to him as if by a leash, he was going to take off at a dead run. He turned from her and began to trot toward Glasshouse Road. The golden leash already taut, Dilly ran with him. In a moment they had fled. The surprising weight of her misery pushed the eel back into the afternoon of the previous day, where she had become a ragged white scrap blowing forlorn across the meadow, unseen by all but Hooty Bly.
"I saw that!" Hooty burst out. "You have to be telling the truth. I never talked about that with anybody. Oh, I interrupted you. I'm so sorry, Eel. Sorry.
You didn't interrupt me. I was finished. I'm pretty sure I am, anyhow. After what I just went through, I'd better be." The world beyond the windows had turned dark. Boatmen had switched on a single low lamp during her account, and its glow left large, shadowy spaces at the periphery of the room. The eel wiped her face with a clutch of tissues, blew her nose into them, then walked to the wastebasket beside the fireplace and dropped them. The wad of tissues missed the wastebasket by a couple of inches. In the dim light, the 4 of us in the room regarded the slowly unfolding tissues and decided to pretend that they had gone into the basket.
"Well, what do you know I missed?" said Lee Truax. "The sound the basket makes is really different. You'd hear it yourself if you paid attention to anything." "Thanks, guys. Now, of course, I'm embarrassed by your tact."
She lowered herself and reached out for the tissues. On her second try, she found them.
"Seems I'm a little off right now,"
she said, taking care to position the wad over the basket before she dropped it. "Why don't you sit down?" I asked.
"Because I don't feel like sitting down right now. If I stay on my feet, I have at least a chance of maintaining my composure. Really lost it back there, didn't I? Well, I just—"
Her face went loose with a sudden wave of emotion. Her eyes clamped down. She shook her head and made abrupt waving-away motions with her right hand. "We'd be exactly the same," I said. "Cry all you like, Lee. And really, get off your feet."
"I'd be a million times worse than you are," Hooty said. "Eel, you're awesome. That's what you are. Awesome."
She ignored these compliments, and in one of those moments that discomfit and unsettle the guests of a couple that begin to snipe at each other in public, spoke directly to me.
"I don't want to get off my feet, all right? I just said that to you. There's something I still have to say."
"Well, good. Please, go on. Are you going to sit down again?" I stood up and moved a step toward her.
"We're both going to sit down. I don't need any help. I'm in my own house. Please, Lee."
"Okay," I said. "Of course you are. Sorry."
"Everybody keeps apologizing to me today. Please, guys, don't keep doing that."
She walked in the direction of her chair, obviously feeling her way with her foot at only the last minute. After she sat down again, Lee Truax closed her hands on her armrests and drew herself up straight in the chair, her back easily 6 inches from the back of the chair. She looked like the queen of a small, rather bohemian realm with a good deal of gold in the treasury. My eyes misted, and somehow the eel seemed to know it, for she turned her head to me and said, "Oh, I'm not all that special, you know. Don't make a fuss." "Noted," I said, remembering not to apologize. "I didn't know I had any more to say," Lee told them. "And then I found myself fumbling with that Kleenex, and I realized that after making you listen to so much crazy stuff, I owed you this much. So I'm almost done, but not quite. I want you to know as much about all this as I do. That seems fair, doesn't it?" We muttered sounds of assent, and the eel leaned forward and settled her elbows on her knees. "All right," she said. Final thoughts from the eel. "So the main question about everything she had said," the eel continued, "was whether or not it all happened, wasn't that right? Or put it another way, did the eel actually believe that all of that wild stuff actually took place? Did Spencer Mallon peel back the material of our world at least far enough for a horde of spirits and demons to come tumbling out? Did she zoom inside Keith Hayward and enjoy a chummy conversation with a literary demon who affected an old-fashioned New York street accent? Had she been thrown off a London bus? Had she pissed herself on marble stairs before the Godhead? Every single thing she witnessed and did could have been the result of stress and fear, of hormones even, the product of chemicals firing in her brain. But, as goofy, as flat-out loony as it seemed even to her, she still thought that every bit of it really happened. If the only place where it actually happened was her imagination, then it still really did happen. Lots of times, the eel had said to herself, that she had learned much more from good old Twin than she ever did from Spencer Mallon. She wanted to tell them one specific reason why she believed that everything she had told them was the literal truth. It was about something that happened long, long after they had all been high school students in Madison, long after the eel and Lee Harwell got married, and so long after the onset of her blindness that she had become involved with the ACB, especially its chapters in Chicago and Rehoboth Beach. So there was this one time. "Are you all right?" I asked. "I will be, if you let me explain this," said the eel. So this one time she had to go. She was asked to go to Rehoboth Beach to see if she could straighten out an ACB problem there before they had to get the police involved. It had to do with a criminal matter, funds being stolen from the Treasury, always a little bit at a time, but it was adding up to a sizable amount, an amount in the low 5 figures. You have to know, the eel loved the Rehoboth Beach chapter. She had spent a lot of time helping them get organized, and she agreed to do whatever she could as soon as they asked. There was no reason to go through everything that happened while she was in Delaware that time. The eel solved their problem. She got the thief to confess, the funds were restored on a payment schedule, and back home to Chicago she went, filled with the satisfaction of having done her job well. However, there was more to the story. During the 4 days she spent in that beach resort, something had happened that distressed her greatly and made it extremely difficult to go on. It brought back everything that had befallen the eel out in the meadow, and she'd had to work hard to set it aside and stick to her task. Although she was unable to betray what was happening to her, and in fact was not allowed to show any of this by the nature of her role, she had gone through a period of disgust and revulsion, a nausea that included a healthy portion of outright loathing. If she had shown any of this turmoil, her entire mission would have gone right down the drain. You have to picture a good-sized boardroom with a big table in the middle. There were no lights burning because all of the people who entered this room were blind. The other thing you have to try to imagine is that the surroundings were almost stiflingly luxurious. Heavy gold candlesticks, gold candle snuffers, a couple of tapestries, a crystal chandelier. Now, none of them could see any of that, but it all made for a certain atmosphere. It was the air you breathe when you're setting up something massive, something dirty at the core. In that room the eel spent about an hour with a woman who had committed a murder. Her story, and it was just a story,
came out of the blue. It had nothing to do with the stolen money. The woman who had committed the murder was trying to shock her. She knew the eel wasn't going to turn her in. That was part of the deal from the beginning. They could speak with impunity, no matter what they might say. However, this particular woman, the murderer, told her a lie. She falsified what had happened to present herself as more of a victim than a killer. An old lover of hers had blinded her, and her testimony sent the man to jail. She told Eel that after his release, he discovered where she was living and called her to ask for a brief meeting. She refused, but he begged, and finally she agreed to meet him for coffee at a place near her apartment. On the day, things went surprisingly well, and she said yes when he asked if he could walk her home. When she got to this part of her story, the eel felt, she was sure she felt, some other presence slip in behind her. It took her a couple of seconds to realize, or if you must, to imagine, that it was Keith Hayward, some part of Keith Hayward that had joined her. The woman said that the man dragged her across a vacant lot and down into a ravine, where instead of raping her, he just held her down for a while, let her go, and said that he had wanted to let her know how he'd felt every day during the years he'd been in prison. She was so infuriated, she said, that she flipped out and hit him in the head with a rock, and kept on hitting him with the rock until she'd smashed in his head, at which point a young admirer wandered into the scene and helped her get cleaned up before he went back to the ravine and disposed of the body. When she came to the part about the vacant lot, Keith Hayward's arm slithered over her shoulder. The eel could almost hear his breath in her ear. His head was so close to hers. It was like being embraced from behind by a slug. She was too afraid and disgusted to move, and of course she couldn't let the other woman know what was happening. But here's what she could feel. Keith Hayward loved this woman's story. It thrilled him down to his dirty little toes. When her story ended, he had a kind of shivery ecstasy, like a demonic version of an orgasm. It was hearing about the murder that turned him on, she thought, and she thought he knew that she owed him that much anyhow. Yes, owed him. That's what she said. She thought she owed him that much at least, the squalid pleasure the woman's story gave him. On the last day of his life she had made an extensive journey through his mind and his memory, after all. It was even possible that he had sacrificed his life for her. She didn't think that's what happened, but she could not dismiss it out of hand. She'd spent a lot of time in the inner world of Keith Hayward, anyhow, and she'd been left with enough of a sense of connection to let him join her at that appalling moment. Nothing goes one way, you know, no matter what you think. A couple of months later she was going over all this in her head, mainly because her head wouldn't let her do anything else, and she remembered feeling that, as terrible as this sounds, Hayward was getting too much pleasure, and that his pleasure was too complicated for what he and she were hearing. He had heard more than she had, but she couldn't imagine what it could have been. A little while later, one day, when she was working on a report in her office upstairs here, it came to her that slimy Keith Hayward had immediately understood that the woman was lying. She had set up the meeting, she had lured the man into the ravine, and her admirer had jumped out of the bushes and killed him. As much as the murder, Keith had gotten off on the lie. "So that's why I think it was real," the eel said. "I could feel him there with me in that room. Our old friend Keith Hayward, come back to cash in an IOU with my name on it. I don't know how I ever got through that interview. Before I could face the ACB people again, I had to go up to my room and take a shower. But okay, I said to myself, now I know it was true. Now I know it all really did happen." She slumped against the back of her chair and let her hands drop to her sides. "I don't think I can say any more. Except I don't believe that Shane dies at the end of Shane. Malin was full of bullpucky." "Yep, I agree," Hooty said. "I don't think he dies either." "Of course he doesn't," Boatman said. "There's no way Shane dies," said Don. "Eel, you got that right." They were giving serial assent to everything she had told them. They had signed on to the party of the eel. They were believers. "You're with us, right, Lee?" Don asked. "I don't have to ask. I know."
"At the end of that movie, Shane is a goner," I said. "He was dead before he hit the ground."
A shocked silence filled the room.
"And at the end of Casablanca," I said, "Humphrey Bogart and Claude Rains walk straight into the propeller of that plane and get chopped to pieces."
Slowly, Hooty, Boatman, and Olson all revolved their heads toward me. Lee Truax snickered. The three other men in the room turned from me to gaze at her. Then Hooty pointed at me and laughed. Don shook his head, rocked back in his chair, and grinned.
"I don't understand humor like that," Jason said. "Sorry, I don't get it."
"You don't have to get it," the eel said. "You're plenty fine as is." In anticipation of a long evening, we had prepared a great deal of food, and after she had come to the end of her tale and reassured Boatman, kindly but falsely, that his lack of even a rudimentary sense of humor did not diminish him in her eyes, everyone followed us into the dining-room and helped themselves to slices of rare beef from a standing rib roast, roasted chicken, steamed mixed vegetables, steamed asparagus, sautéed mushrooms, sweet potato chips, and, as a nod to the ghost of Keith Hayward, a cherry pie I had brought home from a neighborhood bakery, bottles of a Russian River Pinot Noir, a Napa Valley Cabernet Sauvignon, a chilled Alsatian Pinot Gris, 16-year-old single-malt Scotch, 20-year-old bourbon, water from icebergs, and Welch's grape juice stood on a sideboard with glasses, an ice bucket, and tongs. The conversation felt anticlimactic to all and dropped into frequent silences, where the only sounds to be heard were the clicking and scraping of silverware on china, ice cubes rattled in a glass of grape juice.
I said, "I suppose there's no hope for that Millstrap kid, but can he at least look forward to dying?"
"I don't think so," Don said. "I don't think anything dies in that world. They don't even age. They just keep getting crazier and crazier."
"Is that some kind of release, at least? Some kind of escape?"
"From what I've seen," Hooty said, "things don't get better when you go crazy. They tend to get worse fast."
"That may not be true for Millstrap," Boatman said. "The last time I saw him was maybe 18 months ago. He was sitting on the curb on Morrison Street, just watching the students walk by, it looked like. You know the deal, khaki shorts, polo shirt, madras jacket, Bass Weegians with no socks. Still dressing like a mid-60s frat boy."
"I sometimes wonder, where does he get his clothes?" asked Don. "What is there, a dispensary somewhere?"
"No idea. But the point is, he didn't look crazy. He didn't even look so desperate the way he used to. Man, there were times I saw that guy I crossed the street rather than get near him. On Morrison Street, though, he just looked kind of resigned and worn out. He waved at me, only he had this unhappy-looking smile on his face."
"Maybe he was waving goodbye," Hooty said. "I'm sorry he didn't come to see me, too."
He bit into a steamed carrot and chewed for a couple of seconds.
"But I'm glad he didn't, too."
Soon after, the aging men who carried within them the glowing embers of Dill, Boats, and Hooty said their goodbyes, hugged me, kissed the eel, who had grown weary, and set out for their various destinations. Eel and I closed our front door and went back to the dining-room to pick up the dishes and pack away the leftover food. When she returned from the kitchen after rinsing off their dinner plates, I said, "Go to bed, sweetie. I'll take care of the rest."
"I'll just do a little more."
She tucked the stems of a handful of wine-glasses between her fingers, and with her free hand picked up a short, fat cocktail glass that shed, as if in successive rings, the smell of expensive whiskey. I'd like to ask you something," I said, and gave her a glance that felt so uncertain and divided that I imagined it was what stopped her in her course toward the kitchen. No, I thought. It wasn't the way I looked at her. How could it be? She heard something in my voice.
"Oh," she said, her voice neutral. "Please do."
I had the feeling that she already knew what I wanted to ask her. I plunged into it anyhow. "I thought it was nice, when you were skylarking around, that you saw us in that pub garden in Camden Town. July of 1976 was a lovely month." I still remember seeing that skylark.
I remember you seeing it too.
She could remember that moment from more perspectives than one, I realized.
But go on,
she said, and I had an uncanny certainty that she knew what was on my mind. I was wondering if you also saw me making a fool of myself on the boardwalk outside that hotel of yours.
It's not my hotel. But yes, I did.
She set the glasses back down on the table and let her arms hang at her sides.
Of course, when I was 17, I couldn't be sure it was you lurking there. I only figured it out later on.
I was an idiot, I said.
You even knew you were being idiotic, she said. That's why you bought that stupid hat and those terrible sunglasses.
Can I apologize now?
You can do anything you like. As I said to Jason Boatman, you're fine as is.
Do you mean that?
As much as I did then. Maybe a little more.
I smiled and understood with absolute certainty that she was aware of it. We don't really want to know Jason anymore, do we?
Leading the life of a thief for better than 4 decades does very little for your character. He turned into a bore. But maybe he always was boring, and we didn't notice.
With that she probed the glasses with her fingers and fitted them back into her hand. Then she picked up the whiskey glass and walked without hesitation into the kitchen. I followed after her, carrying 2 fistfuls of silverware. She put the glasses on the counter, and after disposing of the silver, I placed the half-tumbler in the dishwasher and the wine-glasses in the sink. She leaned against the butcher-block island and waited for me. "What you did, that was wonderful," I said.
Do you mean back then or now?
Just now. With all of us there.
Thanks. I have to get to bed, though. I'm worn out.
I cupped one cheek in my hand and looked at her.
But while we're on the subject, she said, you should know that I do think that the wretched Keith Hayward actually did something great, too. Selfless, anyhow.
You think he really did sacrifice himself? You said you weren't sure.
Nobody wanted to hear it. Jason and Hootie, they hated the idea.
It doesn't sound much like Hayward, you have to admit that.
I know. But I was with him. I went to the diner with him. He felt miserable. He didn't even understand this, but he actually loved Miller in his pathetic way. That he turned him over to his murderous uncle made him sick with guilt.
But how would that? Why would he
sacrifice himself for me? Because he knew I understood about Miller. That he wasn't completely evil. That there was at least some kind of spark in him.
So he traded his life for yours?
Meredith obviously thought he did it for her, to save her life. Maybe I'm as delusional as she is. Neither one of us will ever really know. But I saw him think. He knew I understood.
So
he was making up for Miller, she said. Yep, that's what I think.
Astounding. I lifted her hand and placed it where mine had been on my cheek. She did not pull her hand away. For a moment we stood there without moving or talking.
Go on,
she said. It's like I have the feeling that we've been set free.
Do you feel that too? Good.
At last she smiled at me. With a final pat, she dropped her hand.
Now that you're a free man, do you plan to write a book about Malin and what all of us did?
It feels like I already wrote that book.
Ah, she smiled again. So?
I couldn't help it. Laughter ignited within me and flew from my throat. So? Acknowledgments. Gratitude and admiration to my friend Brian Evanson, whose extraordinary novel, The Open Curtain, suggested both the material and approach of the subchapter entitled The Dark Matter 2. Good Brian cannot say he wasn't warned. Bradford Morrow, Neil Gaiman, Gary Wolfe, Bill Sheehan, and Bernadette Bosky, Early readers of this novel, when it was very much in progress, offered wise, helpful, and supportive comments and advice, for which I am deeply grateful. I also owe thanks to the small press publishers who created exquisite limited editions of earlier variants of some of this material, Thomas and Elizabeth Monteleone, and William Schaeffer. To the original eel, Lee Boudreau, I sweep off my hat and bow low in admiration and wonder. My agent, David Gernert, supplied wisdom, psychic comfort, and excellent advice on the many occasions when these were needed. My editors, Stacy Creamer and Allison Callahan, were immensely helpful in bringing this long project into balance and clarity. J. Anderson performed his usual keen-eyed amateur copy editing during the book's earlier stages. Lila Kalinich knows what she did, and it is too deep almost for words. Of my wife, Susan Straub, I can say only that my nearly lifelong debt of love given and returned and lived with really is too deep for words. It goes down as far as I do. End of A Dark Matter by Peter Straub, Peter-Straub. Read by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, June 2011. Published by Doubleday, a division of Random House Incorporated, New York. www.doubleday.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.